working.
That's amazing.
I applaud you on your attention to detail.
That's phenomenal.
Susie asked if this was intentional or an accident. Susie, this was intentional.
Susie, I'm telling you, you are making some ladies in wardrobe really, really happy. They did a lot of things like that. They would change our wardrobe depending on what our characters were going through. And wow, Susie, I am so impressed.
You're going to see a lot of moments from Pam
That's amazing.
where her wardrobe changes or her hair changes because of, you know, who she's dating or what she's up to. Some work, some don't. You know, we do that in life, right?
We try on new looks. They're not all winners, guys. They're not all winners.
Well, listen, you know, we're all stuck inside. We're wondering, what are we going to do? Maybe something you could do is rewatch season 3 of The Office and look at Jim's sleeves. See what Susie saw.
Let me tell you something, Susie. From here out, I'm going to be looking at his sleeves. So
yeah.
All right, fantastic fast facts, lady.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to break down the coup and get ready for some sweet audio clips from Mr. Rainn Wilson. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated, so I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
Okay, we're back. We've got our cold open. Michael and Pam are popping some popcorn in the microwave because guess what? It's Movie Monday. I guess that means we find out in this episode that Michael makes everybody go in and watch a movie or maybe a medical video or maybe an episode of Entourage.
I have to tell you, at 42 seconds, Jenna, your look to camera when you said that they ran out of like instructional videos and you watched a medical video, your pause and look to camera is absolutely genius. It was so good.
You know, we got a lot of mail of people asking, why did I pause and look at camera?
Because he made you watch a medical video. Okay, I rewatched this with my daughter, and she's like, Mom, what's the deal with the medical video? I was like, imagine they ran out of like videos related to paper supply or work-related videos, and then he just found one on how do you give someone a root canal, and you had to watch that. She was like, ugh. And I was like, exactly.
Also, that look to camera that you're talking about, that is in the script. In the script, it says Pam looks and gives camera a look. Like, can you believe it?
Oh my Lord, it was so good.
Well, you know, Michael says this is the only cure for the Monday blues. And then he goes into his cabinet, lady. At 13 seconds, he goes into his cabinet, into his safe, to get a copy of Varsity Blues. Do we need to revisit all of the things in his cabinet?
You know, I saw Pringles, I saw the rubber chicken that has to be in the safe. You know?
Yeah. There's a blue pack of gum. Here's the thing, his silver tea set that was in there during Dwight's speech. Where did it go?
I don't know. He had to move it for his movie stash. There's more than one movie in there.
There's also a new photo of Jan taped over the old photo. The old photo was a picture of Jan, like from a newsletter, when her last name was still Levinson Gold. And now there's some other photo. But I couldn't catch it exactly what it was.
I like to think that it's a photo he took of her that she didn't want him to take.
Oh, 100%.
Well, I have a little something about this cold open. Sam, play Mustang. What's going on?
And now it's time for Kinsey Tidbit.
Hey! Who got her kids in on it?
All three of them. We had to make a sentence so they could all have an equal amount of time, so it was fair. You guys know how it is. With multiple children, it all has to be fair, or somebody gets their feelings hurt. So
We got a Kinsey Tidbit.
I have a Kinsey tidbit about this cold open. Jenna Fisher, did you know that in 1999, I auditioned for Varsity Blues?
What?
Oh yeah.
What?
I did. I auditioned for the part that Ellie Lauder got of Darcy Spears, the cheerleading captain. She was known famously in this movie as the character who comes out in a whipped cream bikini.
Oh my gosh.
Whipped cream bikini to Mox, who was played by James Vanderbeek. Yeah, she seduces him in a whipped cream bikini. That's the role I auditioned for. I did not get it. So, there you go.
Lady, I have questions.
Yeah, go.
Did you have to do any cheerleading as part of your audition? Or the fact that you had been a cheerleader, was that a plus? Did
That
it
was a
come
plus.
up in your audition?
It came up in my audition, yes, that I had cheerleading experience. I think it's probably, I was such a unknown nobody. I think it's probably how I got the audition, because I could imagine my agent at the time who was like, she's from Texas, because it takes place in Texas. She's blonde. She was a cheerleader. So
Yeah.
I got the audition, and I had my Texas accent and everything. I did not get the part. It's okay. But I had read the sites, and I remember being like, whipped cream bikini, how does that stay on? how does that work? And this movie, Varsity Blues, I had to go see it, because I had to see, the role I didn't get. And there are so many things that if you're from Texas, you're like, okay, whatever. That's a bit much. But one of my favorite lines that my friends and I used to say to each other was by James Vanderbeek in his Southern accent. As the character Mox, he gets into a fight with the football coach, who's played by John Boyd. They had some big names in this movie. And he looks at him and goes, I don't want your life. Yeah, we would say it to each other all the time. all the time. Hey, what's up? I don't want your life. Okay. All right.
How did you feel when you did not get the part? Were you super bummed, or were you relieved that you didn't have to wear a whipped cream bikini, or both? Was it a mix?
I think it was a mix. It was a mix. I was like, oh, I think this is going to be a big movie, you know? Like,
Yeah.
And I never
This is a game that would have been a game changer.
Game changer. I never got to audition for movies. I was just really just going in on commercials. That was my big success. Is I had, you know, done a commercial about potato chips that gave you anal leakage. So, you know, this would have been a big deal. Pretty much on camera, all I had said was "wow," and then took a bite of a potato chip. So it would have been a really big deal. But I didn't get it, and that's okay. And that is my Kinsey tidbit from the cold open.
I love your Kinsey tidbit. I thought that was very, very good, Kinsey tidbit.
Thank you. Thank you.
We also had a fan question about this cold open, Angela. We had a lot of people ask, what did we do with all the extra popcorn? Because Pam pops a bunch of popcorn and then no one takes it. You guys, we ate it. And we also just put it out on the snack table for the crew. We did eat all that popcorn. It was great. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, we were excited about popcorn.
We had a lot of snacks all the time, but all of our snacks, they had to be very quiet snacks because the snack table was behind the walls of the set. So our crafty people, they couldn't pop microwave popcorn because we were shooting and it would make noise. Remember we had that one cappuccino machine for like a hot second, Angela, but it was so loud and it kept ruining takes because people would go back and fix themselves like a frothy cappuccino while we were trying to shoot, and they were like, get that machine out of here. So this was, I mean, to say we were tickled to have some like microwave popcorn, we actually really were, because it was usually all things that made no noise.
Yeah, like a lot of our snacks were like cheese.
A lot of cheese.
A lot of cheese.
Guys, don't worry, Angela did not string it.
Who had time for it? I don't have time for that. So I guess Pam also shares that they watched an episode of Entourage 6 times.
Yeah.
Which episode? I wish we knew. But Jenna, did you know that our lovable curmudgeon, Rainn Wilson, was a guest star on Entourage?
No, he was not.
Oh yeah, he was. Rainn, this delighted me so much. Rainn was in season 2, episode 9. The episode is called I Love You Too. He played RJ Spencer, who was an internet comic expert, and he interviews Vincent Chase at basically the San Diego Comic-Con, because get this, Vincent just got the big role of Aquaman. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And so RJ Spencer is going to interview him. But during the interview, Jenna, he starts talking about, I heard that you were engaged to Mandy Moore and she broke up with you. You know?
Oh.
And guess what? This pisses Vincent off. Vincent calls him an a-hole.
This is not the interview he was expecting.
No. And he calls him an a-hole and he storms off. And RJ is like, I will ruin you. Write horrible reviews of Aquaman. You know, you had your chance and I'm going to destroy you on the internet. Okay, so now Vincent's manager, right?
Yeah.
He's got to fix this. He's like, what do you want? You know, he's like trying to bribe him. What happens? RJ says, I want $350,000 or I'm going to destroy Aquaman online. So, meanwhile, Johnny Drama is at Comic-Con, and he has a really good friend, an adult film star, Jessie Jane, played by Jessie Jane. She's promoting her fake comic series titled Patrol. So he says, hey, will you guys visit, quote, RJ in his hotel room and convince him not to write a bad review of Aquaman? And because of her love of Vincent, she's like, yeah. And her and 2 of her pals in very, very interesting outfits and knock on the door. And RJ is like, blah. And guess what?
Does Rainn have a love scene with 3 women?
I need to ask him about
On
it.
Entourage?
I need to ask him about it because they go in there, they shut the door, we don't know what happens, but I wonder if there was ever a scene of anything happening.
Like, was there a scene that didn't make the episode?
I don't know. But then, of course, he writes, you know, Aquaman glowing review. So there you go, Rainn. Rainn, I have questions. I have questions for you. I will be texting you later.
I really wish I knew this before Rain sent in his audio clips, because I feel like the audio clips would have more. They would have anything to say about this. Here's when I was listening to your description of this episode, it became very clear to me why I didn't watch Entourage. And I feel good about that. I feel good that I didn't watch it, and I feel like, yeah, that's a good call.
There you go. Rainn Wilson as RJ Spencer on Entourage.
I kind of want to see just that episode. Maybe just Rain's scene.
I just fast forwarded to Rain's scenes. You don't really need to see anything else from it.
That was some shade.
And so now we can get into the episode.
Jan is visiting unexpectedly and discovering Movie Monday.
Yeah. And guess what? Not everyone approves of Movie Monday, Jenna.
No, Angela, you do not approve.
I do not approve. It is me. I will own it. I do not approve. And then Angela is so sneaky. When Jan comes in, she like points to the conference room like, tattletale.
She is. But Angela, at 1 minute 49 seconds, where are you sitting for this talking head? You're by a window and there's a plant. Where are you?
I know where I am because there's a deleted scene that's not in here where Dwight has to come find me. Michael's like, go get Angela, right? And Dwight's like, why me? He plays this really coy. It's like sort of a hilarious performance. Like, well, I don't know where she is. No.
Yes. Why are you asking me for Angela?
Yeah. And then he goes and finds her, and he knows exactly where she is. I'm sitting behind the vending machine, sort of squished up in the wall behind the plant on a chair. And
I don't fucking know where it fucking was. I got Slobodan and fucking Brezhnev downstairs playing. God damn, Strategic. Brezhnev. Yeah. They call me the gun, going guns, man, and Bible buns and beans, man. I just wanted to tell it's like, hey, if you believe there's enough to block my fucking phone number, you fuck. God damn, you fucking sucker. It's the west side. Everybody. It's the west side. Oh. Piece of shit. Chocolate on how did you get a mess better you brought down so much time, girl? Yo, Doc, I got my lowest eviction price right downstairs. Thanks. Hey, why did you eat your ramen on your fish fry? Oh, because I have lowest eviction price on my plans Chicago. Not the poison.
I am needle pointing at
I'll
like a
needle
cat.
point you,
I'm
girl.
needle pointing a cat.
Needle point you.
And that's
Of
what
course
this
you
talking
are.
head is.
Yes, and there is that window that goes from the break room into that
I
little
like-
hallway.
Into the
I
hallway,
like
and there's a
your
big
last.
plant there. And
Yeah.
that's
Look
where
at your
I'm
last
sitting.
piece.
So
It
there
was
a
driving me
nice.
nuts.
There's a whole
really
scene
nice.
that happens
Thanks,
there
baby.
that didn't make it in the episode where I start plotting. That's the first seed I plant. Is that you wouldn't do this as a manager. You wouldn't waste everyone's time like this. I see all while needle pointing the face of a cat.
I love that. All right, we have a fan catch. Angela Beth Foss says, when Jan walks in, she puts her bag and coat down on the chair in front of Michael's office. But when Angela points to the conference room and the camera cuts back to Jan, she's holding her coat and she's just now putting it down in the chair. Good catch, Beth Foss.
Way to go. There's some Joangela sass in this episode, as we know, and two of my favorite Joangela sass lines are coming up around 2 minutes 39. Angela's telling Dwight to meet her in the kitchen, and she says that Jan is going to be peeved off. Jan is peeved off, and then Dwight in his talking head said, yeah, Jan's really been bitching out on him ever since he broke up with her. I'm like, what is up with Angela? They're like kind of cursing. They're being a little tacky, Jenna.
Oh, you think so?
I think they're being a little tacky.
They've hit their limit, Angela. They can't take it anymore. They can't take the inefficiency. They can't take, you know what happens? It's like for all these years, they've been separately stewing over all of this, but now that they're together, you know how that happens in a couple? Yeah. Now they're kind of like mind melding.
Yeah.
Well, and I love this scene with Dwight and Angela in the kitchen. It's around 2 minutes, 42 seconds. You guys are back to back again, not facing one another. Angela's telling Dwight that he's the one who should be running the office and he should talk to Jan about it. We had a fan question, from Evan Warburton. He says, Angela, did it make it easier or more difficult to film a scene when the characters are back to back? Because I know that Rain and Angela did quite a few scenes like this. Like, did it make it easier to stay in character because you didn't have to make eye contact? What was it like? Tell us, Angela.
Well, I'll tell you this. The biggest thing about these scenes that I remember was timing, because you cannot see the other person speaking. So, you don't respond quite the same way because you want to make sure they finish their sentence or sort of whatever they're doing. They're emoting, right? Whatever they're thinking.
Yeah.
So I remember the first time we did it, there were probably more pauses because we wanted to sort of make sure we had the give and take, because naturally when you talk to someone, you're reading their face.
Yeah.
And so it was sort of just like acting off of someone's voice as well. Like all of my reacting was in listening. I think in some ways it made us more thoughtful performers because we couldn't face the other person and we had to really listen to them and react off the last thing they said.
Did it make it hard to improvise?
Oh, for sure. I remember really being conscious of not improvising any lines within a written scene, and anything that I did improvise came at the very end, when I knew I wouldn't be stepping on anything Rain said. So most of my improv in these scenes, if it made it in, was something I said as I was leaving or at the very beginning.
That makes sense.
So yeah, so they have this scene in the kitchen. Angela storms out. She's furious. She tells Dwight he needs to grow a pair, right? And a talking head. See what I mean? Jenna, she has had it. And on growing a pair, let's move to Stanford.
Let's grow a pair and move to Stanford.
All right, so what's happening at Fancy Stanford, Jenna?
They're playing Call of Duty.
Oh,
Jim explains that what started as a team building exercise has now turned into this super competitive game of Call of Duty, which keeps interrupting their workday. He mentions, this is where Jim brings up Pam. He's like, yeah, we didn't really play video games in Scranton, but we did other things like Pam and I would hum a high-pitched tone and try to convince Dwight that he needed to see an ear doctor. Pam called it pretendinitis.
Jim, he's just Jim.
Thank Jim, Pam.
Oh, Lordy.
But then back in Scranton, Angela, Pam is not talking about Jim. She's signing for a package. She's gotten a delivery.
Listen, she went on a date the week before, right? She went on a date. Now she's getting some new clothes. With the help of Kelly Kapoor, before we really dive into this scene, you guys, 4 minutes, 36 seconds. Is Mindy wearing a side ponytail? Come on.
You're bringing up her side ponytail. What about her bangs? I mean, she has bangs.
She has bangs, but she has an extension-filled side ponytail.
There's a lot happening with her hair.
I don't have a sting for it, but it would go full Mindy.
Yeah. Why don't we have a full Mindy sting? We really need to get on
Someone make
really
us a full
do.
Mindy sting. Someone do it.
Well, this leads to a very famous office line, fashion show, fashion show, fashion show at lunch. Yes, guys, that is 100% scripted. That was in the script. That was not an improv. It was written exactly like that. Mindy delivers it perfectly. We had a lot of fan questions about this scene. People mostly wanted to know, did I get to pick out the outfits that Pam gets in her online shopping spree? And also, were there more things in the box besides that single shirt that she gets out and wears later in the kitchen? Okay, yeah. We had a big wardrobe fitting about what would these outfits be. And there were more things in the box, but I'll have to tell you, they were basically that same shirt, but there was a turquoise one. It was a lot of jewel tone shirts that looked almost identical to that one shirt that you see, and that was kind of part of the joke. Because have you done that when you're shopping? You're like, I'm gonna get a whole new wardrobe, and then you just kind of go to the store and buy the same pair of pants in 3 colors.
Oh my gosh, I always do that. I find like one shirt I like and then buy it in 3 colors, and people are like, hey, have you worn that? Is that it? And I'm like, no, it's the same shirt. It's the same shirt.
Yeah, that was kind of what happened with Pam's redesign of her wardrobe, was that she managed to find one thing that she was willing to take a chance on and then bought it in different colors.
Here's what I remember about that, Jenna. Because all of us saw each other every day pretty much in the same wardrobe, right?
Yeah.
Whenever one of our characters did get anything slightly different, we were like, hey. So I remember our reactions to your red fancy blouse, so similar to our characters, minus the gross pervy stuff. But we were all like, oh my God, you look so great. Oh my God, you look amazing. And you're like, it's just the wardrobe right there, see?
It did feel like that whenever we got a slightly fancier hairdo or a slightly cooler outfit.
Son of a bitch.
Everyone noticed. We all talked about it.
We're like, wow, look at that. Wow. So now we're back at Stanford, milady.
Back at Stanford.
Andy is getting ticked off at Jim for killing the wrong soldiers in Call of Duty.
Yes, and did you notice at 4 minutes and 59 seconds there is still a blue sticky note on Jim's computer that says smile?
No, I didn't notice. That's a great catch.
Yeah, it's still there. Fan question from Shelby Hagen. How was Call of Duty chosen as the game that was played in the Stanford branch?
Thank you so much for your question, Shelby. We actually got so many questions about Call of Duty, and this seemed like the perfect one to get us started. As you guys know, Jim and I were not in those scenes in Stanford.
That's right. So, Shelby, I reached out to a lot of people to get you the real deal on all things Call of Duty. Angela, I got all the scoop from our line producer, Ken Fornett. I texted with our editor, Dean Holland, and Andy Bernard himself, and Ellis.
Lady, that was a serious deep dive. I like it. I like it.
I did that. I really did.
Okay, so what did you find out?
All right, so Ken told me that after we wrapped season 1 of the show, the post-production guys moved to some offices in Venice to edit the episode. And while they were there, Ken just, for whatever reason, just on a whim, installed Call of Duty on everyone's computers, just so they could blow off steam during edit sessions. And then, when we moved to our new stages for season 2, he did it again, but this time he also installed it on all of the writers' computers. And that is when the editors and the writers started playing one another.
I remember this because our editors and writers were in the same building. They were over where the warehouse is, right? And the writers were upstairs and the editors were downstairs. And sometimes I would go over there at lunch because I was friends with Claire Scanlon, one of our editors at the time. And I would walk in the editing bay and they were all like, "Get down! Over here!" I was like, "What is happening?"
I remember going up to the writer's room and seeing the same thing. They had this big conference table in the writer's room, and they would have all their computers in a circle. And then some people would have little offices, and then some people would be around this conference room table, and it was the same thing. They did exactly like what Stanford did. They would turn off the lights, and they would have this elaborate match going on.
Oh my gosh, they were so into it.
Well, I guess Greg Daniels was particularly obsessed. In fact, our editor, Dean Holland, told me that the very first time he met with Greg to start editing an episode, within about 10 minutes, Greg said, "Have you ever played Call of Duty?" And Dean was like, "Yeah." And he said Greg left the room and started a 21st game. Like,
How perfect that Greg was the person that directed this episode because he loves Call of Duty.
I know. I don't think that was a mistake.
No. All right, well, I have a little runner-up question for you, Jenna.
Okay.
So Evan Warburton wrote in and said, "Hey, I need to point this out. Jim is apparently horrible at Call of Duty at the Stanford branch in this episode. But in the episode Email Surveillance, you can see in the background of the scene at 20 minutes, 8 seconds, that Toby is playing Call of Duty on Jim's TV. Remember at the barbecue, Jenna?"
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and then also in Jim's bedroom at 15 minutes, 52 seconds, you can see an expansion pack for Call of Duty on Jim's desk. Come on, someone please explain.
All right, yes. We actually had a lot of people write in about this glitch. I went to that time code, 15 minutes, 52 seconds. There it is. There is an expansion pack Call of Duty. Here's how this went down, guys. Okay. Ken told me that the writers had a card up on the wall in the writer's room all through season 2 about a possible Call of Duty storyline, but they couldn't really ever figure out how to put it in. And they had originally thought about doing something in email surveillance. And if you remember, Angela, we did actually shoot some scenes where people were playing Call of Duty during Jim's party.
Yeah,
But it wasn't a storyline.
Yeah, it wasn't a storyline. It was just something people were doing at the party, kind of in the background. But that was there in the script.
Yeah, and it didn't really, though, go anywhere. So finally, when they went to Stanford, they wrote this full plot line. And they had to just live with the fact that there had been this tiny appearance in Call of Duty earlier, but they so wanted a full Call of Duty story that they just went with it. I was like, it's worth it.
Yeah, whatever, email surveillance. We've got to have a real episode that features Call of Duty. You know what I did for myself, the way I made it make sense is that Jim had roommates.
Yeah.
He had roommates who probably played it. Maybe it was never his thing.
Maybe he stole the expansion pack and put it in his room to make his roommate stop playing. Maybe that's why it's in his room, along with his guitar that he never plays.
Okay, Jenna and Susie, come on. Come on. So I listened to the DVD commentary for this episode, and Jenna, she was saying that she got lessons on how to play Call of Duty from the writers. As soon as she got the job, they started teaching her how to play Call of Duty, which just cracks me up. And John actually had something really sweet to say in the commentary. He said that going to the Stanford branch, all of those actors had never worked together before, right? And that playing Call of Duty with one another was actually a really fun icebreaker to get to know everyone.
You know, Ed and I traded some messages, and he said the same thing. He said they all played with the writers, and it was really, really fun. And he told me that they also played for real on set.
Yeah,
They were really playing during those scenes, and then when they would cut, they would just keep playing. He said it was a lot of fun, and people got super, super into it.
I have a little FOMO about it because I feel like we would have had fun with that at Scranton.
I mean, see, we knew they were having fun over there without us.
Dang it, all we were doing was playing solitaire.
Exactly.
Oh, Jenna, did you get any scoop in your deep dive on who was the best player? Who was our best player?
Well, I don't think any of the actors were very good.
Really?
Ed said he didn't remember anyone being particularly great, including himself. Kent told me that he was the best player when they started, but that during the editing phase of season 1, when they were in Venice, co-producer Angie Hamilton was the best, hands down. But then, see, it sort of depends on who you ask, because Steve told me that during season 2, he and writer Mike Schur were the best. They were at the top of the leaderboard. He said they got so into it that they took it over to Parks and Rec when they moved over there, and they played it every day on Parks and Rec. And Kent did concur that Mike and Dean left as champions, but he also said that their assistant editor, Mike Zurer, was pretty great.
All right. Well, I think those were fantastic questions. Thank you so much, Shelby and Evan. All right, so now at 5 minutes, 12 seconds, we're in the parking lot. Dwight, he's kind of psyching himself up like he does that. We've seen him do this before, like in the stairwell. And in the DVD commentary, Rain mentioned that run that he does in the parking lot, the Powder with steam, showed him exactly how he wanted that run done. Sally, and then there's these two guys just running back and forth. It makes me laugh thinking about it. And then Dwight calls Dan, and he says, hey, I need to talk to you. It's not safe here. He's crouching down. People are walking about. Kevin's around. And he tells her to go to the Liz Claiborne outlet at exit 40 because he knows that she likes buying those glasses from Liz Claiborne.
Yeah, he says he'll meet her there, right?
I'll meet you at the Liz Claiborne outlet. He says, go in and shop. I'll meet you there.
And she says, how do you know I like their blouses? And he says, it's part of my job to know. And then she has that great line where she's like, it literally is not part of your job. So it's absolutely not part of your job to know this.
And Dwight's like, noted. How long has Dwight been tracking her clothes? I feel like Dwight is the tracker. The way we track things on the podcast is what Dwight was doing. So like everyone in the office.
He's got some real creepy notebooks.
Oh, he has meticulous creepy notes. Lady, I had to do a deep dive the minute you said exit 40. I had to know, are there Liz Claiborne outlets at exit 40? So I can tell you all the outlets in Pennsylvania. Did you go there, lady? Did you go there?
Okay, I did not go there, Angela, because remember when I said earlier that our fans got real into some deep dives on this? We had multiple people write in about Liz Claiborne outlets and exit 40. Jenny Aguirre wrote in to say there is no exit 40 according to 3 Google Maps suggestions from Scranton to New York. Did you find that, Angela? No exit 40?
Yeah, I couldn't find an exit 40 either.
Okay, well, Michaela Grom said that the only Liz Claiborne store near Scranton is in Ramsey, New Jersey, which is about an hour and 45 minutes away on the quickest route. But Elizabeth M. said that Jan has said she's been driving an hour, supposedly to New York City, which would not be on the way to this Liz Claiborne outlet that is in New Jersey, and it would actually add 25 miles to her drive.
Well, I want you to know, when I was in junior high, my favorite perfume was the Liz Claiborne perfume.
Oh,
It came in a little like triangle, you know, you took the top off. I love the Liz Claiborne perfume. So I would have been very excited about this Liz Claiborne outlets. And my mom loves the outlets. We had to pull off on the side of the road. Like she would say to my dad, Dale, there's the outlets. Here we go.
oh, my mom loves the outlet. There is a Carter's outlet. There's a Baby Gap outlet. My mom shops at the outlet, and she sends just like bags of clothes to me for my kids from these outlets. It's the best. Guys, loving all the outlets.
So you can go to outletlocator.com and type in your state and find out your outlets. So this is what I found. There are 3 outlets in Pennsylvania for Liz Claiborne. There's one in Lancaster, one in Hershey, and one in Reading. And then, lady, when we get to it later, I'll let you know what outletlocator.com says about Ann Taylor. I'll hold on to that. I'll hold on to it.
Oh, yes, many people wrote in about Ann Taylor, so we'll put a pin in that.
So, and then, you know, like the doctor phone, and he says, Michael, he has an emergency crown that he has to get put in. Michael's like, oh, that, you know, that sucks. He said, yes, so he does, that is 3 hours away. And Dwight goes.
Well, Michaela Brock wants you to know that if Dwight goes to a Liz Claiborne store in New Jersey, he would have been gone longer than 3 hours because driving time alone would have been 3 hours. He wouldn't have even had time to eat with Jan.
Guys, we did not think this through.
Our writers did not go to outletlocator.com when they wrote this scene. Well, wherever he went, Dwight is now in a parking lot with Jan, and she has done some shopping. She's got some bags.
She's got some bags. I have a question for you, Jenna, since I know you have the scripts. There's this line that Dwight says to Jan, and I feel like it's Rain improving when he said, did you get the new blouse, halter top, camisole, Teddy? Is that Rain improvising?
All of that was scripted except for Teddy.
Teddy. There you go. I
He
knew
threw in Teddy at the end.
I knew one of them had to be Rain.
You would be friends with Kate Lonergan, who wrote in that same question, lady.
Oh, hi, Kate.
All right, so now Dwight and Jan have a meeting at a nearby restaurant, and this is where Dwight really turns on Michael, and he starts to campaign to take over the office.
He campaigns and grosses me out at the same time. I mean, I am impressed with his no liqueur. A no liqueur of syrup is no joke.
Lady, that was scripted.
I mean, that was amazing.
I thought the same thing. I looked it up in the script, and there is a stage direction that says, here's what it says. Dwight takes the syrup as he talks without breaking eye contact with Jan and pours it over everything on his plate. Amazing.
Amazing.
We did get some questions, lady, about his eating of the waffles and pancakes, which is also delightful. That was not scripted. Rain just ate how he wanted to eat. Casey Halpin asked, how much of those waffles and pancakes did Rain have to eat in that scene? Was he really eating them, or did he have a spit bucket?
Well, guess what? Rain Wilson answers this eating question.
All right, let's play the clip, Sam. Here's what Rain has to say.
Here's my deal about eating scenes. I love to eat during eating scenes. I know you'll see Dwight, he will always, when there's an eating scene, he's got a mouth full of food. To me, it's really funny. He's just wolfing down big bites of food and talking while eating. And it's disgusting, but it just felt really, really right for the character. And I also liked it as an actor. So this was a joy to cover, and I love that stage direction of Dwight's eyes never leave Jan's as he covers his plate entirely in syrup. And Melora Hardin is such a joy to act with because she's so specific and so underplayed, and no matter what you throw at her, she's right there. She's totally game and always in character.
All right. So there you have it, guys. Rain was really eating. He was really eating, not spitting them out. Rain did not use a spit bucket.
I have done a lot of scenes with Rainn Wilson, and I can tell you, the guy goes for it. He goes for it across the board, whatever it is. So if he was going to eat a waffle, by golly, he's going to eat that waffle.
Well, thank you, Rain. Thank you for sitting in that clip. We've got more, guys, coming up. This is also the scene, lady, where at the end of the scene, he tells Jan there's an Ann Taylor store nearby, and he knows that she likes the earrings.
Melora's performance as Jan is so great. She's like, where is it?
Yeah, she's like, yeah, where is that? I do actually. I do want to look at the earrings. Well, Michaela Brock wants you to know that while there are 20 Ann Taylor stores around the Scranton area, the nearest one to a Liz Claiborne is about 16 minutes away. Now, Jenny added, Angela, I told you, everyone deep dived on this. There is an outlet mall roughly an hour away from Scranton. I think this is the one you're talking about. It's on the I-80 East route. It's called the Crossings Premium Outlet. Did you find this one?
Well, I can tell you on outletlocator.com, there's an Ann Taylor outlet in Lancaster as well, and also one in Hershey as well. So if you were at Liz Claiborne, you could hit Ann Taylor at both of those outlets. And then there's another one in Tannersville and Pottstown.
But there's no Liz Claiborne at those.
No, but you have a Liz Claiborne crossover at Hershey and Lancaster.
Well, Jenny was noting that at the Crossings Premium Outlet, there is also Billy's Pocono Diner. So they serve breakfast, and it is possible that that's where they were eating, and then Jan could pop over to that Ann Taylor. According to Kentopedia, however, for anyone who wants to know, this was shot in Toluca Lake, California at Patty's Diner. Famous Patty's Diner.
All right.
I've eaten there, and so I can tell you with great authority that Rainn Wilson was eating delicious pancakes and waffles at Patty's.
All right. Well, we've got to get back to the Scranton branch because the shiitake is about to hit the fan. But before we do that, let's take a little break.
Yeah, let's take a break. I'm going to refill my coffee.
You refill your coffee. I'm probably going to go pee. Overshare? Maybe. That's where I'm
You
at.
always pee during our breaks. It's kind of like, remember when you gave me grief about saying, do you want to hear a summary? Do you want to hear a fast fact? When you know I'm going to say them anyway? It's kind of like, you don't have to tell us that you're going to pee on the breaks anymore because we all just know.
Listen,
We just know.
okay,
You have a
fine.
tiny bladder.
I have a tiny bladder. I'm a tiny
I
person.
do as well. Listen, I pee on every break too. I just haven't been talking about it. But
Well, I am hell on a road trip. If we can ever road trip again, you don't want me in the car with you because I need to know where I can pee. I'm that person. Where am I going to pee?
Yeah.
Where am I going to pee? Where am I going to pee? Give me an iced tea. Where am I going to pee?
I know I drink my way through a road trip, just sodas and water and snacks, and then also pee 7 times.
Maybe we are perfect partners for road tripping because we would just know we're going to pee and we're going
Yeah, but we'd have to sync up. We would need someone to be the alpha bladder and someone to be the beta bladder.
Now you do sound like Dwight. All right, let's take a break. Jenna, you know you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays.
What did you do?
Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there are so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into.
All right, before that, Jan has called Michael to tell him he needs to get a hold of his employees and do a better job because they are going behind his back to her, right?
Yes, and Michael cannot believe that Dwight would try to turn his ex-lover-ish against him.
One of my favorite lines, and it's probably because of how earnestly Steve says it as Michael, is when Jan calls him and he says, "You were at the dentist?"
Yes!
Michael thinks that she randomly ran into Dwight where he was getting his crown removed. We're like, no, Michael, it's all a lie.
Yes! Oh, yes, I love it so much. Well, Angela, then we move into the kitchen where Pamela's modeling her new top for Kelly and Phyllis. This is the fashion show. And then Roy walks in with a soda. And he is, Pam's like taking his breath away right here.
Poor Roy. Also, what is there not a vending machine in the warehouse? Come on. In that whole warehouse, there's not a vending machine. You've got to come up to the office 3 times for soda.
Well, you know what? That line was improv by Mindy.
Oh, way to go, Mindy.
Isn't that so good? Yes, she had that same thought, right? Like, third soda of the day. In the script, as he's walking out the kitchen door, she was just supposed to say, awkward.
Oh, nice.
All right, so when we go back to Stanford, Josh puts the game on hold. He calls Andy and Jim into the conference room. Jim is like, finally, we're doing work. No, he wants to devise a strategy for the game. So speaking of improvisation, Ed had a bunch of improv at the end of the scene. So when he calls Jim a saboteur, that was improvised. That was not in the script. And then when he says all that stuff where he's like, I am going to kill you for real. This game is over. I am really going to shoot you. Like all of that was Ed improv.
Well, in the DVD commentary, John said that this scene was maybe one of the hardest that he had to work not to break. He said that Chip and Ed, Chip who plays Josh, were just crushing it, and he said he was having the toughest time. So I kind of want to rewatch it to watch his face. But lady, I have a little trivia about Rain and Chip. Chip who plays Josh.
Oh, what is it?
Okay, so did you know that Rain and Chip were in an NBC pilot in 1999? It was called The Expendables. Now, Rain mentioned this in the DVD commentary, and I had to do a deep dive. I was like,
what? It sounds like a superhero fantasy type show.
Ready? I looked it up online. This is what IMDb had to say about it. The Expendables was an NBC pilot. It was about a scientist who creates 2 indestructible lifelike robots. They have an affinity for television, particularly Starsky and Hutch. Their unexpected development of emotions prompts a need for them to help people. Chip played the character Ram. Rain played the character Newman.
Now, are those characters both the robots who developed feelings? Okay.
And Rain said it was so bad, but that he and Chip became friends, and Rain was one of the people that suggested Chip for the role of Josh.
That is some good, I would call that a tidbit and a deep dive. That's a deep tidbit. Can we go to Scranton now?
We probably should.
This is one of my favorite all-time scenes of all time on any television show ever made ever.
This is one of my favorite bets ever.
Crentis the dentist.
Your dentist's name is Crentis.
Maybe that's why he became a dentist.
There is a deleted scene. There is a deleted scene where he's like, Scott, and he starts seeing what all would name was Scott.
Yes.
But he said none of them are occupations.
Okay, so in the script, the Crentis dentist scene is word for word, you guys. There is nothing improvised about this scene. This was all written by Paul Lieberstein. Paul, you are a genius. It is perfection. And you're right, there's a deleted talking head, and then there is even more to this scene in the script that is deleted. So if you want to see like an extended version of this genius, please visit the deleted scenes. I love it so much. We asked Rain about it, and he sent in this clip.
Alrighty then, Office Ladies podcast, Jenna, Angela. Hi, it's me, Rainn Wilson. Remember me? Vaguely. Everyone talks about the Prentice scene as being so spectacular, and I know that it's some of the funniest writing. I think Paul Lieberstein wrote it in all of Office, dentist, Prentice, and that jousting between me and Michael. But the scene afterwards where Dwight and Michael play this chess game, and Michael pretends to give up his position to Dwight is absolutely masterful. And I think Steve is, I mean, he's great in everything, but he just kills it. And it's so subtle and underplayed. And I love how Game of Thrones it is. I forgot that this whole episode is like these power plays and power ploys and who's going behind whose back. It's like Littlefinger and the Laris in the High Garden or whatever. I think I'm getting all the Game of Thrones names wrong. But in the Red Keep, all that maneuvering, the Lannisters and backstabbing and loyalty, and you don't know whose side who's on, and it's so fantastic. But the thing that gets me every time is that the reason it all falls apart is that Dwight insults the Sebring. And ultimately the Sebring is the hinge, is the linchpin, and it all falls apart because of the Sebring. But this episode was so well written. I remember there's sometimes when you just are like, it's just best to sit back and play the lines and have fun with them as much as possible. And I think this was one of those. And I often felt that way about Paul Lieberstein's writing. It's very specific, and it was made worse through improvisation, not better. Sometimes the writing could benefit from some kind of actors bringing their mojo, but it was not that way with the coup.
There you have it. I was screaming back at him even though he couldn't hear me because it was a recorded audio clip. I love that you brought up Littlefinger and Cersei and Game of Thrones because Rainn, I love Game of Thrones too. And I know I am Cersei. Angela is Cersei. And the Cersei. All right.
Well, Rainn brought up the scene where they're in Michael's office and Michael turns the tables on Dwight and it all falls apart. And I have to agree, in rewatching this, Prentice is so funny, but this dance between Steve and Rainn and how they perform this scene, I think Rainn is right. This is just amazing acting and performance and writing, that scene.
It's all genius. It is all amazing. I watched this episode 3 times and I could watch it again just for that scene. It is so good. And one of the things they talked about in the DVD commentary, and I actually remember this, is Greg really wanted to live in the pauses. He wasn't afraid at all to let them take their time because he wanted it to have that kind of weight to it. And it just played so beautifully.
We had a lot of questions about improvisation. I think because these scenes are so well performed, people think that they were improvised. So we had Carolyn Tuft wrote in about Michael's talking head, where he's talking about business is like a jungle and he's the tiger. She wanted to know if Steve improvised any of that. Nope, all scripted. Jerry Shue wrote in to say around 14 minutes, 40 seconds, Dwight calls Michael Mike.
Yes.
As they're getting ready to go out to the bullpen. And he said, I think this is the only time that Dwight ever called Michael Mike in the entire show. Would you happen to know why? That was scripted, and it's scripted because Dwight thinks he has all the power now. So he is calling him Mike as a way to kind of demote him.
Oh yeah, no, he's doing that thing where you give people nicknames to sort of put them in their place. And it is so brilliant because, he's also taking the power away. Michael's like, should we go out there? And he goes, when I'm ready, Mike.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Well, when Michael does break the news to everyone, oh, Angela, you are so pleased. So pleased. Stanley has a lot of questions. Phyllis asked Michael what he plans to do. And Kevin is very concerned that Michael's going to lose his condo. Rain had a little something to say about this scene too. Angela, let's play this clip.
Angela, your reaction, the tiniest hint of the smile, of the Lady Macbeth smile that you give Dwight during when he's announcing the few of you that will be left during my reign, I will lead you into the black with ferocity. Your little look there is fantastic. And Jenna, I love your line about the vacuum cleaner being as capable a manager as Dwight. It was so much fun to shoot. It's so much fun to relive this with you guys. Maybe one day you'll have me actually back on the show again. Maybe the global pandemic has gotten in the way of that a little bit. I'm so glad for what you're doing with this show. I'm so happy, even though I haven't heard any of the episodes, and I probably never will. But I'm really happy for you because I like you both, and you seem like you're having fun. That's all I have to say. I love you both. Goodbye.
Oh, Rain. You guys, that is Rain in a nutshell.
Yes.
He is our curmudgeon with a big heart, and I love him so much. I love him so much. We're going to figure this out, and we're going to get him on.
Yes, Rain, I love you. You tall, geeky man, you.
But this is true, Angela. I love how delighted your character is by this new shift in power. I love that when you're alone and you guys talk about it, he tells you that you can be in control of the women. And you're very pleased about that as well.
Well, this now starts a series of talking heads, right? Because everyone is reacting to this news. I am, of course, delighted. My character's delighted. So Phyllis has a talking head that I love so much, right? She says, maybe I'll quit. But if you look at the deleted scenes, this goes on for a bit, and this is such a great line.
Oh, yes, Angela, yes. Share this.
Okay, so she says that her fiance says after they get married, she doesn't even need to work anymore. That her new job is going to be being Mrs. Bob Vance, the first lady of Vance Refrigeration.
Yes, I love that so much.
It was
I love that so much.
cute.
And by the way, you see her play that role. Like, you see her take on being the first lady of Vance Refrigeration as this relationship plays out over the series.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch. And at 15 minutes, 50 seconds now, we have that Dwight tells Angela that she can be in charge of the women.
Yes. She's a little annoyed because I think she was like, we can do so many great things here. And he's like, there can only be one person in charge.
But then as soon as he gives her a job that she gets to have control over people, she's okay with it. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
fine.
she accepts
I'll
it.
be in charge of the women. I remember doing this scene, and I was kind of struggling with that final look and of what my expression was. And Greg gave me direction. He said, Angela, I want you to imagine what you'll do to the other women.
Oh my God.
That was the look I had.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
So now we're back at Fancy Stanford, and Karen is making fun of Jim's lack of Call of Duty skills, right? He's not very good at it, but she's just sort of smiling through it, and just, she's clearly a little smitten. Sam?
Flirty Karen.
Yeah. I talked to my mom about it. I talked to Bertie McKenzie. Bertie said, that's flirty Karen.
Oh, Angela, I love it so much. I love it that you made your mom say flirty Karen.
It took a minute. I had to explain everything. She was like, what am I doing? And then I told her what Karen was up to, and she said, well, she is being flirty. So this is flirty Karen, guys. Karen is putting on the flirt. And
Yes, this is what I was talking about in my fast fact. This is what got everybody very, very, very upset.
yes. And then on a side note, Rashida said in the DVD commentary that this was her audition scene.
Oh, really? This was a scene she had to audition with.
So she really knew this scene well.
Well, I want you to know something. This is jumping ahead a little bit, but I just want to say, to wrap up this storyline of the Jim Karen flirt, you know, at the end of this, when Jim is packing up for the night, Karen's watching, and he throws the fake grenade at her, this is now kind of like their first inside joke. That scene was not in the script. That was added later. We saw that Karen is kind of sweet on Jim a little bit, right? In the scene you're talking about, but they wanted to see Jim give her a little helper.
Yeah.
We wanted to see a little bit go her way, and so they added that scene to show that there was a real connection between them, a playfulness, if you will.
Well, it worked. We have to talk about the most uncomfortable groveling I've ever witnessed. In true Rain fashion, 18 minutes, 25 seconds, begins to beg Michael. And Michael is just watching him. He gets on the ground. He kind of shoves his butt in the air, then he lays flat on the ground. And then at 19 minutes, 11 seconds, Jenna, the drool.
Yeah. We got letters about the drool, Angela.
It
letters
is
about
so disgusting. It comes out, then he sucks it back in.
Yeah.
Then he kind of swallows it. Then he hugs Michael hard.
Yeah. Yeah, so all that stuff on the ground and the hugging and all of that was all scripted. The drool was just on the day. That was, there was
that was
no scripted
all
drool.
Rain. But Rain is right in his little clip when he said it's the Sebring that breaks Michael. It is so brilliant when he's like, take it back. That's my car.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Well, you know when Michael tells Dwight to stand up and hug it out, bitch? We had a fan question from Kristen Bauer. She said, that line, hug it out, bitch, is one of my favorite lines in the whole show, and it cracks me up. Who came up with that line? Well, Kristen, this is a famous line from the show Entourage, which we set up earlier that Michael loves. Jeremy Piven's character, Ari Gold, would say it all the time. This was in the script. This was a callback. And I got curious about it, though, Angela, and I watched an interview last night with Jeremy Piven, and he said he was talking about improvisation on the set of Entourage, and he said we really did not improvise. We really didn't. He said it was very, 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 very rare to improvise. But he said occasionally they did, and the thing about improvisation, he was saying, was like, if you are in your character, then you will say something that your character would say. It's not about necessarily trying to be funny or clever. It's just about saying that next thing that your character would honestly say in the moment. He said that the line, hug it out, bitch, was an improvisation. This famous line. He said it was crazy because we rarely did it, but there was this scene that he was in and his character was trying to comfort another character, and so he just improvised, let's hug it out, bitch. Isn't that crazy?
I love that was an improvised line because it sums up his character Ari just perfectly. This is an amazing callback, which I love. As an improviser, I know, Rain, if you're listening, you're making fun of me right now, but as an improviser, I live for a callback. So I love that they set up Entourage at the beginning and they bring this subtle reference back at the end.
Well, now the episode really wraps up with Michael and Dwight. They're back in the conference room. They're watching a movie together. Angela, you walk by. You're not pleased. But listen, this is how it had to be.
He chose Michael once again. I feel like Dwight is torn between Angela and Michael for years. And then finally it goes her way because he leaves.
Well, Michael has his final talking head where he says they hugged it out. He's still angry, so he did make Dwight stand in the middle of the office with a sign around his neck that says liar. And Dwight has to do Michael's laundry for a year. And that's where we leave it.
Before we wrap up, I have two little things to share with you guys. I did write in my journal about this episode, and I only wrote about one thing. All right, so Jenna, I wrote that I did a different talking head that didn't make it in the show, and I said I thought it was so funny, but maybe it was just too long. But Angela Martin says that she has a friend who has introduced her to a show called Star Trek. And in Star Trek, there is a guy named Spock, and he's very honorable and brave, and he stands up for what he thinks is right, and she just wishes that someone in the office could be more like Spock. I just thought it was really cute that it's a window into their lives that Dwight is teaching her about Star Trek. And what, she'd never heard of Star Trek?
Yeah, it's this little show you probably have not heard of it called Star Trek.
Yeah, here it is. So that deleted scene is not on the DVD extras, guys. I don't know where that lives, but I did a whole talking head about Star Trek. But there is a deleted scene I have to share with you, and I will leave you with this, Jenna. This is on the DVD extras. We find out that Creed sleeps under his desk 4 nights a week, and then he goes to his place in Toronto.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that.
What?
When I was rereading the script, I read that and I actually remember Creed shooting that, and it was so funny. And I remember Paul cracking up while they were shooting that because he was so tickled by the idea that Creed slept under his desk.
Yeah.
So this is why he doesn't have a refrigerator.
Oh my
Where would
God! He's never had his own. He's never had his own refrigerator.
He's never had his own refrigerator because he sleeps under his desk
4 nights a week.
I love it.
And then what is his whole second life in Toronto? I am so intrigued.
Guys, that was the coup. We love that you are sticking with us and continuing to listen to this podcast. It is a joy for us to make it.
Thank you again to Rain Wilson for sending us your audio. If you want to hear more of Rain's sexy voice, you can listen to his podcast, Metaphysical Milkshake, with Rain and Reza Aslan.
Yes, they are discussing life's big human questions with heart, humor, and curiosity. Stuff like life, death, love, fate, beauty, you name it. It is available on the Luminary podcast platform.
Rain, we're going to get you back on here. We're going to get glitchy up in here, Rain.
We're going to get glitchy up in here, Rain.
Thank you so much for sending in your questions and your comments and your deep dives. We love you guys so much. We'll see you next week.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hi, everybody.
Hello! Welcome to Office Ladies. I'm so excited about this episode.
It's so good, right?
Yeah, and we reached out to lots of folks, so we have some fun stuff.
This is grief counseling. And guys, if we can get you depressed by the end of this podcast, we've done our job.
Oh, Michael.
It's season 3, episode 4, written by Jen Salata and directed by Roger Nygaard.
Jen Salata is one of my favorite people, Jenna.
100%.
She is just such a delight and was so much fun on set because she would always crack up.
Oh, yeah. She was one of our worst laughers, which made her the best laugher.
Yeah. Hey, Jenna, you know what I'd love right now?
I hope it's a summary.
It's a summary.
Whoop, whoop. All right, here it is. Michael finds out that his former boss, Ed Truck, was decapitated in a self-induced drunk driving accident. Nobody seems upset, though, or certainly not upset enough, which causes Michael to question if anyone would care about his death. Of course, he doesn't know that that's what he's worried about.
Yeah, he doesn't understand really the depths of his sadness.
Yes.
He wants everyone to love him and be sad for him if he wasn't around.
Yeah, make a fuss about him. Well, first, he leads everyone in some grief counseling. But then later, he forces everyone to participate in a bird funeral. Meanwhile, over in Stanford, Jim is put in charge of supervising Karen for the day, but decides to put their work on hold so they can search for her favorite bag of chips. Oh, we're going to have so much to say about that.
This is a really odd tangent, and I don't mean to take us really weird, really fast.
Do it.
Jenna, while I was rewatching this episode, I hear a commotion outside of my That's What She Shed.
No.
And a squirrel is eating
Oh!
a little bird.
That's worse than what I thought you were going to say.
Yeah, and so I was like, wait, what's he eating? What's he eating? I started filming it. I have video of me filming the squirrel, and in the background, you can hear grief counseling and a bird funeral.
Oh my God.
It was so crazy. But apparently squirrels are like, they're like an opportunist, you know? If there's a little bird's nest, they go for a baby bird, they do it.
Squirrels are terrible. Everyone thinks they're so cute because of their fluffy tails, but they're awful. Look it up, everybody. Squirrels carry more disease than rats.
Blech.
Look it up.
Okay, sorry, but it just was kind of crazy that I was watching an episode that had a bird funeral, and then I saw a squirrel attack a bird. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, how do we get back from that? Hit me with some fast facts.
All right, fast fact number 1. This episode was written by Jen Salata. We said that. And Angela reached out to Jen for this episode.
Yes, Jen and I traded emails and texts, and she was so much fun to talk to about this episode. She was so excited to share information. And so she sent in a whole bunch of audio clips that we were going to play, and she's going to come back as a full, awesome guest for maybe 2 episodes coming up, Jenna.
Ooh.
We're trying to figure out scheduling and whatnot, but she is in, and I cannot wait.
Well, let's play her hello audio clip, Sam.
Okay.
Hey guys, it's Jen. I miss you. I'm loving your podcast. I am learning so much. I had no idea of the drama behind the scenes booze cruise where you were floating away at sea, Angela, with Phyllis and Rain and Brian. Amazing. Anyway, I'm loving it, and I'm going to answer some grief counseling questions. So I'll send them in separate audio files.
Isn't it nice to hear her voice, Ange?
I love her voice. I find her voice really soothing. Now, listen, we were chatting back and forth, and I was listening to her voice a lot. And Jen, I think you have real good podcast voice.
I know. Jen, are you doing voiceover work? Like, I'd buy anything you're selling with your voice.
Or just call me and talk to me at the end of my day. Just leave me a message every day, just kind of telling me what you did.
Yeah.
I will listen to that as I do the dishes.
I agree. And Angela, in one of the clips that Jen sent, she explains a little bit about the process of writing this episode for her, right?
Yeah, it's so fascinating. Sam, can you play it?
Enjoy Jen's voice, everyone.
One thing about this episode that really stuck with me personally was it was a thrill because it was hard to tell stories on other shows about characters going through internal things. And in this case with Michael, it was even more than that because this character was going through something internal and he was unaware of it, which made it really exciting to write because I love internal stories, but it also made it kind of difficult to explain at times. And I remember that I created a little chart where it said, here's what Michael is doing and saying in the scene, and then in bold under it, I wrote what was actually happening to Michael underneath it all. And of course, Steve got it all intuitively, and he's a genius. It was such a treat to be able to write and tell that kind of story. And then Jenna, to have you be aware of what it was that was going on with Michael, to have Pam sort of sense it, see it, and fix it without it being spoken was just such a delight as a writer.
Isn't that amazing?
I love it. I love that she had secret notes and charts in her script about the emotional journey of characters.
Yeah, I find all that so interesting, just like the writer's process and what she wrote and how then it ended up playing, you know?
Oh my gosh, Angela, I just realized something.
What?
She was tracking.
She was
tracking Michael's emotional journey. She tracked it.
All right, well, we are going to hear more from Jen throughout the episode. So, Jenna, why don't you fast fact me?
Okay, I'm calling fast fact number 2, the big fight.
Oh, you did a shoulder shimmy.
I know, are you intrigued?
I am.
In Mindy Kaling's book, Is Everyone Hanging Out Without Me? She writes a chapter about working on The Office and being a writer and also being a performer. And she said in her book that she and Greg Daniels got into such a huge fight during this episode that she stormed off the set.
She kicked his car.
Yes.
Oh, that's so good. I forgot about that.
But rather than have me read you the passage, Angela, wouldn't you rather hear it in Mindy's voice?
Yes.
Well, guess what? There's an audiobook.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Hit play, Sam. I want to hear it.
All right, here is the clip from the audiobook of Is Everyone Hanging Out Without Me and Other Concerns. It's published by Penguin Random House LLC and read by Mindy Kaling.
I tend to fight with Greg the most. My friend and fellow office writer Steve Healy believes it is because I am emotional and intuitive, and Greg is more cerebral and logical. Or, as I like to think of it, I am a sensitive poet and Greg is a mean robot. Our fighting is legendary. One time, late at night, our script coordinator Sean and our head writer Danny both brought in their dogs, and upon seeing each other, they got into a violent barking fight. Paul Lieberstein glanced over and joked, "Oh, I thought that was just Greg and me." What did we fight about? I wish I could say there were big, smart, philosophical issues about writing a comedy, but sometimes they're as small as, if we do that cold open where
Decent
Kevin
part right
dumps
now,
a tureen
just
of
never
chili on
know
himself,
what
I will
else
quit
you
the show. We did that cold open, by the way, and it was a hit, and I'm still working at the show. I can get a little theatrical, which makes sense because after all, I came up through the theater, said in my snootiest masterpiece theater voice. I will tell you about the worst fight we ever had. In a very heated rewrite session for the season 3 episode Grief Counseling, I was arguing with Greg so much, he finally said in front of all 12 writers, "If you're going to resist what I'm doing here, you can just go home, Mindy." Greg never sends anyone home, or even hints at it. Greg is the kind of guy who is so agreeable, I frequently find him on our studio lot embroiled in some long, boring conversation with a random person while his lunch is getting cold in his to-go container. And he's a boss. I would never talk to anyone if I was the boss. I would only talk to my attorney and my psychic. So anyway, my very nice boss had just hugely reprimanded me. Greg suggesting I go home unless I adjusted my attitude was the harshest he'd ever been to anyone in the 3 years I've been on the show. There was silence. No one looked at me. People pretended to be absorbed in their phones. One writer didn't even have a phone, he just pretended to be absorbed in his hand. I was so embarrassed and angry that I got up, stomped out of the room, stole a 24-pack of bottled water from the production office, kicked the bumper of Greg's car, and left the studio.
Is that amazing? It's amazing. I love the detail that she took a 24-pack of water.
Oh yeah,
Oh, I'm leaving. I am leaving.
but I'm going to be hydrated. Well, listen, she goes on to say that after this, she went to a nail salon to get a pedicure. And the woman asked her, "Oh, do you have the day off?" And Mindy was like, "No, my boss threw me out of work." And the woman was like, "Oh, you got fired?" And that's when Mindy was like, "Oh, wait, what am I doing here?" And she drove back to work and she told everyone she'd been in the bathroom. But Angela, she did keep that water.
Good for you, Mindy. Her book is so fantastic. I own this book. It is hilarious. It is a great read. Mindy, thank you so much for letting us use a little excerpt from it. And you have to come on the show. And she is, guys. So texted her. And she's coming on.
She's coming out. We won't say when, but it's happening. It's soon. You guys, if you're looking for entertainment right now, give it a try. The audiobook is available on the Penguin House audio website and SoundCloud.com. And thank you to Penguin Random House for letting us play the clip.
I love knowing that this was going on in the backdrop of us filming this episode. You're kicking a car, you're taking water, Jen Salada's on set cracking up. What is happening in the writer's room?
Should we move on to Fast Fact number 3?
I mean, I don't know how you beat 1 and 2, but go for it.
Well, I'm not sure I will, but I got a little scoop from Kentopedia about this episode.
Ooh.
All right, on the first shoot day of this episode, Kent reminded me that we had our big season 3 photo shoot for NBC, where we did a big cast photo shoot. We did individual photos, all in character. And since there weren't a lot of scenes happening in the break room, that's what we used for the photo shoot. I don't know if you remember it, Angela.
I do.
They set up a desk and then they would switch out the props on the desk and we would take single photos. And I have this very stern single photo of me holding a pencil and a pad of paper with a drawing on it that I've never felt properly represents the character of Pam, because I think I look Character of Pam because I think I look like a teacher who's ready to scold you in this photo, as opposed to a woman going through a life-altering journey of love and expression.
I have a photo of me looking very stern in a sort of a severe ponytail, and I'm holding up a card with a cat on it.
Well, then they took the desks away and they loaded the break room with paper boxes, and we all posed in front of them. Do you remember that one?
I do, because it was actually a very small space, and when they got us all in there, they then couldn't figure out how to get us all in the photo.
Yeah.
We were so jam-packed. So they had tiered these boxes like a little pyramid, and guess who had to crawl up to the tippity top? It was at the very top. And really, I just looked like a very tiny floating head in the way back of the photo. It's me.
Well, then they moved us all over to the warehouse. Do you remember this? And they made it rain paper on us.
They blew paper in a giant fan.
This was a little insane because it took, I can't even remember how many times to blow the paper.
Yeah, I have a great photo from this day. I don't know who took it, but it's in between. Whenever they blew the paper in the air, then they'd have to stop and reset it.
Yeah, they'd have to pick up all the paper from the ground.
Yeah, and then someone would have to bring it back and toss it back in the air, right? So it was like a 20-minute turnaround between these setups. And in between the setups, we all had to just stay there in the warehouse. We're like on the loading dock area, right?
Yeah.
And I'm in my skirt and my blouse, my severe ponytail, and I squat down, ladylike in a skirt. You know how you can tuck your skirt up in your leg and squat down so you're not ruining the mystery for anyone.
Sure.
You said sure like you weren't sure. I squat down in my Angela Martin outfit to talk to Paul Lieberstein. So there's this great photo of everyone sort of milling about in between this paper setup, and I'm squatting down so completely out of character talking to Paul. I love it.
Well, it was really crazy because we would have to shoot these whole episodes, but then also, like when they would be setting up a new scene, we would run off to the warehouse and take pictures with the paper coming down on us.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
It was super bizarre. And when Kent wrote me and reminded me of that, it all kind of came flooding back. Like, oh yeah, I remember how weird that was.
Yeah.
Well, listen, should we take a break and then get into this episode?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right, we'll be right back. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then pine mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladies free and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, so we're back. We are in the bullpen. That's what we would call the big main room where, Michael would always come out and talk to everyone. And he is doing a bit, guys. He has
he's got a bit.
He has stacked up some boxes of paper. Jenna, now that I remember that we were doing the photo shoot, I feel like those were the boxes that were in the break room that we took pictures on. I'm not even kidding.
They very may well have been.
So Michael's doing that classic stairs or escalator bit, where you stack up a bunch of stuff and then you slowly just kind of crouch down. And Dwight thinks it is the funniest thing he's ever seen.
Oh, Rain's reaction is like if you showed that to a 5-year-old.
Yeah. Yes.
Utter glee and just, this is the best joke he's ever seen.
It is. And also, he's laughing as if he's never heard of it.
Yes, this is all new to him.
He made it to be an adult man and has never seen the fake stairs bit. But, I think, in this episode, Pam is a little bit of the gym. Pam has taken on the jokester role, right?
Yeah.
So Ryan and Kevin join in. They ask him to get little things like a pen, But then Pam, showing a little bit of Pam sass, is like, how about a cup of coffee? How about you give me a cup of coffee? And Michael's like,
Well, I have a lot to say about this cold open, Ange.
Oh, I want to hear it.
First of all, this was not the original cold open in the script.
Somebody has the original script.
I've got a shooting draft of grief counseling.
Let's hear it.
The original cold open was in Stanford.
Wow.
And it involved a coworker of Jim wanting him to look at photos of her baby.
Oh, I saw this in a deleted scene. And yeah, she gets really put out with him because she shows him a picture of her husband and the baby in the bathtub. And Jim is like, finds it off-putting. He's like, oh God, they're in the bathtub. And she's like, oh, you know what? Come back to me when you have kids, okay? She gets really mad at him.
Well, this was the original cold open. This cold open was added later, and we shot it at the end of the week because it was an ad.
And we had all those boxes.
We had all those boxes from our photo shoot. Oh my gosh. I wonder if they were inspired. They were like, wait, I know what we can do with these
We had all these boxes just stacked in the middle of the soundstage.
We got it.
Yeah.
A lot of people wrote in and said, oh my gosh, how many takes did you guys do of this cold open? Because if you notice, Steve looks like he's like sweating when he brings Sam her coffee.
He's
He is sweating.
Sweat off.
He is so tired. Kent told me we did 10 takes.
Oh,
10 times. And every time we did a take, Steve went up and down the stairs 3 times.
Oh my God.
So he did that 30 times.
He was getting like a major, like, what are those, like your quads, says the person who never works out. What are those called?
Your quad.
He was getting like his
Probably some quad and glute.
quad and glute, and then he had to crawl around. Any wonder, poor guy.
And Kent also told me that we actually did 6 different camera setups for the scene because they had to move the camera in different places to do the shot when he's crawling, when he goes inside the kitchen, for his talking head, which is technically part of it. So yeah, but he walked up and down the stairs 30 times.
Oh my gosh, Steve, your butt.
Yeah.
Must have been so sore. Well, I have two little things in this opening scene. First of all, at 51 seconds, I think Angela kind of smiles. Oh, when Pam says get a cup of coffee, Angela kind of has a smile. Like there's a brief moment where I think she's on your side. I just wanted that to be documented.
Oh,
and then I have a great fan catch at 1 minute 27 seconds. Ready for this?
yeah.
Kelly and Chloe Harrigan and Shannon Rajowski, they wrote in and they noticed that when Michael returns from the kitchen, when he's crawling on the ground, that is Jim's coffee mug. That's the coffee mug that Jim always uses.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Isn't that a great catch? And I was like, I wonder if that was a little nod to Jim so that Jim's presence got to be in Scranton for a little moment.
I love that. Great catch, guys.
Great catch.
All right, so then we move into Michael's office, and he's on the phone with Jan, who informs him that they have lost Ed Truck.
And then Michael's like, well, I have his number somewhere. I can find it for you.
Yeah, and she's like, no, Michael, Ed Truck has died. He goes out into the room. He breaks the news to everybody. Kelly rushes up, gives him a hug.
Oh, we have a special appearance by Kelly's extensions and her bangs. They make a special appearance.
They are hugging Michael, giving him some comfort. And then Michael approaches Pam for a little awkward hug.
So awkward. And lady, I have a track moment. I'm tracking it.
What are you tracking?
You know I love to track the plants at front reception.
Are there more new plants?
Well, whatever happens to them, they make an appearance and then we never see them again. At 3 minutes 29 seconds, I am pretty sure that's a succulent. We have a succulent. Succulent alert! Succulent alert at front reception. We'll probably never see it again. But when Michael hugs Pam awkwardly, you get a nice shot of that succulent.
I'm not kidding. I really need to start a spreadsheet.
A really complex spreadsheet.
All the things we're tracking. Well, next we move over to the Stanford office, and a staff meeting becomes very awkward when Josh is super sexist and condescending to Karen.
Oh, he was. He sort of just totally dismissed her. I know.
Yeah, seriously. And then he puts Jim in charge of her for the day.
Oh, gross.
Oh my gosh. Is this just like, this is like a physical representation of mansplaining, I feel like.
Yeah. You know what,
just
Jim, why don't you check in on that?
Yeah, why don't you oversee that, Jim?
Why don't you check in on that?
And she's like, yeah,
thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Well, we had a fan catch from Brandon. He says at 3 minutes and 42 seconds, when Karen is flipping through her stack of papers, I think I see a page from the script in her note.
Oh, that's
Brandon,
such a good catch.
You do. I froze it. Oh, yeah. She's got a little script page. We used to do that, remember, Aunt? We used to hide script pages in our notebooks. I used to keep them in a drawer. Like, in between takes, I would open my drawer and I would be like, okay, wait, did I get it? Did I get it? Did I get it? And then I shut my drawer again.
Yes, we had scripts hidden everywhere on that set. Yeah, that we could just peek at between scenes to make sure we were like on our lines, or if we wanted to like prep right before. I mean, obviously we had worked on them and we knew our lines, but when you're doing a bunch of takes, sometimes you're like, oh wait, crap, what was that? And you just want to do a quick peek.
But also, you know, they would have their writer's draft, and then we would read it at a table read, and then they would make a bunch of changes, and they would start on Monday with what was called the shooting draft. And that's what I have. I have a bunch of shooting drafts left over. But every single morning we would arrive to work and there would be a stack of new pages. They were rewritten scenes just for that day.
They would hand you the pages sometimes that morning and be like, okay, here we go, guys. These are your changes for the day.
You better believe we were hiding pages in our desks and notebooks. But yes, Brandon, you saw one.
That just tickled me because that is so true. That's a good catch. Okay, so now at 4 minutes, 2 seconds, Karen is really disappointed, you guys, because the chips that she likes, they're not in the vending machine. But I think Jim felt bad at the way Josh treated her, and he now wants to make amends, right? He wants to try to help her find these potato chips. And this whole scene about Karen and her potato chips just got me thinking about Rashida's breakfast order. Okay, do you remember her breakfast order?
No.
Okay, well, we often were in hair and makeup together at the same time, and I texted her because I was like, Rashida, I totally just had this memory of your breakfast order. Here was the great thing about our caterer, Sergio. First of all, he was amazing. But if your order became kind of popular, if other people liked it, you would get your name on the menu. Yes. So you would walk up to the truck to order breakfast in the morning, the food truck, and you could order a Rashida Angela size. Because I always wanted everything half portion, because it was just big. The portions were big, and I'm a little person, so I'd always say, can I have half of that? So they started calling it Angela size. So here's what the Rashida was. And Sergio, I ran into Sergio a while back because I was working on a Netflix show, and he was the caterer for it, for Mindy's show, Never Have I Ever. He was the caterer. Yeah, Mindy hired him, which was fantastic. We had a little mini office reunion, and here's the Rashida, which you can still order from Sergio. Ready? Yes. A corn tortilla, poached egg, black beans, avocado, turkey bacon, Cholula on the side. And I was texting with Rashida about it, and she was like, I don't even know how I functioned after eating that. Like, why should I have just gone and taken a nap? But that's called the Rashida. But
I can get that Angela size if I'm not that hungry.
Yeah, I'd like the Rashida Angela size, please.
Oh my gosh, that brought back so many memories. Molly Neck wrote in to say, guys, you can see her favorite chips in the vending machine, slot B1.
Okay, so there's a row of potato chips in the vending machine, but apparently those aren't the ones that Karen wants.
Yes, Karen wants salt and vinegar potato chips. I did a mini deep dive on hers potato chips. And Philadelphia Magazine did a ranking of all the Hearst potato chips, and salt and vinegar was their #1 chip. So it might make sense that it was hard to find because it's the #1 chip. Close behind was cheddar horseradish. Pam's favorite sour cream and onion was #4.
Our favorite is their barbecue chips. I love their Hearst barbecue chips.
I don't know where that is in the ranking.
On the ranking? Okay.
I'm sorry, I just looked that one up.
Okay.
But I do have a script catch for you as well. We're not done talking about this yet. In the shooting draft of the script, her favorite chips were going to be salsa verde Doritos.
Wow. So here we go. We're going back to Scranton, and Creed is in Michael's office with Dwight and Michael, and he tells them that Ed was decapitated. And Michael's like, what? And he goes, yeah. He was flying down the road, he'd been drinking, and I guess ran into a semi-truck, right? And was decapitated.
Yeah. Angela, we got a lot of mail about this scene with Creed. Okay, there is a very, very big debate online over whether or not Creed, the character, is making it up that Ed was decapitated, or if it's the truth.
The truth within the show. And Creed told some crazy stories, both on camera and off camera. So I can see where this sort of like controversy, if you will, around Creed's retelling of this. Is it true? Is it not?
Fiona, Danielle, Kelly, Danny, Mackenzie, Adam, and Valerie They all said, how did Creed know the details of Ed Truck's death if Michael was the first to know from corporate? So their theory is that Creed's making it up because there's no possible way for him to know more details than Michael. And then Maria pointed out that Creed lies later in another episode and says that Dwight was decapitated. That's in the episode The Return. So she's like, maybe Creed is just obsessed with decapitation because he's a weird character. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. I love that you guys were all writing back and forth about this. I think that because Creed knew Ed, he actually knew Ed, maybe there was someone he called. But we decided, hey, let's go to the source. Let's ask Jen Salata. Was this story made up by Creed the character, or was it truth in the sort of scope of the show? Did this really happen? So here's what Jen had to say.
Did Ed Truck really get decapitated? Sadly for Ed Truck, he did really get decapitated. It sounds like a Creed story, but it actually was a true story. In the world of our show, there's no Ed Truck, and he didn't really lose his head. However, in the world of The Office, he did get decapitated for real. I think it was Greg that came up with the decapitation. I can't quite remember, and Greg can't remember, but I remember spending a lot of time talking about the way Michael's former boss would die and how it had to be something very sudden and jarring so that it could be a shock to Michael Scott's system, that he could just freak out one day because he's just living his life and going into the office, and then all of a sudden he could be dead. So I think that is where the decapitation came from. Unfortunately, I also can't remember who came up with decapitated from his head. I feel like it wasn't me because I would have been really proud of it if it was me and I'd remember that. But yeah, the decapitation was real for Ed Truck. Sorry, Ed Truck.
There you have it. Ed Truck really got decapitated. Creed actually got some facts that Michael didn't know. This is the like slippery slope with Creed. And let me tell you, this is true in real life and as his character. He'll say something and you're like, that's not true. And then it's 100% true. And then he'll say something else and it's total BS. So,
Yes.
Welcome to the world of Creed.
That is true. Well, after this, Michael decides to break the news to the whole office. I love the little couplet. I just loved it. I watched it over and over of Michael being like, I don't know how to tell you this. And then Dwight is like, Ed Truck was decapitated.
And he goes, what?
And Michael's like, what do you think? He's like, you said you didn't know how to say it.
You said you didn't know how to say it. Dwight is so literal, right?
So literal. Yeah.
Oh my God. It made me laugh so hard too.
Well, lady, I want to talk about something in this scene because at 5 minutes and 38 seconds, I wrote down Angela's face.
What'd they do?
I feel like in this moment, you have what I would consider to be a quintessential Angela reaction. You made so many sour faces on our show. And they are so funny to me because I never see you make these faces in real life. They are so not your personality, but they have been turned into memes. You are known for this just disapproving look. But it's like, it's just funny to me because in real life, you are nothing like this.
You know, people write in and say, oh, you have resting bitch face. You've heard that expression, right? RBF.
Yeah.
But now they're just calling it resting Angela Martin face. It's like resting Angela face. But you know, this is cracking me up right now, like in a whole different way, because I am doing this show called VR Chef. You know, I'm hosting this family cooking competition.
Lady, you know I know this. We watch it. We watch it religiously. My kids love this show. You guys, it's a cooking show. It's on Disney Plus. You have to watch it. It's families cooking and competing, and Angela's the host, and it is just the sweetest, most uplifting, most just pure fun.
Oh, that is so sweet. Here's the thing my family's doing. So you're saying that you froze on my face making the sour face?
Yeah.
My family keeps doing, like, freezing the screen when I'm making the weirdest faces. I guess in VR Chef, I have learned that I talk really animated and I move my hands around and it's like I'm Jim Carrey. My kids think I look crazy most of the time on VR Chef. And their favorite thing now is to screen grab it and text me.
I'm loving it. And Angela, I have to say, this last Friday when it came on, I was like, guys, we're going to watch want to be our chef? And Angela's on. And my daughter goes, you really love Angela. Aw, she is your best friend. And I said, she is my best friend.
Aw, that is so sweet.
I know. I know.
So sweet. Okay, so yes, I make weird faces, everybody. I make weird faces. While we're talking about my weird faces, Jenna, in the scene where Dwight asked Angela to put his head on ice, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
yes.
this is around 5 minutes, 44 seconds. Right at the top of the scene, I'm getting something out of the vending machine. Did you notice my jacket?
Yeah, lady, I have the same time code. 5 minutes, 44 seconds, I wrote, Angela Wardrobe, what's up? What is up with your very odd, short-sleeved jacket? What is this item?
It is a short,
Can it be purchased, or was this made for you?
No, I think someone purchased it or found it in a warehouse on like NBC. But it is a short sleeve, striped, kind of like a dress jacket. And I jokingly called it to wardrobe my Janet Jackson jacket. Because do you remember, I loved Janet Jackson. And do you remember Rhythm Nation, her album Rhythm Nation? Okay, watch the music video of the song All Right. She is wearing this pinstripe jacket. Of course, mine was short sleeve, hers was like regular. But we jokingly called this to the wardrobe department my Janet Jackson jacket. I don't know. It was so weird. It was weird. It was like short sleeve.
I'm sorry to whoever designed it, but it's like your short sleeve blouse is peeking out underneath your short sleeve jacket. It's an odd
It's
design.
a total mess. It's a total mess. But it makes me laugh to look back on it.
It a little bit reminds me of something that you might see on Project Runway when they had to like make a jacket out of another jacket.
But it
Like
had
they had
not
to like reimagine the jacket.
reimagine the jacket, and they just made it a short sleeve jacket, and they were voted off.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, guys. So then we have a pretty adorable Dwight talking head where he says that he wants to be frozen when he dies, even if they have to do it in pieces. Even if he is decapitated, he wants to be frozen because he will wake up stronger than ever, and he will have been able to use that time to figure out how he died and how he could have better defended himself.
Yeah, he's thought it through. He's thought it through.
I
But
love those
Angela-
talking heads.
Angela does not want to participate in this. She doesn't
No.
want to.
No. So now Michael is on the phone with Jan. And he really doesn't understand why they have a day honoring Martin Luther King when he didn't even work at Dunder Mifflin.
Yeah. But Ed Truck sat at his same desk and has died. And Jan's like, okay, listen, do you want to just give everyone the day off? And he's like, you don't get these people. They wouldn't want that.
No, they don't want to go home. What they want is a robot statue of Ed Truck.
The eyes light up.
Yeah.
That's what they want.
Well, we had a fan question here from Sierra. When Michael is on the phone with Jan and has an article with a picture of himself and Ed on the desk in front of him, he slowly drags the corner of an envelope down to cover Ed's head, you know, because he's been decapitated. Was that scripted? Yes, that action was scripted. It was in the script. And then, of course, you see the camera made sure to capture it.
So smart. So smart. So thought out. Well, I really thought Dwight's drawing of the robot with the 6-foot extension cord to the wall so it couldn't attack him, I thought that was fantastic. And I wanted to know who drew it, but we probably don't know, do we?
We don't know. We have fan questions about that too, Ange, and I tried to find out, but I couldn't get the answer for you. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I don't
feel
think
like
it was
Ray
Ray.
drew it in the back, just quickly on a notepad.
I'm sure. But I feel like I can say with 99% certainty it was not Rain.
I feel like Rain might have doodled on it during the scene, but the original drawing was not Rain.
Yes.
Okay, now we have to go back over to Stanford. I actually texted Ed Helms. I said, Ed, you just made me do the snort laugh so hard. Because here we are, Jim and Karen are still trying to find these chips. They're having a hard time, but Jim's like, we're not going to quit. And she's like, I'm not a quitter. And then Andy's like, what's the game? What are we playing? I'm in. And then they tell him we can't find the chips. And he's like, did you check the vending machine? And they're like, no, actually we checked the fax machine. And you see how pissed off Andy gets at them because he knows they're being smart asses. And he just looks at them so seriously and goes, did you check your butt? It made me laugh out loud. It made me laugh so hard. I watched it twice back to back because I was like, oh my God. And then I texted Ed. I said, Ed, you are so funny in this scene. And I texted him the line and he was like, we were trading texts about it, just cracking up.
Well, that line is in the script. I went and looked. I had to know. But I don't know if you noticed in this scene, 7 minutes, 35 seconds, the smile post-it is gone from Jim's computer.
You've been tracking that post-it lately.
I've been tracking it.
God.
All right, and I don't know if you noticed, I mean, he's acting more like Jim now, right? Like he's got a little thing, he's dazzling a lady with his charm. He's getting more comfortable.
Yeah, he's more comfortable, and he has an adventure within work, right? That's kind of like, this is a boring job to Jim, so he always has to find a distraction to get him through the day.
Jim's the guy who makes work more fun, right? With his little things like this that he does. So he's back to his old ways.
Back at the Scranton branch, Michael is just obsessed now. He just can't stop thinking about Ed Truck, and he's really starting to internalize it about himself, right? Like, what if I were gone? No one cares here. No one cares. And he decides that they probably need some grief counseling. They're in denial.
Yeah, he wants us to know the stages of grief, and he feels like it's his job to take us through them. He doesn't know if he can get us all the way to acceptance, but if he can get us depressed, he will have done his job.
It's such a great line.
It's such a good line.
I have a really great little tidbit right here.
What is it?
Okay, so in the deleted scenes, Toby is actually a trained grief counselor.
Okay.
Yes, and so, Dwight's like, Toby should probably lead us through this. He's a trained grief counselor. And Toby starts to walk them through the steps. They're in the conference room. And Michael's like, oh, you're ruining everything. It's going to take me forever to undo what you've done. And of course, Toby was being perfectly normal and appropriate, right? Yes, Michael's like, you're ruining it. And this whole scene is in the conference room taking place around the conference table. Everyone's sitting there. And Michael's like, that's it. I'm going to have to fix everything you've ruined, Toby. Ryan, Dwight, take the conference table out. We're going to take a 5-minute break while they reset. And we're coming back in here. And I'm going to lead you in grief counseling. And I about fell out of my chair because, in my knowledge, that is the first time we have ever referenced the dang conference table.
Oh my gosh, and now we know who's always moving it. It's Dwight and Ryan.
Dwight and Ryan. Where they put it, I don't know. But
we don't know.
It was the first time I ever heard Michael say, okay, let's get the conference table out of here.
Yes, acknowledging that the conference table can be removed and replaced
on a whim.
How do they get it out of the way?
I don't know. They probably have to take it apart. But Michael's like, we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. And when we get back in here, we're going to get down to it. And then the next scene is them with the little ball that they're about to toss around. But that's a deleted scene that sets it up.
I love that. I love that. Well, listen, why don't we take a break? And then when we come back, we will meet Michael in the conference room for some of his grief counseling.
Yeah, maybe.
Sound good?
Maybe Roy will stop by. Who knows?
He might, because Pam might need a little break as well. All right, we'll be right back.
Jenna, you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays.
What did you do?
Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there's some different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com movie.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. And we're back. Here we are. Angela, what did you do during the break?
I went and got an iced tea, Jenna, and I said hi to my husband, and I walked up, I guess, behind him kind of quietly, and I scared the crap out of him. I was like, hey, he was like, ah! Why does it get me so tickled? I don't know why. Spooking him makes me laugh so hard.
I got a cup of coffee and then I put the sheets from the washer into the dryer. And I'm all excited that I'm podcasting and doing the laundry at the same time because you know I love a good multitasking.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I have laundry going, lady. I started in the morning. Oh, it's going.
Okay.
It's also, I find that when I do laundry, I can't podcast in my closet because you can hear the dryer.
Sure.
So on the days I do laundry, I podcast in my shed.
There you go.
There you go. Making it work. Podcasting from home.
I'm in my pajamas. I never said that at the beginning.
Oh, I noticed.
I
didn't say anything, but I noticed.
I did my hair though. I don't know what that says about me. When my hair is done, I feel good, even if I'm still in my pajamas. There you go. All right, guys, we are back in the conference room, and Michael is going to lead us in some grief exercises. It involves taking a ball, and when you have the ball, you can talk about a moment of grief in your life. Michael goes first. Yes, of course. Michael goes first, and he talks about Ed Truck. Angela, when he says his feelings about Ed Truck, it's so good. He goes on and on. I asked Sam to pull a clip so that we could all listen to it together.
Oh, God, I'm so happy about this because I wrote in my journal that in this scene, this particular moment, we could not get through.
And lady, it's not in the script. This was, I think, an improvisation by Steve.
Oh my God. Okay, well, there's one line. I'm not going to say it yet. Let's listen to it. There's one line that I wrote in my journal. We all disintegrated. So,
oh my God, wait, hold on. What is it, baby? Sunny got a bird. Oh, okay, hold on.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
He got one of the dogs. Yeah. And what's happening?
Got a bird. Sunny is their cat. So here's the thing. This podcast started with me telling about a squirrel that ate a bird, and now their cat just got a bird. I'm telling you, this is the bird funeral podcast.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm back.
What happened?
You guys, we got a grocery delivery, and Sunny shot out the door, and I guess caught a bird, right? This is so insane that we're doing this episode right now. And Angela, you had a squirrel eating your bird when you were prepping.
I had a squirrel eating a bird. Now your cat is attacked a bird.
Okay, but listen, it's good news. I have good news. We caught Sunny. We wrestled him to the ground. We got the bird out of his mouth, and it's a pretty big bird, and he was unharmed. The bird was unharmed.
You saved the bird.
The bird's okay. Michael would be so happy.
What's going to happen next week for the initiation?
I don't know.
I don't want to be initiated, Jenna.
No,
I don't want it.
Oh, please.
Don't bring that over here.
I don't want any of that.
All right. Well, that was crazy, and
So sorry.
I can't believe this is all happening in grief counseling. But where were we?
All right, let's play this clip of Michael talking about his grief of Ed Truck.
I lost Ed Truck, and it feels like somebody took my heart and dropped it into a bucket of boiling tears. And at the same time, somebody else is hitting my soul in the crotch with a frozen sledgehammer. And then a third guy walks in and starts punching me in the grief bone. And I'm crying, and nobody can hear me because I'm terribly alone.
Angela, Can I guess the line that we couldn't get through?
Yeah.
Is it frozen sledgehammer?
Wait, I put every one of us broke when he said that his soul was getting hit in the crotch with a frozen sledgehammer.
Yes.
That's what I wrote in my journal. I said we could not keep it together.
Okay, I said that's not in the script. I don't know if he was handed that rewrite on the day, but it feels like that's a Steve improv. That feels like Steve to me.
Man, that got us good though. Oh man.
That is so good. Well, then Roy walks in. There's a problem with Pam's car. Can she come down to the parking lot and take a look at it?
Oh yeah. So there is an extended scene of this, the deleted scene. So if you thought it was awkward enough, their conversation by the car, it's extended and even more awkward. Jenna, here's my question for you. How did Roy know that she was stuck in the conference room? How? How did he know there was grief counseling? How?
Oh. Okay, I think you're implying that she called Roy and told him about it.
I'm just saying, how did he know? How did he know?
Okay, I have a take on it. I think Michael called Daryl down in the warehouse and said, bring everyone up for some grief counseling, and Daryl was like, no.
Well, that would explain it. Yes, that would explain it.
We had a fan question from Alexa Porter. Was there ever talk of putting Pam and Roy back together, or was it all just a setup to mess with our feelings? Well, there was talk in the writer's room that maybe Roy could win Pam back. Remember, David Denman was made a series regular for season 3.
Yeah.
So he's going to be making a lot of appearances this season. I can tell you guys, nothing was decided at this point about what would happen with Jim and Pam, what would happen with Pam and Roy. They were feeling it out week to week. I totally remember that. I also remember it was constantly said that maybe in the series of The Office, Jim and Pam would not end up together in the end, but would instead lead one another to their actual true loves. It had not been decided right now that Jim and Pam were one another's true loves.
When you just said that, I got angry. Oh, I was like, no, Jim and Pam end up together. No.
Well, I think maybe that's why the writing of their characters felt so authentic, because the writers were figuring out their relationship at the same time that Jim and Pam were.
Yeah, so we're as an audience, we feel that, like, what will happen? We don't know. These are two people on journeys trying to find themselves, and hopefully that leads them back to each other.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
All right, so while Pam and Roy are out in the parking lot, I'm sure Pam was really hoping that she's going to come back to the conference room and the grief counseling's almost over. But no, they waited for her because they're a family.
They waited for her.
Yes, there's a great scene on the DVD. It's a deleted scene, and Michael is trying to get everyone to loosen up, right? For the grief counseling, he's like, hey guys, take your jackets off, loosen your ties, take off your shoes. Ladies, let your hair down. And Angela goes, I don't think Kevin should take off his shoes. And Kevin gets really annoyed, and then he has a talking head that he says, all right, listen, I have hyperhidrosis, okay? So we find out that he has this disease that makes your feet sweat really, really badly. So I guess he's been taking his shoes off over in accounting. I love this little tidbit, and I'm sad it didn't make it in.
Well, this explains why when Pam walks into the room, Kevin's feet are up on her chair and his shoes are off.
Yes, people wrote in and asked about that. It's because in the deleted scene, Michael's getting everyone to loosen up, and we find out that Kevin has, how do you say it? Hyperhidrosis.
Angela, I love that. That's a good catch. That's a good catch. Good tip. Tidbit.
It's a Kinsey tidbit.
All right, so when Pam does finally get back, they begin again, and Dwight is the first one to share. This is one of my favorite things. And Dwight shares that he was supposed to have a twin, but he absorbed the twin in utero. All right, we had a fan question from Arita Jolly. Did Rainn Wilson make the whole absorbing twin thing up, or was it scripted? Well, first of all, I will tell you, it is not in the script. I don't know if Rain made it up, but in the script, Dwight was supposed to say this. He was supposed to say, in the blizzard of 97, 12 shrews died in the basement of our house. They drank beer cider that had already turned. President McKinley declared it a national emergency. Now, my favorite thing about that is that clearly it's not 1997. It's like 1897.
Yeah.
I guess. But that was originally Dwight's grief share.
So here's the thing. I reached out to Jen Salata about this, and this is maybe one of my favorite text threads of all time. This is what tickled me so much, is that Jen Salata, Jenna, she's one of our people. She's a deep diver. She is a deep, the minute I asked her, she went on a deep dive for the whole afternoon. Ready? So I say, okay, Jen, Dwight's speech about absorbing his twin is not in the script. Was that an improv? Did you tell him on the day? She goes, oh my God, I don't remember. Oh my God, I love that speech. And sadly, it wasn't mine. I'm going to start texting people. Please hold.
Oh, I love this so much.
This happened throughout the day. She said, I texted Rain. Rain actually thinks it was an alt pitched from Paul. Jen said, here's a side note. I had a friend that reabsorbed his twin, but I definitely didn't come up with the strength of a baby. She said, I'm going to check with Paul where that part came from. Please hold. She texts Paul. Paul says he thinks it was Justin Spitzer. Hold 1 second. Now texting Justin.
Justin was another one of our writers.
This is what Justin texted Jen back. I still remember that because it was early season 3 and I was so nervous about proving myself. I guess, yes, I came up with it. But the thing that really sold it to me was the last line about him having the strength of a grown man plus a baby. And that was something that Paul Lieberstein added after. So I think he deserves a fair amount of credit as well.
So I'm giving that a slow clap into a big clap.
Yes. Wow. It was a two-hander that Paul and Justin pitched.
I love that we got to the bottom of that mystery because it is one of my all-time favorite Dwightisms. Also, guys, Justin Spitzer is the creator of the show Superstore.
Justin is so talented. He's so talented.
I love him.
Love him. Anyway,
I think the only place to go from here is back to our grief circle. And we need to hear from some others.
Okay, so we're back into the grief counseling scene, and Stanley has just refused. He is not going to participate.
No.
He chunks that ball back at Michael. Hey.
I heard that.
Yeah, you heard that. But Pam agrees to participate, and she's going to share a story about her family, but it's clearly just the synopsis for the movie $1 Million Baby.
Yeah.
I mean, again, Pam is now the Jim. She's the jokester.
Yes. And then Ryan joins in, and he shares a story that is very clearly the Lion King.
I mean, he says the word Mufasa. I mean, come on. But then Kevin catches on and he's tickled. He wants to participate. He wants to play the game. But he goes too broad, too on the nose, and he basically breaks down Weekend at Bernie's. And Michael's like, what? Hold up. That's a movie. And he gets really ticked off.
Okay, so there was a lot of curiosity about these movie plots in the conference room. We got a fan question from Tristan, who wants to know, when everyone is in the conference room for Michael's counseling session, did the cast improvise the movie plots that were mentioned, or were they scripted?
Jenna, to my knowledge, they were all scripted. That's how I remember it.
Yes, I looked these up in the shooting draft, and Pam's $1 Million Baby story and Kevin's Weekend at Bernie's story are both in the script. However, Ryan's fake movie story is different. Yes. In the script, he talks about Thelma and Louise. This is what he says. He says, my mom's sister Thelma died last year. She was with her friend named Lucy. A cop was trying to pull them over, and I guess the brakes must have not been working because they ended up driving over a cliff, and it was a total shock to everyone.
Okay, well, we wanted to get to the bottom of this, so we reached out to the source, the writer of this episode, Jen Salata, and this is what she had to say.
For the movies in the grief counseling session, I was really excited. It was really fun to think about. I went off on script and needed to find a way that everybody would sit there with Michael Scott and not share their own personal stories of huge loss, because it just didn't seem like they would do that. So I thought they should share movie plot lines as if they were their own lives. And I came up with $1 Million Baby for you, Jennifer, Pam, and then also for Kevin, Weekend at Bernie's. And for Ryan, I had a different one. I think BJ came up with The Lion King. I don't quite remember, but I think it was BJ, and I love that one. The one I had, I actually found my first draft of the script. I had Ryan, I'll read you the line. It's not as good as the Lion King one, but I had Ryan say, "This is almost too horrible to talk about, but I had a cousin who was a big city lawyer, and he was visiting an Amish town not far from here, and he was smothered to death in their grain silo." And then I had Michael say, "Ooh, that must have made you really sad, did it?" And Ryan says, "Yes." So I think that was Witness. So I had Ryan's from Witness. I wish I could remember some of the other ones, because I feel like we had other ones that we pitched on, but those were the ones from my first draft. And then, of course, the Lion King Circle of Life was fantastic. And Ryan saying it'll take about an hour and a half to tell it was like such a great line.
That is amazing. By the way, my college roommate and I used to watch Witness, and we would say to each other all the time, "Be careful out among them English." Thank you. That is my movie quote from Witness. But isn't that wild, Jenna, that Ryan's movie went through 3 versions? It was Witness, and then it was, I guess, Thelma and Louise, according to your script. But The Lion King is what made it in the show.
Yeah, clearly they had a lot of alts for these movie plots, but all of them were scripted, guys. All of them written by our awesome writers. We did not improvise that stuff.
Love that. Love that little tidbit, Jen Salata.
So, guys, Michael gets pretty upset that people are not taking this seriously. You know, he says the guy who used to do his job and sit at his desk has died and no one cares.
Yeah.
And Toby tries to talk him down and tries to explain that this is just life, and that this morning he saw a bird fly into the window downstairs and die. Michael freaks out.
Oh my gosh, Toby, what are you thinking? He totally attaches to that. Now Michael's grief for Ed is somehow wrapped into this bird. It's going to be a whole thing.
Yeah, he runs downstairs. He freaks out. He wants to see if the bird is alive. I had a fan catch here from Kendra. At 14 minutes, 33 seconds, when Michael runs through the front door to get the bird, he runs past the security desk, and the security guard is not Hank.
Oh, good catch.
Yeah, different security guard. Hank took a personal day, you guys. I guess so. Well, Michael attempts to resuscitate the bird in the kitchen. Angela, you're not pleased.
So Michael is determined to save this bird. He brings it into the kitchen. Angela Martin is not pleased. She's like, "No, that shouldn't be in here. Get it out."
Well, she is not pleased, and Angela, she's not wrong.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Jenna.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We had a fan question from Ellie Friedlander. She wants to know, was that a real dead bird? No. No, Ellie, it was a fake bird. I reached out to Phil. He told me that he found 3 dead fake bird options and presented them to Jen, Roger, our director, and Greg. They chose the one that you see in the show. And Angela, I have to say, when he texted me back that he presented the 3 dead birds, I imagined in my head that they were on a silver tray. Because remember, Phil would always present you your props on a silver tray.
Yes.
And I was just imagining it. And I wrote it back and I said, "Phil, were they on a silver tray?" And he said, "You know me too well."
These are the moments in our show where I'm like, "Hey, babe, how was your day? What'd you do today?" "Well, I had to find 3 fake dead birds."
Yeah.
I scoured.
Or like when Greg goes home and his wife Suzanne is like, "Hey, hon, how'd it go shooting today?" He's like, "Great, I picked a dead bird."
Yeah.
I picked the yellow one.
I made my dead bird selection.
Yes, exactly. Well, Michael then tells the staff, attention, we are holding a funeral for this bird at 4 p.m. in the parking lot. Be there. It's on.
Jenna, now I think it's time to check back in on Jim and Karen.
Oh, yes. Have they found the chips?
Where are they? Where are they in their search for this very hard to find potato chip bag?
That's actually in the vending machine.
That might
but
be in the
that's
vending machine.
That is in the vending machine.
That
Go ahead.
That, according to a fan catch, is B1 in the vending machine.
Yeah, it's right there waiting for that.
Well, Karen kind of impresses Jim because she decides to call Montreal, the Montreal factory, to see if they have them, and she speaks French. A lot of people wrote in about this. Brianna Bullard and many, many others want to know, does Rashida Jones actually know French? So I texted Rashida, since we're already texting about her breakfast order. She's probably like, Angela, what is happening? This is what she said. She goes, no, at this time, I didn't know French. I worked really hard on that line. But a few years later, I ended up going to France to do a French immersion school in the south of France. Maybe this scene was the beginning and it got me inspired.
Wow, that's crazy. She did not speak French, but now she does.
Yes, I was like, I want to go to a French immersion class in the south of France. That sounds amazing.
Same. I took French in high school.
You did?
Oh, I have a story about that, actually.
Yeah.
Can I tell this real quickly?
Yeah.
I took French in high school from Sister Landry. I went to a Catholic school. Sister Landry was my French teacher. And I dreamed, I told you guys this before, I dreamed from the time I was a little girl that I would one day go to Paris. And then in my 30s, it finally happened. Of course, at this point, I was now very far from my French training. Couldn't really speak French. But Lee and I, we went to a little farmer's market. And I guess in France, you don't touch the fruit.
Uh-oh.
Okay? You don't select your own produce. You point to it or you trust the person selling the produce to select the best pieces for you. I didn't know this, okay?
Oh my gosh. I pick up things, I thump them, I smell them.
No, lady,
Uh-oh.
don't do it.
Uh-oh.
If you go to a farmer's market in France, here's my hot tip for you. Do not touch that fruit.
Don't
Don't
thump the melon.
thump the melon in France, okay?
Okay.
Now, all through this trip, we've been going to restaurants and we've been going to tourist places, and I was just fumbling with my French. I couldn't get anything out. I could read the menus, but I couldn't order anything. I thought I was going to really help us, but I couldn't help us. But here we are. We're at this little market. I have done the faux pas, I believe that's French, the faux pas of touching the fruit. And this woman turns to her coworker and goes off on me. She, in French, is calling me kind of like a dumb American. Yeah, basically, whatever it was, just these Americans come here and they touch our fruit. She was like going on and on, okay, in French. I was this mixture of just like embarrassed, but also felt like, I'm sorry. How was I supposed to know that? I'm a nice person.
I'm not a bad person. I'm sorry I picked up that banana.
And Angela, this fluent French spilled out of my mouth at this woman. And in French, I suddenly had the command to say, I'm so sorry, but in the United States, we pick our own fruit. I didn't know about your custom. I apologize, but you don't need to say nasty things about me. And the look on her face was like, oh, because she certainly didn't think that the fruit-touching American could speak French or understand French. And by the way, I didn't know that I had such a command of the language until I was insulted in a farmer's market in Paris.
And then your superpower came out.
Yeah,
You know how like some superheroes, their power doesn't come through until they're in crisis.
I was like a mom lifting a car off her baby.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so now we're back at Dunder Mifflin, and Kelly is crying by the copier in the annex.
Yeah.
She is in tears. Michael thinks he's finally made a breakthrough until she reveals that she's really crying about her plans with Ryan. I have a question about this scene.
Okay.
What is up with this second copier in the annex? Is it always there?
I have never seen it before.
What is happening?
I think they just rolled it in from the bullpen for the scene.
I feel like they did, and they did it because in the background, in the break room, Dwight is in there. You can see him over Kelly's shoulder trying to shove this bird into an empty soda can. I feel like that's why they had to put the copier there to combine these two moments, to have a reason for Michael to be back there.
Right, and for him to see over his shoulder and all of that. Exactly. That copier did not live there in that hallway. They just shoved it there. Yeah.
I did not think so. I feel like I will track this. It's going to be a soft track, but I am going to look for this copier more.
I think it should be a very soft track because I would be bold enough to say I think it might be the only time it's in the annex. I know that's setting myself up for some fan mail of like Angela actually in season 8, but I'm just saying I don't think that copier visits the annex very often.
Guys, if you're watching another episode and you see that copier, write to us. You can go to our website, officeladies.com, and submit questions or comments, or write to us at officeladies@earwolf.com.
Okay, here we go.
We want to know. We want to know. All right, but this leads us into one of my favorite Dwight talking heads, where he explains he's justifying why is he shoving this bird into a can, and it's because he grew up on a farm.
Yeah.
And guys, they reburied his grandfather in an old oil drum. Okay, hold on.
I mean, the same grandfather that was buried in the suit that he wore. Like, what's happening? How many times has this guy been brought up out of the ground?
This is one of my favorite things about our show. Teresa S. also loves it. She wrote in to say, in Casino Night, Dwight says that his grandfather was buried in the tuxedo he's wearing.
Yeah.
And in grief counseling, he said his grandfather was reburied in an oil drum. Reburied? She wrote, reburied.
What happened?
What is the story behind Dwight's grandfather? Was he exhumed for some reason? And did Dwight take the tuxedo off his dead grandfather before reburying him?
And then folded
It
him
sounds
up?
like it.
Then he folded him up and tried to shove him in a drum?
Teresa, that's exactly what it sounds like. This is some of my favorite writing on our show. In that moment in Casino Night, when Dwight just says he's wearing a tuxedo, my grandfather was buried in it. That's it. We say no more about it. And then 3 episodes later, he's like, when my grandfather was reburied. And it's like, slowly, it's all coming together. Sort of, not completely. This is one of my favorite bits of how our show is written.
So now we're at reception, right? And Pam has prepared this really beautiful box for the bird funeral. I mean, it is amazing, the attention to detail. She asked Dwight if he would perhaps want to play a song. She's like, do you have your recorder? He's like, always. And you know, Pam has this really sweet talking head where she's like, well, you know what? I didn't anticipate I'd be throwing a bird funeral today, but you never know, working here.
That's right. We had a fan question from Andrew S. Did Jenna make the box for the bird funeral herself, or was that a Phil Shea creation? Either way, how was it constructed? Well, guys, I did not make it. Phil Shea made it. He said he actually made a few options and presented them again to Jen and Roger and Greg. They picked the one that they liked, and then Phil had to make multiples of it because, you know, it gets set on fire.
Yeah.
So he had to make a whole bunch of those. I looked it up in the script, and it was described in the script. So here's what Phil had to go off of. It said, it is a hollowed out tissue box with tissue padding in the center for the bird to lie on, and the outside is decorated in tissue paper and has a tiny little toothpick cross. My favorite part are the handles. The handles.
Yes.
Made out of the pencils. So that was the Phil edition. That was just Phil.
Yeah. He needed to make sure that tiny bird casket had little bars for the pallbearers. The tiny pallbearers.
Yes. We are going to wrap things up in Stanford now, guys. Jim found the chips. He left them on her desk. He's quite pleased with himself.
Yeah, I really wanted my mom to record a sting that said Flirty Jim, but we couldn't get it together.
Oh, well, these scenes drove people crazy. I went back and looked at some of the comments from when this aired. Oh, here is what they said. D-Temp said, I feel kind of weird about Jim and Karen. But Hartman said, the Karen thing? Why am I liking it? But I am.
Whoa. I remember people freaking out about it.
Well, Keely said Jim and Karen have great chemistry. And Mandy said, okay, I'm sorry, I can't believe there are actually people out there who are okay with Jim hooking up with Karen.
That's what I remember.
But Kim E said this. Jim likes to buy chips for all his ladies. And I'm with you, Kim. As Pam, I'm like, oh, is this what you do? You just find all the girls their favorite chips?
Yeah, that's his game.
Are we saying that right?
Oh,
Is that your
you
game?
and I 100%
I'm sure
doubt
we are. Oh, Sam's giving us an okay.
Sam gave us an okay. That's his game.
All right, should we go to this bird funeral, Angela?
I can't wait. Please take me there.
Well, we're out in the driveway, really, next to the warehouse.
This was an actual parking lot that we used, and it was right next to the warehouse, and that's where we filmed this.
Michael is very moved by Pam's beautiful coffin. It starts with Pam saying a few words about the bird, but we slowly realize that Pam is speaking about the bird, but she's speaking to Michael
About his feelings about death and loss.
and about his aloneness. She talks a lot about how just because the bird was alone doesn't mean he was unloved, that he was very loved and respected by the other birds.
And then she sings a song. I was very surprised by this for Pam. She really put herself out there. She sings On the Wings of Love. She's accompanied by Dwight on the recorder. Michael is very moved. He's holding hands, he's swaying, he's tearing up.
We got a lot of questions about this scene. Richard H. really covers them all. He says, did Rain already know how to play the recorder? Did Jenna sing the entire song? Or did the singing end where the scene was cut? He also wanted to know, did we rehearse our duet? Here's what I can tell you. Yes, Rain knew how to play the recorder. Remember, he played it in Take Your Daughter to Work Day.
He is actually very good.
But listen to all of the instruments that Rain can play in real life, Angela. He can play the recorder, piano, clarinet, saxophone, bassoon, guitar, drums, xylophone, bells, and a little tuba and baritone.
What are you, a one-man band, Rain?
He kind of is.
How? I knew you could play the bassoon because your book, The Bassoon King, is great. So I knew that. But I didn't know you were a walking one-man show.
Suffice it to say, Rain knew his stuff. And we did rehearse, but just a little bit right before the scene. Rain and I practiced separately. I had listened to the song over and over again to memorize the words. I had to sing the first verse through the chorus. That's what I had to do over and over again. I was so nervous.
Well, I thought you did fantastic.
Thank you.
I have a fan question from the scene, Jenna.
Okay.
So Chelsea wrote in and said, was Angela's Amen improvised? A lot of people wrote in about this because it was so quick after Pam was done talking. People wanted to know if I improvised that. No, that was scripted. And folks wanted to know, why did Angela do it? And I said, I think personally, the direction that, they gave me was that Angela had had enough of this charade, this bird funeral. Pam had gone on and on. Enough. Amen. I'm done. And
that's how you finish it.
Yes. Amen.
Amen. I'm finished.
Amen. Stop talking.
Yes, exactly. Speaking of the script, I have a script catch.
Okay.
So, in the scene, we set the box on fire. In the shooting draft of the script, we buried the bird. There was a scene where Michael and Dwight are digging a hole outside, and then we all gather around this hole. And it got changed to fire, but I don't know why. I think maybe, Angela, there was really no grass in this area that we shot.
We had no grass. There was a hedge with maybe I don't know, 3 feet of dirt. There was, not even. There is a deleted scene where Michael and Dwight are trying to dig a hole there, and then the business on the other side yells at them and they run away.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well, we had another fan question about this fire then. Clara Johnson wants to know, did you actually set the bird on fire? Yes.
Real fire, fake bird.
Kent told me they had to hire a special effects guy to oversee the fire and the extinguishing, and they had to get a special permit to be allowed to set the fire. And he said we did 3 takes. 3 takes of the fire. And Phil told me, though, that the special effects guys were worried that the fake dead bird might give off toxic fumes when it burned. So they actually took it out of the box and just put a wad of toilet paper in there.
Oh, not toilet paper.
I know.
Too soon. Too soon, Angela. Too soon.
And then finally, we had a fan catch from Peter K. He said, I noticed the box was burned in some shredded paper. Could this be further evidence that Pam does use the shredder?
Oh, look at that.
Nice one, Peter.
It would appear so. Well, Jen actually left us a really great message about this scene. And she was talking about the fact that we never got to shoot outside. And when we did, everyone would get really excited. And she explains a little bit about that. So, Sam, can you play that?
One thing that I remember from the grief counseling episode is that when I went to the sound mix, they were showing us the playback of the episode, and it was still a little bit unusual when the characters went outside. It was still a little bit of a treat. So we get to this bird funeral scene, and our characters are outside, and I just remember hearing a kind of an enormous amount of birds, and I think that it was because we were outside, it was because we had a bird funeral. It was so exciting for the amazing sound people who do a fantastic job to put a lot of bird noises in, because for the longest time when we're inside the office, they're just putting dot matrix printer sounds and just faxes and old-fashioned office noises. So it must have been such a treat and a field day to be able to go outside and hear birds, and especially on theme with the funeral. So I remember, there's a slight exaggeration, but it sounded a little bit like Alfred Hitchcock The Birds when I first heard the playback for the bird funeral. But they quickly made a wonderful adjustment, and it was the right amount of outside birds.
I love that. I love that our sound mixers got so excited. They put like hundreds of birds, and they were like, okay, guys, there's not this many birds outside. Let's dial it back.
Yes. Oh, what good insight from Jen this week.
Yes, thank you so much, Jen Salata, for sending in those clips and for texting me. You are amazing. We so appreciate it. And thank you, Rashida, for letting me bug you about all kinds of random things yesterday.
And also Phil Shea and Kent Sabornak. Thank you guys for helping us make this podcast so great.
And thanks so much to Mindy Kaling for letting us take a clip from your book, Is Everyone Hanging Out Without Me, and Other Concerns. It's hilarious. We love you, Mindy.
So there you have it, guys. That's the grief counseling episode. Did we do it? Are we leaving you depressed? I hope not.
I hope not. And hopefully next week we won't have any more dead birds to tell you about in our lives. Stay safe out there, flying friends.
Stay safe out there, everyone. We love you. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Brett.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Office Ladies.
Bonjour. Bonjour. I don't know. I am wearing like this t-shirt. It's kind of like, it's like really soft and shimmery, but it's like also feels like pajamas. And I think it's just got me in a mood to say bonjour.
Angela, when I first saw you, I thought you were just wearing a black t-shirt, and I was really disappointed because I showed up in my PM teapot shirt for our recording. Why I like to always wear an Office Ladies or Office themed or use an Office mug when we record, I don't know. It's a thing.
It's like you want to get in the mindset. Here's the thing, guys. Every single week, Jenna shows up. We hop on the Zoom because that's our life right now. And she has on an Office-themed something, shirt, hoodie. And you did this also when we used to go in the studio. You would always have your hoodie. And today, I was like, I better dress to match my lady friend.
Well, I thought you were wearing a black t-shirt, and then you started dancing to our theme song when it played, and I saw that it says Office Ladies. So happy. And then it made you speak French, so.
Wait, what are we here to talk about, Jenna?
We are here to talk about Initiation, Season 3, Episode 5, written by BJ Novak and directed by Randall Einhorn.
There are a lot of good quotes in this one. I won't rapid fire them right now, but there's some good quotes.
Angela, last week when we did grief counseling, we had a lot of bird injuries and fiascos in our life. Has any type of initiation incident happened to you this week?
Have I been initiated in my own house?
Yeah. I mean, talk about an interesting topic if the answer is yes.
No, but don't give my kids any ideas. They would be all over this. They'd be like, here's the thing. Kid club initiation. Go into Isabel's room. Put on this fuzzy hat. Jump backwards 3 times. Make a duck sound. You're in the club.
That was fun. Into it. All right, let's talk about this episode. I've got a summary for you. I'm very excited. This is a big episode, all right? Here's the main storyline. Dwight is taking Ryan on his first sales call. But it's not as simple as that. Of course it's not. It involves Dwight. It involves a trip to Dwight's farm and other places.
And his creepy cousin.
Oh, we're going to meet Mose. And then, of course, back at Dunder Mifflin, lady, it's pretzel day.
It's a big day.
Big day. Stanley is so excited. It's a long line, but they're going to get some pretzels. However, at the same time, Jan has told Pam she has to keep a log of Michael's day and make sure he's productive.
Meanwhile, over in Stanford, they've got a squeaky chair. They've got some more flirty flirts.
Oh boy, let's get into it. Fast fact number 1. As I said, we are going to visit Truth Farm. This is huge. We got a ton of questions about this. Are you ready for some names?
I'm ready for some names. Who wrote in?
Lauren Bales, Mike Motherwell, Jessica Cohen, Bailey Lawrence, and Brianna Bullard all said, where is the farm? Where is the farm where Ryan and Dwight go?
Well, I know that there was a few places. Did you hit up some Kentopedia?
I did. So the main Truth Farm was shot at the Disney Ranch, which is also called the Golden Oak Ranch. It is a place where you shoot things. It's like an outdoor exterior shooting studio, basically.
It's massive, though. It's massive. It's acres and acres, right? It's like,
oh yeah,
it's massive. And so many movies that need this sort of rustic look have been filmed there. Like the history of Disney Ranch is really cool.
Oh yeah. It's located in Newhall, California, which is about 17 miles from the Dunder Mifflin Studios. I'm giving you that detail because several people asked how far away it was from our main studios, and I want them to feel satisfied. So there are several barns and farmhouses on this property. They chose one of them to be the Schrute farmhouse, and then they created a graveyard next to it. But you might be thinking, wait a second, I don't remember Graveyard. That's because it's a deleted scene. It's a deleted scene. It's a really good deleted scene, you guys. If you have the DVDs, go watch it. So here's what happens. They're in the cemetery because Dwight wants to show Ryan how many Schrutes have actually been buried on Schrute farms. And he has like his grandfather's tombstone, and he's like, my grandfather was a good man, but did very bad things. So what is up with his grandfather? His grandfather was kind of, I don't know, maybe not a great guy. Then Dwight finds like an empty, it looks like a beer can, and he gets furious, and he starts looking around, and he sees this couple. The guy like basically has no clothes on, he's like covering himself with his pants, and a girl who barely has clothes, and they start running through the field, and Dwight's yelling at them. And this was awesome because it's a total callback to Office Olympics, where Dwight mentions that teenagers sometimes use the bee farm for sex. Oh, I'm so bummed this is not in the episode. It's a great scene. It's a really funny scene. I love a callback, and this is calling back creepy grandfather and the teenagers on the farm. And you know what? When I watched it, all I could think about, since I filmed many scenes on Schrute farms, was the field they ran through. A, it was probably super hot, and B, it was snaky. We'll get to that later. But all I could think of was these people with not a lot of clothes on having to run through that snaky field. I was like, oh. Yes, let's talk about those snakes, Angela, because Ken told me that the one requirement for shooting on the ranch is that every production has to hire a snake wrangler. Yeah, because the property has a history of rattlesnakes on the property. Yeah. Oh, and Kent said the snake guy found a rattlesnake near that graveyard set. A 5-foot rattlesnake, by the way. Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. That's as big as you, Angela. I have 2 more facts about Disney Ranch. Let's hear it. So the other location that we shot on Disney Ranch was that barn. That old barn. We also used that. And we used another house at the Disney Ranch for that scene at the bar at the end when Dwight and Ryan are at the bar. That house that they used for the bar was originally built for Pee Wee Herman's show back in the 1980s, and they redressed it and turned it into a bar. Isn't that amazing? That's crazy. I know. So there's a little fun fact. Yeah. And finally, a lot of people wanted to know if we did keep going back to the same location to shoot year after year. And yes, we went back to the Disney Ranch multiple times, including in season 4, the money episode. That is when Pam catches Mose in the outhouse. Yeah, and so we were there. Dwight and Angela have a scene in that barn years later, but then ultimately we'll get to this. The final Schrute farm scene of the whole series is in a whole new location. That was so beautiful, but we'll get there. Yeah, that was gorgeous. It looked like we were in Scotland. It was so beautiful. Yes. But we don't go there till the end. Till the end. Okay, guys, we'll get there in 3 years. Fast fact number 2, the beet fields were not shot at Disney Ranch. That was a completely different location. Those scenes were shot at the Underwood family farm in Moore Park, California. It is a real working 200-acre farm. They grow corn, carrots, kale, strawberries, tomatoes, and of course, beets. So we filmed those in an actual beet field. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. I have been to that farm with Isabel, my daughter, for a school field trip. And I went on a hayride through like all around. Oh, yeah. It's a huge farm, and it's not that far away. All right, moving us along to fast fact number 3. This was the first episode directed by Randall Einhorn. And you guys, so Randall was our cinematographer and our camera operator. You've heard us talk about him a lot. We loved him. He was just so fun. And this was like a big deal. Like the cast was so excited to see Randall direct an episode. I got on the phone with Randall, Angela. I love him. Yes, and we're gonna have him on the show. He told me that this was his first directing job ever. He told me that before our show, he had only ever worked on documentary style projects. And remember, we said he was a camera operator on Survivor?
Yeah,
But he had
and
done all this other documentary work as well.
yeah, he used to film like I think like riverboat, crazy river rafting stuff in Australia. Like he's like a tough guy, and I think the documentary style, like we said, was perfect for our show. And now he gets to direct.
Yeah, he said he couldn't believe he got the job as our cinematographer because he had never worked in scripted anything before. And now Greg was telling him to direct, and he was like, what? But he said that Greg was really sweet. Greg said, Randall, all the time you are finding jokes with your camera. And this is a natural extension of that. And so Randall was like, all right, I'll do it. And he said he was so touched because he felt like everyone in the cast and crew was rooting for him to succeed. He said he'll just never forget what that support felt like and what it meant to him. He said especially BJ, who was the writer of the episode, he said the hardest part of directing this episode, because I said to him, I'm like, Randall, this was a huge episode. You have to introduce Pretzel Day, Shroot Farms, and Moe's, and then it all ends with this epic phone call between Jim and Pam. What was the hardest part of all that? And he said the hardest part was not holding the camera himself.
Well, yeah, that's so true. Because that was his background for years, you know. But I think it made him such a great director because he had that vision. He knew where he wanted the camera. He knew what he wanted the camera to see. I loved that.
Well, he said he did take the camera a few times during this episode, and he even pointed them out to me. So I'll tell you those moments as we go along. And then he also told me that even today, when he's directing, because that's what he does now, he's now a director exclusively, and he said it was only last year that he finally directed a project and didn't take the camera once.
Wow.
But he said that's how he feels it that way still, because those were his beginnings.
Yeah. Well, before he directed this episode, he directed the webisodes. And so, you know, obviously that's not like a full episode, but I remember how giddy he was. He was holding the camera and directing because that was just us on the weekend. It was just like three of us there.
And you guys won an Emmy for those webisodes.
We did. We won an Emmy. I have an Emmy for the accountants.
I know.
It just tickles me.
So cool. All right, listen, why don't we take a break and then we're going to come back and start breaking down this episode.
Okay.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then lime mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect. People really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint,
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OFFICELADIES at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OFFICELADIES at liquidiv.com. Okay, so now we're in the episode, guys, and Dwight is challenging Ryan to a brain teaser. And, you know, Ryan just crushes it. He knows all of them. Dwight gets really frustrated. I found this little piece of trivia on Gunderpedia, and I loved it. Gunderpedia is amazing. You guys have to check
Gunderpedia is
it out.
amazing, everybody.
All right, so on Wikipedia it says one of the riddles that Dwight poses to Ryan in the cold open is about a boy involved in a car accident who is the son of the doctor on the call in the emergency room and therefore cannot operate even though his father was in the car and was also injured because the doctor is his mother, right? Yeah, get this. At the very end of the finale of the original BBC series, Tim, which you know the character Jim is based on, along with Garrett, none of the character Dwight was based on, asked this riddle by David Brin. Wow, that's so cool. I feel like this is a little nod, right? Yeah, I loved that.
I love that too. Well, then, when this episode really begins, Jan is in Michael's office. She's trying to have a professional conversation with Michael, but he keeps making it personal.
Yeah, Jenna, did you notice her hair in this scene?
How can you not? What is going on with her hair?
I don't know. It's like
What
they
is
tried
that?
something new. They tried rollers or something. I was like,
It looks like hot rollers.
it looks like hot rollers. I was just like, wait, they were just doing blowouts, and now Jan is zhuzhing it up when she comes in to see Michael now.
That's an interesting take on it. Like, he's talking about the sex he's having with Carol, and she's like, I did not hot roller my hair for this BS.
I totally noticed her hair.
Well, then Jan goes up to Pam's desk and says that she needs to keep an hourly log of Michael's activities so that corporate can analyze his productivity.
You guys, there's a moment in this scene that made me laugh so hard when I was rewatching it, and also I remember breaking every time Melora did it. She walks up to the desk. I'll tell you. She walks up to the desk and she's like, "Hi, Pam," and Pam goes, "Hi," and then she goes, "I'm great." And then keeps talking, but Pam didn't say, "How are you?" Yeah, she's so pissed that Michael has just told her about Carol, and she just walks up with that energy.
I love it so much. So you know I got the shooting drafts for this whole season. And it's in there. I'm great is in there. I had to look it up to see if Melora improvised that or if it was written, but that was a written joke, and I love it.
So good.
We had some mail about this scene. Lauren Hallman wrote in to say, at 1 minute 47 seconds, there's a weird circular object in the bottom right next to an ancient stapler that I can't identify. And Elizabeth Molina said, what's the deal with the scale behind Jenna? It looks like a food scale, which would make more sense in the kitchen or break room. I think they're talking about the same object. I froze on it. Yeah, it is a scale. I think it's the scale that Pam is using to weigh small packages for mailing.
Yeah, I would think it was probably to make sure she has the right postage.
That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
We don't have a mail room in our office. We have a mail cart. So I guess Pam has to keep that scale behind her, but it's not always there.
Listen, we don't know what Pam does back there.
With her revolving plants and her scale.
She can't keep a plant alive. She has a giant shredder.
Yeah,
and now she has a scale.
We don't know. We don't know. Well, guys, now we are going to find out that Dwight is taking Ryan on this sales call. His first sales call.
Oh, he's so excited. There are some great deleted scenes on the DVD that are all about this storyline. But Dwight is so excited. He's hoping that Ryan will become part of the Dwight's army of champions, right?
Yeah.
Not be a slacker like Jim. This is like, and maybe become one of his best friends.
Maybe.
So in the DVDs, there's a deleted scene that I absolutely love. I laughed so hard, and it's just such a simple moment, you guys. But Michael goes to hug Ryan to wish him well as he goes out for his first sale. You know, like, I'm gonna give you a man hug. It's awkward. It's so awkward. But then it gets even weirder because then Dwight joins in and he wants to hug him too. And then Michael's like shoving Dwight, like, Dwight, get away! Like, meanwhile, like, BJ is like stuck between them. It just made me laugh so hard.
I love this whole storyline. We know you love it too. We have a surprise.
We have a surprise! Tell him, Jenna.
Rain and BJ are going to come on the show today to talk all about it.
So we're going to break down the rest of the episode, and then when they hop on, they will discuss all things Shroot Farms and the initiation.
Yes, we're going to skip their scenes for now. But don't worry, we will get to it. For now, let's discuss what's going on at Stanford.
Oh yeah, at 3 minutes 21 seconds, Karen notices that Jim took her chair and has replaced it with the squeaky chair.
I want you to know something. Squeaky chair was not in the original script. The original storyline for Stanford was completely different. This was a late addition. And I traded some texts with BJ, and he said he doesn't quite remember where the squeaky chair storyline came from.
Let me give you a little pitch where it might have come from, and it might not have, but I want you guys to know something happening behind the scenes was over in the accounting department, and I texted Oscar. I was like, Oscar, do you remember this? And he just wrote back, ha, 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 ha. Okay. There was a crap chair over in accounting. It was an absolute piece of crap chair. It wouldn't go up and down. It just was like set on one setting, so it was always way too low for my desk. And then it leaned way too far back. So you always felt like, I mean, you guys, I know I'm Southern, but I always felt like I was going to get bucked out of it. I'd be like, this chair is going to buck me out. So sometimes I would go and it would be at my desk and I'd be like, son of a gun, Oscar switched it again. It just traded back and forth between me and Oscar. I would move his chair and I'd put the crack chair at his desk. And then out of nowhere after lunch, it would be back at my desk. And I'd be like, Oscar, you gave me this piece of crap chair again. We must have done this, I think, for weeks. And then one day, I moved it over to Creed's desk. Oh no, Angela. And Oscar, I said to Oscar, I was like, I put that crap chair at Creed's desk. And we like laughed. And anyway, it just cracks me up that this was actually something happening. I don't know if the writers ever even knew about it. I don't know if we vented about it. But this was an actual thing happening over in accounting.
Oh my gosh, you had your own chair war.
We did, but I don't know know how Brian stayed out of it. Maybe because he was too far in the corner. Yeah. It just traded between me and Oscar.
Well, did you notice in this scene in Stanford when Jim wheels his chair over to the copier? Did you look in the background? I noticed a little something back there.
I saw a few people write in. You have to tell them because I think this is so beautiful.
All right. I also talked to Randall about this, and he said this was totally on purpose. He planted a guy standing at reception in the same way that Jim would always stand at reception and talk to Pam. He even has his sleeves rolled up the way Jim used to roll up his sleeves. Sleeve gate.
Susan, are you listening to this, Susan?
Yeah, I know.
Susan who broke down the sleeves.
Yeah. And Randall said that was on purpose to keep that Pam Jim thing sort of in our orbit.
Oh my gosh, it's such a beautiful detail. So Stanford has their own version of Jim and Pam that hang out at reception and flirt.
Yeah.
That's
Amazing,
amazing.
right?
That's amazing.
All right, so let's go back to the Scranton branch. Pam is keeping notes on Michael's day. He's on a phone call and he's doing a Bill Cosby impression.
Mm-hmm.
So Pam holds up her log and she has written Cosby impression. So first of all, that is not my handwriting on the log. People asked. And also we got a fan question from Jonathan Barak. When Jan gives Pam a timesheet to write down everything Michael does throughout the day, why doesn't Pam cover for him? Like, why not write down sales call instead of Cosby impression? What are our thoughts on that?
I mean, Pam sometimes is a little bit of a stickler. She's a rule follower, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think if she covers for Michael and then Jan finds out otherwise, Pam's gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like she does cover for him later, so maybe she starts out being like, all right, I'll do what Jan told me, but then she feels bad or something because Michael is such a train wreck for the whole day.
Yeah, and he ends up making a huge sale in the end. So that's the thing about Michael, right? Like his weird ways, they turn out.
He's able to connect with people. He is. Say what you want to say about Michael. People like him. Not that have to work with him. Yeah, acquaintances really like him. All right, now we're back at the Stanford branch, and Andy, I guess, has told Karen he'll try to help her, you know, get that chair back. So he's like, Jim, can you come talk to me over here? And he's like, I can talk to you from here. And he's like, yeah, but could you get up and come over here? And Karen's like, that's all you got? And then Ed as Andy made me laugh so hard when he says, I'm acting my heart out here. It's just not laugh. I mean, Andy is so bad. He's so transparent. And it just was so funny that he was like, hey, come on.
That seemed like an Ed improv to me, but I couldn't check because this storyline isn't in my script. We did have a fan catch at this moment. Marguerite Carter wrote in to say, at around 4 minutes, 50 seconds, you can see Jim's nameplate on his desk. And it says Jim Halpert, and underneath it says Assistant Regional Manager.
Marguerite!
There you go.
Yes.
It's official.
Well, things are about to get real exciting over at the Scranton branch because it is announced it's Pretzel Day.
Oh, and Stanley books it out the door. He books it, but he grabs his crossword.
Well,
he knows. He knows there's going to be a line.
Yeah. He's planning ahead.
He's ready for it.
I have a question, and this was also a fan catch. Kelly Rue asked, whose voice makes the announcement about Pretzel Day? And Bailey Askinson said, is that the voice of Billy Merchant?
It is.
It's Billy Merchant.
Yes.
Which makes sense because he's the building manager.
Yeah, I asked Ken Sabornak because there was a part of me that thought, is that Kent's voice? And Kent said no. Kent said they got Marcus York to record that audio for the announcement.
Amazing. I love it. Attention to detail.
I do too. So now we have the Stanley talking head. That is one of my favorite talking heads, and Leslie's delivery of it is so great. He says, I wake up every morning in a bed that's too small, drive my daughter to school that's too expensive, and then I go to work for a job which I get paid too little. But on pretzel day, well, I like pretzel day. That talking head that appears in the episode is an alternate talking head, Angela. That is not the talking head that was in the shooting draft.
It's so perfect, though. I can't imagine anything else. I mean, it's so perfect. It sums up, like, Stanley. What was it?
The original talking head was this. There are 4 things that I love. My wife, my daughter, Pam Grier, and a hot, chewy roll of buttered dough.
Pam Grier.
All right, fan question from Crystal White. Who came up with the idea of Pretzel Day, and were there actually pretzels for the cast to eat on set?
Thank you so much for your question, Crystal. Okay, so we got a lot of pretzel-related questions. And Jenna, I know you did some digging around, and you got the real deal on this.
Yes, I found out some good stuff. First off, BJ told me that the inspiration for Pretzel Day goes all the way back to season 1. Greg took the writers on these fact-finding visits to real offices so that they could get inspiration for storylines and episodes.
I love that. Now, I know that Greg likes to do stuff like this. I know when he was working on King of the Hill, he took all the writers to Austin, Texas, because they were like, okay, you gotta know Texas if you're writing about characters that live in Texas. So I love that Greg is now taking our writers to small businesses.
Yes, and lady, he even took them to a paper company.
Oh my God, amazing.
Yes, and BJ told me that on one of the days when they went to this office park, they were doing some kind of morale boosting free food giveaway for the employees. It wasn't pretzels. He thinks maybe it was popcorn, but everyone was really excited, and the writers put this idea on a card in the writer's room. And then BJ added the tidbit that Stanley would be the character that looked forward to this free food giveaway all year.
I love that. I love that so much. And it's so relatable. You know, years ago, I worked as an operator, Jenna, and we would have make your own ice cream sundae day, and they would wheel a cart around. You couldn't leave your desk. You had to stay on calls. It was kind of crazy. But the managers would wheel around this cart, and we would get so excited to make our own ice cream sundaes. And I feel like I relate to Stanley on this day. He loved pretzels so much. He looked forward to it so much. Okay,
Angela, I feel like we had something similar on our set, because we would every once in a while get a coffee cart.
Oh, people would lose their minds for that coffee cart.
And you would line up outside and you get to order your gourmet coffee, because on the set we really just had that drip coffee because they took our fancy machine away for being too loud.
Oh yeah, it was too loud. So when we would get a coffee cart and they would come and set up in the parking lot, I mean, the line was around the corner.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So this is very relatable, and I love this storyline. I also found out about the pretzels.
Oh, where were they from?
Kent told me that the pretzels were from Wetzel's Pretzels. Ah! He said that they rented a pretzel cart from a prop house, and Phil Shea decorated it and sort of tricked it out. And they had pretzel toppings, just like in the script. You could have sweet pretzel, maple pretzel.
I wasn't in any of the pretzel line scenes, but I do remember that day because after the scenes, they put all the extra pretzels over at Crafty, and so Peter had them for everyone.
Yeah, I remember that too. Kent told me that they had ordered 100 pretzels, but we only used a few for the actual scene, and that all the leftovers went to Crafty, and that between the cast and crew, we ate them all.
We did. We had our own pretzel day, guys.
We did. We had our own pretzel day. So now we're in the pretzel line, and Kelly is chatting up Michael. So he's tuning her out, and he's laser focused on his pretzels. And by the way, Phyllis is about to come up to the line, and she's doing that thing where, like, oh, I'm just saying hi. She's just saying hi to Bob in line.
I'm just saying hi to my fella, and then I'm gonna sneak in line.
Yes, and oh my gosh, Michael and Stanley are not having it. They start booing her.
They start booing her. They tell her to get to the back of the line. I mean,
and then they high five. Michael and Stanley high five.
I mean, Is it the only time in the whole series they high five?
They're like friends in this episode. It's a really cute thing.
They are friends for a moment in time.
On pretzel day. All right, so back to squeaky chair. Karen in Stanford, she's purposely squeaking her chair to annoy Jim.
Love me, say that you love me.
Yeah. And then Jim tries to get love pool stuck in her head. Now, Randall pointed out the camera work to me here. This is one of the moments where Randall took the camera back because he wanted to do this all in one shot, just changing the focus from Karen to Jim and then pulling back to reveal Andy, and again, changing the focus between these three different people. He said he couldn't explain it. He just had to shoot it.
I love that. I love that he can just be like, I got this, guys. I got it. Let me pick up this camera. Well, on the DVD commentary, they were talking about how much John broke in this scene. They said every time Ed would do a version of, singing the song, John would break. And then they said that Ed started messing with John, trying to sort of like up his game on how he would do it just to see if he could get John to break. But I just love that. I guess John was kind of a mess because Ed was just crushing it. All right, so now Stanley, he's getting his pretzel. It's here.
Yes, he's at the front of the line. He's moving away. Now, there was a line that got deleted here. It's in the script, and it's Stanley's pretzel order. A lot of people want to know, what was his order?
Wait, I don't know what his order was. What was his order?
Salty with extra mustard.
I did not see that coming.
Yeah. Salty with extra mustard is Stanley's pretzel.
Okay.
Well, when Michael gets to the front of the line, there are just too many toppings for him to choose from. There are 18 different sweet toppings. He's like a child.
He is like a child. And I was so impressed with the actor that plays the pretzel guy because he just rifles off all of those extras like it's nothing. And he had to memorize all of that.
Do you want to hear what they are? There's 18 of them.
Yeah.
All right. They are sweet glaze, cinnamon sugar, chocolate, white chocolate, fudge, M&M's, caramel dip, mint chip, chocolate chip, marshmallow nuts, toffee nut, coconut, peanut butter drizzle, Oreos, sprinkles, cotton candy bits, and powdered sugar.
Oh my gosh. And Michael gets the works. Oh my God.
We had a fan question about this. God in this Chili's wrote in, was the pretzel guy an actor or someone from craft service or someone from the crew? He was an actor, and his name was Thomas F. Evans. And he has done a ton of guest appearances on television shows. He's done The Kids Are All Right, Criminal Minds, General Hospital, Days of Our Lives.
Oh my God,
Probably
Days of Our
seen him
Lives.
everywhere. Days of Our Lives, Angela.
Well, Thomas, I thought you were fantastic, and I just thought you were the perfect pretzel guy.
There's a deleted scene.
Oh yeah,
here.
there is. Oh yeah, there is.
It's more of the Michael Stanley friendship, and it's kind of too bad that it got cut because it's a scene in the parking lot of Michael and Stanley eating their pretzels together.
They're so happy. Michael says, "They taste so good in my mouth," and Stanley goes, "That's what she said."
I'm so sad that was cut. I am so sad this scene was cut.
They shared it. That's what she said, jokes. And then back in the kitchen, there is one more Stanley pretzel moment that's deleted, and that's in the kitchen. Kevin has gotten his pretzel, and he gets distracted looking in the fridge for like a topping, and Stanley just swipes the pretzel.
That's amazing.
He steals Kevin's pretzel.
Well, now, lady, we're on a scene that I have a lot of questions about.
Oh, okay.
We are in the break room, and it's you and Kelly.
Yeah.
And Kelly is very worried because Ryan has been gone all day, and she hasn't heard from him. We know where he is. He's off with Dwight, but she's worried. You're eating something that's not a pretzel.
It is not a pretzel. I zoomed in on this. Okay, so listen, at 10 minutes, 57 seconds, I am pretty sure I'm eating popcorn. I think I have a handful of popcorn. I am wondering, because sometimes we shot out of order, if this was some of the leftover popcorn from the coup.
No, lady, I'm sure they popped you fresh popcorn for this scene.
No, I'm just saying maybe we grabbed it from Crafty.
Oh, perhaps. Perhaps. Well, we got a fan question also about this scene from Natalie. Was this the first Kelly and Angela scene?
Well, you know what? I think it's the first time they've sat down together. I mean, it's definitely a huge Kelly-Angela moment. It wasn't that long ago that Kelly got drunk in the Christmas episode and tried to kiss Dwight. And Angela
That's
Martin,
right.
I mean, Angela Martin was not having it.
No.
So it's kind of a big deal that she even tries to comfort Kelly, you know?
Yeah, you even pat her hand. You make physical contact.
I make physical contact, then she says that Dwight is weird, and then I say he's not, and then she says he's a freak, and I'm like, you're a freak, and I storm off. I wrote in my journal that I was really excited to do this scene because Mindy and I never got to do scenes together, but I said that Mindy broke into laughter every single time I glared at her.
Mindy was the worst. Mindy was the worst. I have so many stories coming up of doing scenes with Mindy where you would say a regular line and she would start laughing.
I didn't even say a line. I just looked at
You
her,
just looked at her.
like really snarky, and she'd start laughing.
Well, we have a fan catch, Angela, from Jennifer Wells. Guess what you do in this scene, Angela?
I know.
You get up and you leave, taking only your water, leaving your food behind, again.
I should have never made such a big deal when Pam did it, because apparently my character does it all the time.
You know why, Angela? Because people do it all the time. People do it all the time.
Do they?
They
You
do.
leave your food on the table?
Yes, you've lost your appetite because you're so angry. That's an indication of how upset you are. You just walk away. If you are in the middle of dinner with someone and you are compelled to walk away from the table, you don't also bring your dish. Although it would be very funny if you did.
I think I
You'd be like, I'm done talking to you, but I'm not done eating. I'll eat this in another room.
I think comedically, I want to write myself a scene sometime in a show or improvise a moment where I get really furious and I leave the table, but I pack up everything in anger. I pack it all up, but I take it with me.
That would be amazing, especially if it took you a very long time to pack it up.
And everyone had to just sit there and watch
As I wait.
Yeah, I had to spoon things into a Tupperware. I had to find the lid. I had the wrong lid.
We're on to something here.
We're on to something. Well, back at Stanford, Andy is now the owner of the squeaky chair. Andy basically would be the Creed. He got the crap chair.
He did. He's been created.
So now we're back at Scranton. Michael's playing music. He's got this sugar high going, right?
Yeah.
And he's playing that song. Ba-na-na-na. Hey!
Yeah.
At 13 minutes, 36 seconds, my character is annoyed. She's annoyed at the music. Kevin's into it. He's thumping his pen. In real life, Jenna, Preston, our old boom operator, was videoing between scenes all of us dancing. And he got a video of Creed and I dancing to this in between takes. And
No way!
Yes, it's a little blurry because he said he did it on a flip phone. And he texted it to Matt Sohn, our B camera operator, who sent it to me.
Guys, check Office Ladies Pod Instagram for this amazing behind the scenes video.
It's a little blurry. It's a little blurry because it was a flip phone. But Creed and I are dancing our hearts out between takes. But Angela Martin, not so much.
Well, when Michael comes out of his office after he's done dancing, he decides to maximize everything, and he's talking a mile a minute. And we had a fan question from Claudia Cano, who wants to know, was that speech when he's talking a million miles an hour improvised? I checked the script. No. Like, maybe 2 words were different than what was scripted. Way to go, Steve.
Way to go, Steve. Way to go, Steve.
And then we had a fan question. A lot of people want to know, Angela. Sarah Quick, Grace, and Allie, and Sarah, and Janelle, and Jakey all want to know what topping we would put on our pretzel.
I mean, Jenna, I just like the basic. I just like Stanley. I like salty pretzel and give me a little side of some kind of spicy mustard, and I'm happy.
Oh, really? This is interesting to me. I am cinnamon sugar. I think it's interesting that you like a salty pretzel and I like a sweet pretzel, but I'm probably the salty person and you're the sweet one.
That's not true.
Oh, I am way saltier. Please. Please. I'm half curmudgeon. All right.
I have a question for you, Jenna.
Yeah.
On the DVD commentary, BJ says that the line direction where Michael crashes out, he falls asleep on a cush ball. And he really does. He's face planted on his desk, his face is on a cush ball. He said that was direction written in the script. Do you have that? What does it say exactly?
It says in the script, Pam looks through the blinds into Michael's office. It's not good. Michael is fast asleep, face on a cush ball. And then later it notes when it's time to leave for the day, it says Michael stumbles out of his office squinting with cush marks on his face.
And they put the marks on his face. So when someone in hair and makeup had to make cush ball marks on his face to make his cheek red. I love this moment, and I caught a little something. Now you guys know we have young children, so I'm watching every animated movie out there multiple times. And our kids love Despicable Me. They love Despicable Me. They love Minions. We watched it over and over. And at 16 minutes, 52 seconds, when Michael says, with the jello, I swear I hear Gru from Despicable Me.
I will give that to you.
I think it's early Gru. Listen to it.
So now we have a very big scene to end this episode.
Yeah.
Pam's got her coat on. She's done for the day.
She's leaving.
But her phone rings. You guys, it's Jim.
It is Jim.
He called the main line because he couldn't remember Kevin's extension. He wants to talk to Kevin about fantasy football. Pam explains she's still at work because Jan told her to do this log about Michael. And they start to have a conversation.
First of all, Jenna, you and John as actors are so freaking good in this scene. This scene wrecked me. Your expression on your face when you realize it's his voice, and the same with John, it's so beautiful. Your conversation is so organic and earnest, and oh my God, it gave me all the feels. And I want to know, was it all scripted, or did you guys get to play around a little bit in that?
It was mostly scripted, but there was also a lot of improvisation. So I'll break it down for you, but I want to say that first of all, this is the first time that John and I had done a scene together, and we're not even face to face, but this is the first time we had performed together in months, because this was our 5th episode in, but we'd also had our long summer break. And when I was watching this scene, oh my gosh, all of this sense memory came back to me. And I remember what it was like to shoot this. We spent hours shooting this scene. Let me say too, we had a lot of people write in. A lot of people, I will say them. Anna, Beatrice, Alexandra, Iva, Lee, Gracie, Nina. They all want to know if John and I were actually talking on the phone during our conversation. Because we've talked a lot about how usually if you're talking on the phone to someone, they're not really there. You're just pretending. Yes.
This felt like you were, Jenna.
We were.
Were you?
Yes.
You were.
We were.
Oh my God. Okay,
We
so
were.
you reacted to each other in real time. You heard each other's voices in real time.
This was really rare. We only did this a couple of times on our set, but here's what happened. Randall told me that he requested that we be able to hear one another, but not just that, he wanted to shoot both sides of the conversation at the same time. And this was really complicated because the Stanford set was in one building, and then there was a huge parking lot, and then the Scranton set was in another building. And he said he thinks that it was his inexperience as a director that led him to making this, what he realizes now was like a very bold, complicated request.
Logistically, this was very hard to do, and he didn't realize that.
No, he was like, hey, listen, when we do that scene with Jim and Pam, I'm going to want to be able to like have a camera on each of them, and I want them to be able to hear each other on the phone. And he says now, looking back, he realizes what an insane request that was, because here's what had to happen. Ted told me that NBC Universal IT came out, and they had to hook up the phone lines from these two buildings so that John and I could talk to one another. he said that they put Video Village, which is where the video feed goes. It's a little tent with video monitors, and each camera goes into a different monitor so that the director can sit and see what the cameras are seeing. They had to build that in the middle of the two stages in a parking lot. They had to run phone lines. They had to build a tent full of monitors and make sure they had enough cable that those monitors could be active and working. Yes. Yes, because the cable goes from the monitor through the parking lot, through the building, all the way to the camera.
Oh my gosh.
So the director could see what was happening. Then they recorded audio on 3 different lines. They had a boom operator in with me, they had a boom operator in with John, and then they were able to record the actual phone conversation through the phone line.
Oh my gosh.
Insane, right?
Very technically difficult. But the result is beautiful.
And it made all the difference for John and I to be able to hear one another and to be able to really talk.
One of the things I love about your conversation, which made it feel so real, is that you guys, you're just jumping all around on all these different subjects, just having this conversation because you haven't talked to each other in so long. It's like all your thoughts are coming out.
Yeah. And in the script, there were these little time jumps. So, and in the way BJ wrote it out was so cool too, because he would write stage direction that were things like, Pam lingers, wondering if she should have a seat. Will this phone call go on much longer? So it's like he gave me these things to play out. And then it would time cut to a new subject. So it's like we start talking about typing, but then when we time cut to the 28 days later conversation, it says Pam is now seated. And then, it gave us direction about our body language so that you see the passage of time that has happened in this conversation. You get the sense that I feel like this was like a 40-minute conversation. And then, of course, it ends so awkwardly.
So abruptly and weird. Oh,
I know, and it breaks your heart.
it breaks your heart, but that's perfect too. It's perfect too that they had this moment, but then it got weird. So, they're not out of the woods here. They just got to hear each other's voice, and it felt like home for a little bit.
But it was everything. It was everything.
I loved it. It just completely wrecked me. But you guys always wreck me. The Jim and Pam stuff always gets me. Oh man. I think more than any relationship on the show, it's the one that gets me every time. But I guess, I'm not alone because that's everybody.
All right, so I think we should take a break now. And when we come back, we are going to be talking with BJ Novak and Rain Wilson.
Oh my gosh, we're going to talk all things initiation. So come on back. Jenna, you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays.
What did you do?
Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there are so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. Hey everybody, we're back, and guess who's with us? It's BJ Novak and Rain Wilson. Hey you guys.
Hey, office gentlemen and ladies.
Hi,
Welcome, office gentlemen.
office humans.
Office people. Office people.
Oh boy.
Well, this is already fun.
All right, BJ, let's get started. You wrote this episode. You perform in it, obviously, but you wrote it. Can you tell us a little bit about writing it?
Sure, as I'm sure has been established on the show and or elsewhere, the way that a writer's room works is it's very collective. And so while I wrote the episode in the sense that I was the point person on the episode, I wrote the first draft, I cared the most about it, I likely did more writing than anyone else on this particular one. That's sort of the way the taking turns process works in the writer's room. So there's plenty of ideas, lines and stuff that I didn't write. And there's a lot I don't remember, but my memory of this time is very sporadic. Sometimes I remember things in incredible detail, and there are entire plot lines in episodes I wrote that I just barely recall at all. So this might be a very spotty recollection. But yes, I did write this one.
That was a fantastic little monologue, and the whole time I just kept thinking, is the Starship Enterprise trying to summon BJ up to the ship? Did you guys hear that background noise ringing?
Is your laundry done? That's the sound my washing machine made.
Yeah.
Should we do it again?
No, I think we should keep it. I think we should use all this. I think this is all gold. This is all gold. Because it's like, you know what? We're zooming, and it should be cray up in here with the things ringing in the background.
See, that's a great monologue too, Ray. We're both articulate today.
You guys, you showed up.
And did we ever?
There was some spaceship attempting to beam someone up in the background of that monologue. But surely there were chunks of it you wrote.
Oh, yeah.
Even central ideas in the script in which you said, I would really like to write this, I connect with this. And so it was assigned to you because you had a feel for where you wanted the episode to go.
Yeah, in this case, I think it was a combination of Greg Daniels and Mike Schur came up with, or spearheaded the idea. Maybe I said Dwight should initiate Ryan, and they ran with it a bit. I remember it being assigned to me because I was Ryan, as opposed to because I was obsessed with the story. But there can be very arbitrary reasons that you're assigned an episode in the writer's room. It can be, it's very often because you came up with the original idea. It's often just, it's your turn. We're on episode 7 and you're the writer who hasn't gotten one in 5 episodes. And in this case, I think it was, oh, you're Ryan. It's around your turn. Perfect. I did like it. And I thought that Dwight initiates Ryan with, those 3 words. It's just an amazing log line. Just so rich. One of them, sometimes we spend forever pitching stories. Now I'm just on a writer's room tangent because it's my first time on Office Ladies, but we're about to leave. It was late. We've all given these paragraph long pitches, and I guess this was really, I imagine the other writers might have been mad at this, but after all of this, we were about to leave. I said, Greg, I got a 2-word pitch. Booze Cruise. And he said, we're doing it. So sometimes it's the shortest pitch that says the most. And by the way, that was my last contribution to Booze Cruise. But initiation, Dwight initiates Ryan. There's just so much you can picture.
Well, I love how this storyline begins, and we actually asked Sam to pull the audio clip so we could all listen to it. This is, you guys are in the car. Ryan thinks he's driving to a sales meeting, but Dwight has driven him into the middle of a beet field. Let's listen to the clip.
So where's the sales office? When you are ready to see the sales office will present itself to you. Your journey begins now.
I love it. Your journey begins now. And the look on your face, BJ, when he...
Oh, BJ, yeah, you have a lot of really good looks.
Well, this is why I think Rain and I were a very good pairing, because I am such a reactor and Rain is such a generator. Do you think that's fair, sort of our improv styles in the office?
I think so. I think that's yeah. The setup to this was fantastic too. Like, are you excited? Are you really excited? Are you super duper excited? Right? Like, I'm a little excited. And Dwight's like, I'm incredibly excited.
Yeah.
And so to know that Dwight has a combination of Jedi Master and Kung Fu, the television show from the 70s with David Carradine, and any other movies, Karate Kid, Wax On, Wax Off, anything he's in horror films about initiations, like, are all jumbled in his head, like
like a popcorn machine, and the excitement therefrom is a lot of fun to watch.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Rain, because I do think that all of his experience with initiation is based on fictional things that he's watched. Because I have the script for this, and there are some deleted talking heads that you have, Rain, where you talk about how very often, like, guys from a fraternity rent out your farm for activities, and every year they get a goat, and you would love to know what they do with that goat. So it's like you have like, that got deleted. It's unfortunate, but you know, that happens sometimes. But it's true. I think Dwight's only frame of reference are things he's watched. He's never actually participated in an initiation, unlike Ryan, who says he was in a fraternity in college and he's very familiar with it. Yeah. Let's go to the bean field. Dwight makes Ryan plant a seed in the ground, and then we have this line. Just as you have planted a seed in the ground, I'm going to plant my seed in you. Rain, I think that was an improvisation.
I think it was. I think I improvised that and was, tentatively and excitedly went to BJ, like, can we keep that? And BJ was like, yes, we can keep that.
Oh, it was a killer improv. I remember it so vividly. And I said, I don't think you know what you're saying, which was
perfect. It was perfect, BJ.
I hardly need to say it was equivalent. All in its quality. All I need to say is that was a very good rain-generating comedy, and me being a very good backboard for it as a reactor. I think the generator is a way more valuable improviser to have on a show, but it's a very good team. But I very vividly remember Rain improvising that line because, with great respect, I considered it a dunk on me as the writer. That he would just on the spot come up with a line that was probably better than any single line in the script. I worked so hard on. So I mean it.
You're very kind.
That's how I remembered it.
Here's what I want to say about working in the office and why it was such a magical time and place to work under the tutelage of Greg Daniels, because we were allowed to do that and to bring our ideas. And at the end of the day, not all the writers were, some of the writers were like, no, I want to just stick to the lines in the script in the editing room.
Yes.
But in the editing room, for the most part, especially if Greg and Dave, was our chief editor, were in there, they would just take what's funniest. And they would just, Lee, I don't care what's on the page, I don't care what's supposed to be there. We're just going to take what's funniest and works the best and what was captured on the camera and make the episode about that. So it was this really nice feeling like, you can improvise all you wanted, it was probably going to get cut. But if you improvised and it added something and elevated it, it was probably going to make it. So everyone felt like they were a valuable contributor. And believe me, I've been on a lot of TV sets since then and before then, and that's just not the case.
I got totally spoiled working with Greg, because Greg truly wanted my stories, he wanted my ideas, he loved to pepper me with questions about what my life was like when I was really a receptionist. And those little things would find their way into the show. And it made me feel like, oh, this is what it is. This is my first TV show. I didn't know any different. So jobs that I've had since, I will go into the writers' offices and out with my bright ideas and my stories and my lore. And I realized quickly that most showrunners and writers are like, stop talking. Not interested. Please leave my office. I'm trying to write dialogue for you. And I was like, aw. I have to tell you guys, this is sort of an embarrassing moment. After The Office ended, I did a multicam for TBS called Your Family or Mine. And I'd never done a multicam before, really like that. And in between setups, I ran over to the writers, and they were really nice, but I ran over to them and I'm like, guys, I have a few pitches. And they were like, I'm sorry, what? Like, yeah, we're not doing any pitches. Like, we'll come to you if we have an idea. We have an audience loaded in. You don't just, Kenzie, get to come over here on the fly and be like, hey, I got a pitch. Like, no. BJ, as a writer and showrunner who has gone on to do more things after The Office, and like you created your own show, what is it? How do you run your shows? Have you borrowed from Greg's way? Is it a mix?
Well, I'm very early in show running a couple of shows that I'm just getting off the ground, so I don't actually have much experience as a showrunner, a little. But just to speak about Greg's view towards actors again, which I very much sort of took from him or learned from him and connected to, there are a lot of reasons why I think he wanted me and Mindy and Paul Lieberstein and Mike Schur to play Mose, which we can totally get into because there's a lot of fun psychology at play there as well as creativity. And the fact that in the early days of the pilot, Greg would talk about Angela and Oscar in particular as people he knew would be good, and he didn't know yet what the characters were exactly because he trusted them as improvisers. I think that having people, some ambassadors go back and forth between the writer's room and set teaches you as writers to trust the actor's instincts, because I know this as a stand-up too. You performing it, you are the last line of defense. You are the soldier on the front line. And if there are bullets coming at you, or if you're firing on all cylinders or whatever, you know in your body. So if you know something isn't working, or after a little while, you just know it's not going to work. You're going to feel fake. It's not going to be your character. And I think that when you know that and you tell that to writers, if the writer has no experience with it, they think you're being a diva. They think you just want a better line, or you want to be important. They don't realize that you might know better than them because you're actually there doing it. And often you write a line, the more experience I had on set on the show, the more I knew that, the more I knew to listen to the actress. I think Greg knew that too.
That was so beautifully said.
I know he needs his own podcast about TV writing for TV writers.
Well, I was hoping that the spaceship sound came in, so you guys would wonder, where is he getting this?
I don't know. The whole time you were talking, I was just kind of like, because I thought it was so well said. Yeah,
Great.
I think we were very fortunate that our show was a creative collaboration, and we definitely feel that moving forward when it's not the case.
Greg would often say that the reason that he went to us so much was because he really trusted us, and that was part of the audition process for him, which was hiring actors that he felt he could go to in this way. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, to be fair, like not every actor has great ideas. I don't know. Like,
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Not every actor is aligned creatively with what we were doing on this show. Not every actor is looking for a line that resonates deep within them, is personal, is the character. Sometimes they just want a line they think would be cool or something, right?
Yeah.
And that might not work for a show like ours.
I did have a pitch that I tried 4 or 5 times to pitch to Paul and Greg. Because Paul Lieberstein took over for a couple seasons there as showrunner. And it never happened. And I just thought, oh my God, you're missing the opportunity of your lives, which is, and it's pretty preposterous when I look back on it now, but I was convinced it would have been great. Which is like early on, there's just some scenes, and it's Michael and Dwight and Jim and Pam, blah, 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 blah. And then it pans over to Creed, and Creed is like, looks to the camera, and Creed goes, hey, buddy. And the camera's like looking, he's like, come with me. And the camera crew follows Creed out, and they get into Creed's car, and the entire episode, Creed is showing them his life. He's taking them on a tour of the world of Creed. I mean, he goes to a rave, and he's living in an abandoned, beer factory, and he's got pet goons, and then he goes and robs a liquor store, and he's just like, come on. And the whole thing is almost dialogue free. You're just following Creed through this insane maze, and I feel like you've earned that. If you're on episode 137, you've earned an episode where you can do something like that, but it didn't happen.
I found something similar with Threat Level Midnight, where I don't know if it was right or wrong, and I think we got a lot of good stuff from telling the frame story, but what I wanted was just drop Threat Level Midnight on the audience, and I think there was a traditional, and very, very likely correct, but a traditional view of we don't do one-off experiments on this show. We tell the story.
And there's an A story, you've got to stick to that.
Yeah, it wasn't experimental. And it did work by and large, the show, so surely argue. But yeah, I'm sort of experimental like you, right? I like that kind of thing.
I feel like Community did things like that.
Yes, every episode.
You could get away with that.
Really wild one-offs, and I'm with you, Rain. I pitched a few times that we would follow characters home, and I was, told pretty quickly that it's The Office. It's called The Office. We're not going other places.
But in this episode, and here's steering us back, we go
Oh,
to
right.
Beat Farm, so we do.
That's true.
We do go home with a character, and is this? What time is this? Was this the first time, second time we went to Dwight's farm? And was this the first time?
Gotta be the first time.
And was it the introduction of Mose? Was this the first time with Mose?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This
Well,
episode was history then.
Yeah, so, let's see.
Well, let me just say, as a writer obsessed about things like this that the audience didn't give a shit about at the end of the day, which was how would the documentarians be or not be allowed to follow certain things. We would always say you never see Jim and Pam's bedroom because they would never invite the cameras there. Are you crazy? Whereas Dwight's Beef Farm, the camera crew would be very interested. It's very relevant to this new employee Ryan's journey at Thunder Mifflin. It's very relevant to this major personality at Thunder Mifflin, Dwight. It's fundamental to his nature. We've heard about it a lot. He would be extremely eager to show his beef farm, especially as part of a work-related milestone for someone in his mind. So it makes total sense we go to the beef farm. Because we spent forever talking about what would happen and what camera angles would and wouldn't be possible, and I don't think the audience cared at all.
I did my research, and I spent 21 minutes and 40 seconds watching the episode last night. So, in preparation for this podcast. And it was just a joy to watch. But as I watched it, I was like, oh, this is Pam's episode. It's called The Initiation. And yes, the flashy part is, Dwight in the barn and the car and Ryan and the eggs and whatnot. But really, it's the heart and soul of this episode is Pam. Being told by Jan to spy on Michael, and then the exquisitely beautiful scene with Pam and Jim at the end that is by far the longest scene. It must have been a 5-page scene, and so much art in it and subtlety, and that's. So I'd love to hear the Pam perspective on this episode.
I had forgotten about that scene when I rewatched this episode. I forgot that happened at the end, and
I did too.
I held my breath, and I was on the edge of my seat, and I was like, what is happening? Don't get off the phone. Stay on the phone. Say feelings. Say you miss him.
I just remember it. It's so funny, Rain, we were talking about the experimental episode because that card was on the board for a long time, Jim and Pam's phone call. And it was going to take the whole episode. I fought so hard. I wanted it to be, because it just happens at the end for a long time, right? The way we shot it.
Yeah.
I wanted it to keep coming back to it, and it's still going, and it goes the whole episode. They're on the phone the whole episode.
In the DVD commentary, BJ, you mentioned that in your mind this conversation went on for like 3 hours.
Yeah, that sounds right. I wanted it to be threaded through the episode, and then I even wonder if I wanted it to be a whole episode at one point, their phone call, which is, again, in line with me and Rain's sort of experimental one-off outlier episode love. But yeah, I remember that phone call, and I remember writing the line, the one line I remember that proud of is, what time zone are you in? Same time zone. Oh, it felt far. I was like, yes, of course.
Yeah, that got me.
In watching this episode, I was like, oh, this is why this show has stood the test of time. Because you have scenes that are outrageously over the top, and then all of a sudden, it's two people in love that hardly know they're in love, having, an almost unedited 5-minute conversation that it's almost like it's in real time. And you have this moment of like real art underneath it that grounds that whole experience. And I always love that Greg talked about having that. A show can't support more than like 10 or 15% art. It's got to have 80-85% comedy in it to work. But you can't leave out that 10-15% of reality, or else you'll have lost the art.
Greg was good with percentages. He also had the 5% rule, which was that every character, you should try to move them forward 5%, surprise them 5%. If a character is always exactly what you expect, it gets, boring, and you fall into cliche ideas of what Angela would do or whatever. And if you change it by 50% or 100%, if all of a sudden Michael has read the complete Shakespeare, it's funny, but you killed the character. So you always want to be like, all right, I kind of see that. So yeah, that's just Greg with, I didn't never heard him give that percentage, but it sounds like Greg. It sounds right.
I just have a question, Rain. When Ryan comes up to the bar and you do this salute, and people online think it's like you sort of imitating the salute from a BBC show called Red Dwarf. Is that from Red Dwarf, the BBC show from the 80s?
I don't remember how that came out, but my hunch is that in the script, and you can tell me, Dwight does a strange salute or something like that, so I had to kind of come up with what that was. Maybe that's not in the script. I don't know if you can research that, but I don't know what that was, but I like that it's kind of like World War I Germany, kind of like the Kaiser. Like that's how you would salute the Kaiser.
Can I point out, I'm realizing this is not our first writer-actor collaboration where I write a stage direction for Dwight that he makes iconic.
Yes,
is,
I can tell.
In the fire. Yeah. In the fire, I wrote, the fire truck arrives and Dwight pumps his fist. And I think Greg was like, huh? And I was like, no, he's like a little boy. He just sees a fire truck and he's like, yeah. And you did it. It's great. Now it's like a gif or something. It's like a meme. It's exactly what I dreamed of.
I think on that, we had like 8 takes or something. So at first it was like standard close pump, and then it got bigger and bigger until finally it went, yeah.
Oh my God, DJ is so tickled.
I'm just laughing how much Dwight loved. It's a toaster oven, like with a little bit of smoke, and he sees a fire truck and he's like, yes. This is such an excessive solution. Although I suppose that's what happens when the alarm goes off, they just come, but it's just like, you would think this is appropriate as opposed to annoying. All right.
Yeah, it would persuade Frank's in like his top 10 best days ever. Like if he was making a journal like Dear Diary, best days ever, number 4. fire truck showed up to Thunder Mifflin. Another thing I improvised in this episode was in the barn, going back to the barn now. This thing of like, Mose, where are all the animals?
Yes, I was going to ask you that, Ray.
Yeah.
I love that line so much.
But we were laughing, BJ and I, about it on the set, and just kind of like, we didn't quite know how to, I don't know that it ultimately landed as a joke, but the idea that there should have been, it should have been filled with animals, but now it was empty of animals. So what did Mose do with all the animals? Where did he put them? He probably brought them and put them in the house. And that might have been a nice cutaway. Mose, where's all the animals? And then just cut away to Dwight's actual house with filled with cows and sheep and pigs and chickens and whatnot.
Speaking of this scene, can I play an audio clip from the scene? I asked Sam to pull this audio clip from when Dwight is rapid fire questioning Brian. Can you play that clip, Sam?
What is the greatest danger facing Dunder Mifflin? Outsourcing the consolidation of the competition. Wrong. Flash floods. What is the true cause of Robert Mifflin's suicide? Depression. Wrong. He hated himself. What is the Dharma Initiative? Final question, young Ryan Howard. What is Michael Scott's greatest fear? Loneliness. Maybe women. Wrong. He's not afraid of anything. Also, I would have accepted snakes. I believe Justin Spitzer wrote that pitch. Justin Spitzer, in the writer's room, you know, you send writers off sometimes to just like, all right, you write a bunch of questions, you write this scene. And I remember Justin coming back with some really good stuff. And I think he wrote Loneliness, which I loved.
But then you said, or maybe fear of women.
Yeah, who put maybe women?
Oh.
Loneliness was your first take on Michael's greatest fear. And then you say, or maybe women. And then Dwight is like, false, but I would accept snakes.
He's not afraid of anything, but I would have accepted snakes.
Right. What a loyalist.
But guys, this is the scene that introduces Mose. We were talking about
Yes.
Mose and Mike Schur. How did that come about? Everyone wants to know. Mike did an interview where he said that's his real beard and it took him 3 months to grow. Wait,
Yes,
all of
and
that
that
underneath?
is hilarious.
That was his hair? Yeah, that's his real
Yes.
hair. Oh my goodness.
Yes. Like, I thought I had it hard having to wear cheesy blonde highlights for 6 months, but Mike had to wear a neck beard, and again, it's only a neck beard. He's like a classy dude, you know? He's married, he's, you know, a TV producer, people know him, he has social engagements, he's walking around with his neck beard, this shaved neck beard for months and months and months, and just nothing made Greg Daniels happier or more amused than what Mike had to go through as sort of, you know, supervising producer of The Office, and yet he also had to wear this neck beard. He never asked to act. And the funniest part of it is that Mike kept asking, don't you think that we could just use a fake beard? And Greg said, no, absolutely not. People will tell the difference. And then, I don't know what the reason was, but maybe it was like, we suddenly came back from, you know, long hiatus, and in a rewrite had to throw Mose in a scene, and he didn't have the beard, and we just threw a $5 fake beard on. It was indistinguishable.
And it was totally fine.
Totally fine.
Well, now, how did they decide Mike Schur was going to play his Amish farmer cousin?
Yeah, it was. I think it was. I'm 60% confident. It was a room bit. I think Mike did the voice in sort of a never thinking it would lead to anything. There's a lot of room bits where you're just joking around for hours, cracking each other up as a way of warming up, and maybe it leads to something. Who knows? Just goofing off. And I think as a room bit, he did that voice. And maybe that's what cracked Greg up and made him think. So then we took the picture, but I think the idea was always someday we'll see Mose, nudge, nudge. But like, we didn't even know if we'd get picked up, you know?
Yeah,
But I do think it was assumed that he would play Mose if it ever happened.
We have a fan question from Quinn Moldenhauer.
Finally.
Yes, he would like to know what would have happened if Ryan had actually gotten in the coffin. What were you going to do? Were you going to bury him next to your grandfather? What was going to happen?
Yeah, he was going to put a padlock. He was going to put a padlock on the coffin. They were going to wheel it via donkey cart out to the Shrew Cemetery, and they were going to bury him. And he's going to. Mose was going to dress up like a chaplain and do a eulogy so that Ryan had a taste of death and the sweetness of life. And then they would bury him. Dwight would rescue him and bring the coffin up, throw the dirt off the coffin, undo the padlock, open it up. Ryan would be like, "What the fuck, Dwight?" And Dwight would be like, "I rescued you, Ryan. I rescued you. Welcome. You're alive. You made it. You're alive.
You're reborn.
You're reborn.
You're reborn as a Dunder Mifflin.
And I saved you." And that this would be a profound experience.
That sounds right.
I like that. Quinn will be very happy to hear. On that note, I'm going to move us along to Axelrod Limited. We find out that they didn't like Ryan. They didn't make the sale. Rain, you have that great line where you're like, I mean, they didn't need to say it to your face. They didn't like you. This is a great line. It's really great. So then you guys end up egging the building. We had a fan question from Chandra who wants to know, did you throw real eggs at the building? You guys remember?
Yeah, so the Axelrod sign that's hanging up on the side of the building was a fabrication from our department, and they hung it up there. That was our target. And, you know, we had worked out with the building itself, like, we had a pressure hose right there, and they, like, as soon as we wrapped, they like took that sign down, pressure washed it, cleaned up all the eggs everywhere. That was kind of part of the contract of the location. Yeah.
Yeah, Kent told me that that building was in the parking lot where your trailers were. So when you were shooting the meat field, this is where they had the craft services, and this is where they had your trailers, and then there was this building. And he said he went in and asked the owner and property manager if they could do this scene. And he was like, no, I just want you to know this includes egging your building. And he said at this point, the office was so popular that the guy was like, that's fantastic. Yeah, definitely you can egg my building. Like, he was super on board. It didn't matter. Throw as many eggs at it as you want. Ryan and Dwight go on to have drinks at a bar. They do car bombs together. Dwight calls the Tim, can you actually call him Ryan? You guys have come together.
Yeah.
You've had quite a day. People want to know, how many takes did it take for you guys to do all those beers? How many beers did you have?
People love asking that question, Jenna. They ask all the time about the cheese puffs. How many takes of food? It's just a fascinating thing.
Yeah, I love it.
Scenes for people. I don't
But you
remember.
chugged it. This isn't important. I mean, I was watching that scene and I thought, how many times did BJ have to chug an entire beer? A fake
Well, it
beer.
wouldn't have been beer, yeah. It would have been fake beer.
Near beer, but
But it's a lot of liquid.
probably 2 or 3. But I probably got it in the second take. You know, you moved on.
Yeah, I don't remember.
It was one setup. Yeah.
There you have it, guys. Thank you so much for doing this podcast with us today. It was so wonderful to see you again.
This was a lot of fun. Thanks.
Thank you. It's so nice to see your faces here on the Zoom. And here, it's delightful. I miss you all, and I have such warm, fuzzy feelings. This was such a pleasure and a joy.
I don't buy it.
Oh, come on. So cynical.
Bye.
Bye, office lady.
All right, guys, that was so great. Angela, how much fun was it to see them and hear from them? I mean, I loved hearing BJ's insights into the writer's room. That was, I'm a nerd for that, though. I love any writer's room info.
I could have listened to BJ talk for like on and on and on because I thought it was so fascinating just to hear the process. And I think you and I share that. I love hearing the process of it all. So BJ, you have to come back. And Rain, you were delightful too, Rain.
Yes, that was such a treat to have them both. Well, listen, before we wrap up this episode, I do want to add 2 more things, Angela. One is from Randall Einhorn. When I was talking to him, he put this thought in my head and I just loved it. He said that for him, the theme of this episode that he really wanted to highlight as a director was this idea of making connections. He said Ryan and Dwight make a connection. Even after the craziness of the day, they connect and Ryan really learns something. Stanley and Michael make a connection through the pretzels, and of course Jim and Pam. He just said that theme of making connections is an overriding one for him with The Office and is something he loves, but he thought it was particularly highlighted in this episode, and I just thought that was a really cool observation.
Yeah, I think that's really beautiful. I find that Randall points out these themes to us all the time, whether it's about camera placement or whether you could see Pam's face after the kiss. Like, Randall is really great about hitting these deeper layers of the show and what they're talking about in each episode.
And then finally, this was some fan mail that we got from Amanda Vistek. She said, guys, Google Fruit Farms TripAdvisor. You will not be disappointed. And I did, Angela. There is a TripAdvisor page for Shroot Farms, and there are hundreds of comments of people who claim to have stayed there. It's a fake page, but the comments are really amazing if you're an Office fan because they have all these details as if they had stayed there.
Oh my gosh, I wonder if people go on it and think it's an actual thing.
I don't know.
That is so funny. I love that. I'll have to check that out, Amanda. Thanks for...
Yeah, you have to check it out. So guys, there it is. That's initiation. And we will be back next week with Diwali and another special guest.
Yes, we have someone really special stopping by next week. You guys are going to be so excited. I'm so excited. So we'll see you next week. And thanks so much, BJ and Rain.
Yeah, guys, if you want to hear more of Rain's voice, you can listen to him discussing life's big questions on his podcast, Metaphysical Milkshake, which can be found on the Luminary app. We love you guys. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hello, everyone. Hi, you guys.
Welcome to Diwali.
I'm so excited for this episode, Jenna.
Me too. It's a great episode and we have a great special guest.
I just want to get to it.
All right, well, this is season 3, episode 6. It was directed by Miguel Arteta and written by our special guest, Mindy Kaling.
Woohoo!
Very, very exciting. Well, let's get to it. We are going to waste no time. I'm starting with a summary.
Do it.
In this episode, everyone from Dunder Mifflin attends a traditional Indian celebration of Diwali in honor of Kelly. Now, Ryan is going to meet Kelly's parents, who are really less than impressed with his commitment to their daughter.
Well, to be fair, he says with extra money he wants to travel and get like an Xbox or something. So, you know.
Yes, I think I would also be less than impressed. Meanwhile, Michael proposes to his girlfriend, Carol.
Oh, Michael.
Wow.
Oh, Michael.
Michael takes a big step.
In front of a lot of strangers. sequence.
Yeah,
So
a bit of a crash and burn.
So awkward.
Pam enjoys herself for the first time as a single person, and Angela guards the shoes while eating some dry naan. Very dry naan. And over at the Stanford office, Jim, Andy, and Karen work late into the night and booze it up.
Yeah, Jägermeister. I mean, what
So
the
gross.
heck? Andy is a maniac.
I'm going to give you fast fact number 1. This is a really special episode because The Office was the first American television comedy series to depict the Hindu festival of Diwali.
I love that.
Way to go, The Office! It aired November 2nd, 2006, and it was seen by 8.8 million people on the night that it first aired. And now it's been seen by how many people? I don't even know.
Did you know what Diwali was, Jenna, when we got the script?
Shelby B asked the same question, and I did not know about Diwali. Did you know about Diwali?
I did, but I grew up overseas. You know, I grew up in Indonesia. Bali has a very big Hindu population. So I had heard of Diwali, and I thought it was awesome that we were going to do an episode about it.
Had you ever celebrated Diwali?
I had never celebrated it by myself. I went to an international school. They did recognize, you know, many holidays, and there was like a Diwali day.
Yeah, well, they do that at my kids' school now. They have a day where they celebrate Diwali, which I think is really cool, especially since I grew up not knowing about it.
It is so beautiful, and it was so fun. I remember we were all really giddy. Of course, this meant we got to leave the office.
That brings me to fast fact number 2, Angela. Fan question from Juliet G and Phoebe Tomac. Where did you shoot the scenes when you were celebrating Diwali? Well, guess who I went to for the answer?
Does it rhyme with Schmentish Media?
It does, and we have a sting for it.
You do?
Yes, Angela, that was sent in by Tyler Beckwith, and we love it, Tyler. Thank you for our Kentopedia sting.
It is really great. It sounds like something out of like a 1980s action kind of movie.
Exactly. Well, Kentopedia told us that Diwali was shot at Grant High School. We shot most of the scenes in their gym, which is called Grant Hall. And we shot there at the end of August, and school was in session. They had just started up the school year. He said that we shot there for 3 full days, and we had to work around the school schedule because, like, school was happening in the hallways.
I have such a fond memory of our time shooting there because they parked our trailers facing sort of like a little field with some trees, and normally they were just in a asphalt parking lot. And so I would open my door and there'd be trees and grass. And Brian brought a football, and we like tossed the football out in the grass. And I have such fond memories of this whole week.
I remember it too for those exact same reasons. Well, this school is host to a lot of filmmaking, including Freaks and Geeks, Blackish, Malcolm in the Middle, and True Blood. And I've got a little bit of trivia for you.
Yeah?
Melora Hardin went to Grant High School.
Get out of town.
Yeah, we shot at her alma mater.
Wow. I love that. She's like a true sort of like Hollywood kid, you know, like there's all these things from her life, like right here. To me, it's still all sort of like, I still feel like a transplant in some ways in Los Angeles. Like still to this day, if I'm ever out and about and I see the Hollywood sign, I'm like, there's a Hollywood sign. Oh my God, it's a Hollywood sign.
But if I drive by and I see like a film crew filming something on the street, I get as excited as if they pulled up in my neighborhood in St. Louis as a kid. I'm like, oh, what are they filming? Oh, look, I wonder what it is. I wonder if we can find out who's the star.
Yeah, I look.
Like, I get that same reaction still.
Yeah, me too. I drive by and I try to see, like, is there someone famous out here?
Exactly. So true. Well, I'm going to move us along, Angela, because I know we want to get to our interview with Mindy. Fast fact number 3. I said earlier this was directed by Miguel Arteta. Angela, I was such a huge fan of Miguel. When I found out he was going to direct this episode, this is the only episode he directed, I completely geeked out. Okay, he had directed this little...
Go up to him? Were you dorky? What'd you do?
Oh, Angela, I followed him around the entire week. We bonded. At the end of this week, I thought we were best friends and would work together forever on every future project. And I'm not going to lie, every time there was like a script that I was sent, or when I was trying to produce a movie myself, he was the first person I would go to, because I was like, I'm literally like, this guy is a genius. I love him.
I love that. I didn't know you were like following him around everywhere.
Oh yeah, I wanted everything about him to rub off on me. So he had directed this little indie movie called Chuck and Buck, written by and starring Mike White, who, by the way,
You're also
I
obsessed.
have stalked.
Yeah, I know.
Obsessed.
I know that you stalked him.
I got to work with him, and then that made me feel one step closer to Mike White, who I eventually managed to stalk and I became friends with Mike White, and then I eventually got to be in a Mike White movie starring Ben Stiller. And then after that happened, I was like, well, I can now retire because I have worked with my idol.
I wrote in my journal about this week. Do you want to hear what I wrote, Melody?
Of course. I always want to hear about your journal. Your journal delights me.
It does. That's going to be your autobiography. A journal delights me. Jenna Fisher. I wrote that, and I wrote this. Me and the adorable Mindy Kaling are going to be doing really early morning interviews together on all the local NBC stations. We are going to talk to 16 cities, and we have to get up at 5 a.m.
Oh my gosh, you guys did a little press junket.
I think this is my very first one.
Well, what's crazy about that, Angela, is you probably then, after you were done, had to come to work.
Oh yeah, because I remember we had to be on stage. We actually did them on the set. The set was the background. And we got there, and we met this satellite media tour, is what they called it. We met their crew, and we had to be there at 4 a.m. to go through hair and makeup. And then we started doing interviews at 5 a.m. and we talked to a new city every 15 minutes for 3 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
And now you did it with Mindy.
Mindy was my first press junket.
Well, this is a wonderful segue into our upcoming segment. We'll take a break, but when we come back, we're going to play our interview with Mindy Kaling. She came and talked to us. It was amazing.
It was such a joy to have her here, and I'm so excited for you guys to listen to this. And then afterwards, we're going to fully break down the episode.
We'll get to that right after the break.
We'll see you with Mindy.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
it's so good.
White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, 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 or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. Mindy Kaling, hi!
Hi, guys.
Hi!
I'm so happy to be here.
Welcome to Office Ladies. I'm giving you a hug through the Zoomy Zoom.
Thank you. Congrats, you guys, on the massive success of this. This is awesome. Everyone in my life is obviously such a fan, and I'm so proud of you guys. This is so great.
Thank you. Thanks, Mindy.
Yeah, of course.
We love it. We're having a good time.
It's fun to hear the way that the show was through your guys' eyes, because it's so loving and fun and super accurate, and I'm really enjoying it. So this is great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. That was so nice. I feel like this is all just pure joy. I'm just so delighted to see you and to talk to you. And this is such a fun episode. So we just get to reminisce a little bit.
Love it.
Well, before we get into Diwali, we always like to ask all of our guests their office origin story. So how did you come to be on the show?
Well, it was 2004, and I was off doing a play off Broadway in New York called Matt and Ben, which was a play that I wrote with my writing partner and friend at the time, Brenda Withers, where it's like an hour-long short play where I play Ben Affleck and she plays Matt Damon. It's so hard to tell this story without being like, okay, so just ignore that kind of interesting fact and move on. But so we did that. It won the Fringe Festival, got some attention, and sort of was our entree to LA. And when we were in LA, I had like an Arrested Development spec and then that play. And I had very few meetings. The climate for hiring writers, if you were like an untested Indian American woman, it was very different 16 years ago than it is now. And the only place that I got an interview at, I got 2 interviews. One was at Nevermind Nirvana, which was a pilot about an Indian family, and I was like, yes, I could write on that show. And the other one was The Office. And I remember Joey was like, do you guys remember how huge Joey was when we started shooting?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Friends spinoff.
It was like the NBC. I think they put all their money in that. And then Father of the Pride. Do you guys remember that one?
No.
Father of the Pride was a cartoon, a Jeffrey Katzenberg produced cartoon about, from the point of view of 2 tigers that worked with Siegfried and Roy.
Oh, yes. What? Yes, it's coming back to me.
And it was an animated show.
This sounds like a bit on Saturday Night Live. This doesn't sound like a TV show.
Not only was it a real show, it was like the hottest show. Like you could not get an interview. So I didn't get an interview in Will and Grace. I didn't get an interview at Joey, and I didn't get an interview at Father of the Pride. And you can imagine, like, just to show how things have become so different from then. Like, can you imagine, like, now, like, a minority woman who won the Fringe Festival coming out to LA, not getting a meeting on only 2 shows? So things have changed a lot, so that's great. But the 2 people who I got interviews with Nevermind Nirvana, and I went into their offices in Burbank. And this has never happened to me before, but I sat in the office, and as I was there waiting to meet the showrunner, they got the call the pilot hadn't been picked up to series. So I sat there, and then the assistant came out and was like, you should go home, like there's no jobs. So I just like got up and left. And then the second one was at The Office with Greg Daniels. And so I met with him, and just so you know, my agent at the time, who I won't mention, was really like, yeah, this show doesn't have a lot of heat. Like, I don't think it's really going to do anything. Everyone likes the British one better. So it's just like, it's good to meet Greg Daniels. He's like done a lot of good stuff, but like it's just good to like have a general. So I went in there and there was not a lot of stakes, and I had a really fun interview with Greg that lasted 2 hours, but you guys know Greg, so it was actually probably like 15 minutes of talking in 2 hours. And then he hired me. And or he didn't hire me in the meeting, like they still had to do upfronts and everything, but we had a great meeting and I heard it went well. And then like a month and a half later I was told I was coming back for 6 episodes, such a small first season. But I was so new, and I think you guys were new enough too, that it was just like, oh my gosh, any episodes? That's fantastic. Not knowing that was kind of an unusually small number of episodes. But that was how I got on The Office.
And how did you end up then playing a role on the show?
Greg had put into the contract these writing acting clauses for, I think, a number of the writers. At least it was in mine, and I think Paul Lieberstein's. So I guess in the back of his mind, he was thinking in those terms. But the first season classic episode, Diversity Day, written by the great BJ Novak, I remember in the room, Greg loved this idea of Michael Scott offending all these people. But it's like, it's kind of the funniest version of it when there's like some minority people there too who can get extra offended. So at that time, I think it just made sense to have another minority person. And I was like, I'll do it. I didn't volunteer. He's like, I had 2 lines in that episode and he said, do you want to be in it? And I was like, of course. And so Diversity Day, yeah, thank heavens that was the second episode, because then I guest starred then, and I think maybe once or twice that first season. I wasn't in it very much. And then second season was like, I got more lines. And yeah, that's how it happened.
What blew me away, Mindy, is when I think back on that, and I was sort of reading back up on Wikipedia about all of us and where we were at in our lives at that time, and you were 24, and that blows my mind. You had your act together. To me, for someone at 24, you were amazing, because at 24 I was I think I was doing takeout at Chin Chin's. I wasn't a waiter. I was just doing a hostess job.
You know what it is? Well, thank you for saying that. I mean, I love to feel like I was a wonderkin. But you know what it is that it's just the life of a writer, a comedy writer, and the life of an actor. They're so different, right? Like it's very hard to break into comedy writing, but I do think that it's easier than breaking into acting, because if you can write your own opportunities and write a spec script that then you can use and send out. Whereas like when you're a young actor, you're like, I just hope someone calls me in to see something. So thank you for saying that. But it felt less special because BJ is there and he was the same age and he'd already written on a show at 24. So it's just when I was like, oh, I guess I'm like young and cool. He was like, oh yeah, I've already he was on a Bob Saget sitcom, and Mike Schur was like 28 and had already had like an Emmy and been at SNL for 9 years or something crazy. So
oh my gosh,
there was no sense of like you could ever think you were special or like ahead of the curve or anything like that with that group of people.
Well, I always thought you were special.
Thank you.
So.
Thanks, Angela.
All right, should we get into this episode, Jenna?
Yeah.
Yes. Did you get a chance to rewatch it?
Yes, I did.
What was it like for you to rewatch it?
I have to say, I feel really lucky that Greg wanted to do this episode, because it feels like now, Angela was on my most recent show. We did an episode about Ganesh Puja, and there's so much more, there's so many more shows on the air with like diverse casts and everything. But the fact that on primetime television, and I don't know, what year did it come out? 2007, maybe?
It aired November 2nd, 2006.
Okay.
It was seen by 8.8 million people, and it was the first American television comedy series to depict the Hindu festival of Diwali. It was the very first one.
That's cool.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Go us for doing that.
and the show Mindy's referring to is Never Have I Ever. Mindy, I do want to give it a little plug here because it's so great, and the cast is great, and you're with them from the beginning. The young actors you got, I felt 100 years old on that set.
So did I. So did everyone. So did everyone who wasn't 17.
Oh my God!
With you.
And they were so cute, and they loved The Office so much.
Oh my gosh, they were so starstruck by you, Angela. It was so special that you got to be there.
Oh my God.
Mindy, what is the name of the lead actress on that show?
Maitreyi Ramakrishnan.
I adore her.
Oh, because when you watch the show, you are so immediately in with her journey. Immediately, she is so like effervescent and open and just wow, what a find! What a
Thank
find!
you. She's going to flip out. Jenna, The Office is her #1 favorite show. If you go on her social media for more than 2 days, there's like an Office meme, or there's like, I bet you've been on her Instagram like with the like, please don't throw trash at me, like just like some like famous Pam line.
Okay, so here we go. So now we have Diwali, the Festival of Lights. It's on network TV. Mindy, you have been so amazing at just really, I feel like, representing all different sides of culture and on television. It's just, you should know what it's meant to people. We had a lot of people write in about having their community seen in this mainstream way, what it meant to them. It's really moving.
Oh wow, that's so nice. I mean, one of the harder things about when you write the Diwali episode is like we couldn't believe that Greg said yes, because normally we would do like a Halloween episode at that time of year because it's the end of October. But then when he said yes, I had to kind of confront the fact that I'm Indian American. I don't know very much about the holiday, and that experience of being Indian American and talking about how you don't know very much about the holiday kind of became a big part of the episode, which I loved. I liked that Greg thought that was just as interesting, if not more interesting, than me going and like pretending that like my family and I were these experts at Hindu holidays and everything. So I really like that Kelly has this defiant attitude about it, that it's really important while also not knowing anything about it at all.
Yes, except that she gets to wear an outfit that has some sparkles on it.
Yes, yeah,
like
exactly.
And the music part, she's really excited about that.
Yeah.
And Michael in the cold open, I mean, Mindy, I loved whenever Steve would do an impression of us as our characters.
Yes.
And so Michael's like, well, if you ask Kelly, it's like, blah, blah, super fun.
Yes, that I know, and he didn't get to do that much, right? Like, I felt like that he didn't do impressions of us too much.
When he did, it just got me so tickled.
I know, it was so funny.
I have a gazillion things I want to say, Jenna, but
go, you go.
One of my favorite lines in this whole episode is this: how long have you been married to the cheerleader? And that was your dad.
Oh my gosh. To this day, my dad gets checks from, he gets residual checks. It's like the thing he's the most proud of.
Oh, from The Office?
Yes, from The
of
Office.
course, right?
Yeah. And one time he was with my stepmom at Erewhon, and they got stopped, and someone was like, "You were on The Office, weren't you?" And that was like early when they were dating before they got married, and my dad was like, felt so cool about it. So
that was like some good like street cred right there. I'm recognized.
Yeah, completely. I just remember that was like those episodes, at the beginning of the season, it felt like one thing we did a lot was somehow we pulled out someone from the main cast and there was somebody somewhere else, and that was Stanford for that season.
Yes.
And it was one of those ones where I really liked the Stanford episodes. I think sometimes when we did that, it worked really well. Sometimes when we pulled them out, we were like, just come back. We just like want you back in the main cast. But that was a time where I felt like it worked pretty well. And I remember thinking, because I was like, at the beginning, I was like, what was like Ed and John doing? And I was like, they weren't there. Yeah. So it was fun to I forgot about the whole thing. And I remember what I really liked about Stanford was like that was a really funny group of people there. Even the people that didn't have big parts, like in the Stanford branch.
Yeah.
Those I just thought we nailed those prototypes or whatever. Like I was never bored when I had to go over there.
No, it was so well done.
We talked a little bit about having over on the Scranton set, like Angela and I having a little bit of like FOMO and jealousy of how much fun they were having over on Stanford because everybody was so funny. And also they would only have to work like 1.5 days a week.
That's right.
Super relaxed and just like having the best time. And then they got 4 days off. And we were just like, hey,
I forgot about that.
Here.
Well, Jenna, the best example of that was the Michael Scott Paper Company, which was like to me one of my favorite arcs we've ever done. And I don't think I wrote any of the episodes for you guys there, but like it has, I think, that pairing of people, that group of people on their mission was like one of the times where I was like, wow, this is just like equally, if not more funny than like anything that's going. Wait, and that's what Idris Elba was. Was that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess if you come back to Idris Elba, you're doing fine.
Yeah. I loved being in Michael Scott Paper Company.
Oh my God.
I kind of didn't want that arc to end.
And Vikram, the four of you together.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Amazing.
It was like, it could have been its own movie. Like, I know we're not talking about the Michael Scott Paper Company right now. We're talking about Diwali, but it felt like it was his own Bad News Bears type movie.
But you're right, Mindy. There were these pairings that would happen that were just as pure and beautiful as what was happening in Scranton. And, you know, I got the DVD box set and I watched the deleted scenes, and there's so many scenes at Stanford that never made it in. And like there's the character that's like always was always breastfeeding. Hannah would make Jim really uncomfortable. And then as far as this episode, I do have a question for you, because I was texting with Rashida and she was like, this is the episode I was so worried everyone was going to hate me because Jim and Karen have this sloppy makeout out in the parking lot.
Yeah.
The tipsy makeout. It's not in the deleted scenes. It didn't even make that cut. And
it was in the shooting draft.
Oh, yeah?
Did you guys end up shooting that? Because I was going to ask about that too. When I was going, I have the shooting draft in this episode, and I went back and I read it, and I was like, wait. Jim and Karen kiss?
Yeah.
They're kissing? Why are they making out? But then it's nowhere in the episode, and it's not in the deleted scenes.
Well, I have my memory, even though I was the writer on set, obviously, for the episode, I have like zero memory of that. But I will say that one thing that we used to do, I felt a lot, was to write scripts that advance story, and then what we noticed when we only had 21 and a half minutes to air an episode, that such like a little went such a long way. Like if there is an attractive woman who is working in the new environment and she seems to have some kind of rapport with Jim, or together they're making fun of Andy, you're like, oh, that's interesting. Like that might be something. And so it felt like we were always like pulling back that stuff. Like Jenna, don't you feel like you shot a lot of stuff with John that was like, not like, because you guys weren't super flirty in those early seasons, like overtly flirty, but like that you watch it and you're like, oh, this was like they used like less than I thought they would in terms of like showing your guys's like budding romance.
Yes, and I would also add that there were some scenes where we would get in, I don't know if I would call it fights, but there were some like disagreements in certain episodes, and they would pull back on those too, and they would make them smaller.
I wonder if it's interesting. It's just like for so much of the show, in terms of romance, it was always like less is more, whereas for comedy it was like, let's hoist up Tony Gardner onto the table. Even though, but for all that stuff it was just a little goes a long way. But
the relationships were so finessed. I thought they were so smartly done.
One of the things I remember really well about this episode was, again, like it's such a time capsule of like 2006 or whatever, because the love interest, he wasn't really a love interest, but there was an Indian character who my parents preferred to Ryan. That was like a very small part of it. And it was played by this writer, Vali Chandrasekharan, who was kind of a friend of the writers on the show, but not an actor, just a guy we knew.
There was a real sort of casualness to our show of like, we're just kind of putting it together.
Yeah, we probably shot this. This is season 3, right? For Diwali. We knew that season 2 had done well. We'd been nominated probably at this point. We'd been nominated, but we didn't know. So I felt like at the beginning of season 3, when we started shooting, we started feeling like a little bit more like, okay, we're not going to just get canceled or something. Because I remember so much stress earlier on thinking like it's hard to enjoy a show as much when you're like, is this even gonna last? And I do remember being able to enjoy things a little bit more starting like at the beginning of season 3. Sorry, I just keep going off of because I don't get to talk about The Office that much. I'm talking really like holistically about the show instead of just about this episode. But
Don't worry, we're going to break down this whole episode and like get into the nitty gritty of it.
Okay.
So this can be your office memories. There's no prescription for what we talk about.
Yeah.
okay, cool.
Greg was on to talk about Booze Cruise, and we went everywhere, you know? But
Okay.
it's such a special chapter in all of our lives. I think it's hard to compartmentalize it to one episode. It's such a big part of us.
You know, one of the things I remember a lot about doing The Office was we didn't realize as writers how rare it was for Greg to just say, okay, well, I'm just going to give one person from the writer's world on set, and that's just going to be the writer of the episode. Some people do that now, but it's usually like an upper level writer. So it's your job to make sure that the intention of the lines is being correct, to give alts, answer questions from the actors. And I was a story editor when I did this. And I remember like that was pretty stressful, I think. Like I remember being on the set because Miguel Arteta was not one of our directors that we had all the time. And so I remember feeling like, is this like, am I being too like on set? Because we're on location a lot for this episode. I was like, am I too much in his hair? Is he going to yell at me? Because I think season 1, I was never alone for Hot Girl. Like I think Howard and Greg were there for almost all the shooting because it was, I think, one of the last ones we shot. But for this one, it was just like, go, manage set, answer all Indian questions and make sure it's hilarious and do all alts.
It's so funny you say that, Mindy, because my impression of you as the writer on set was just always that you were one of my favorites.
Really? That's so
Oh,
nice.
yes. Mostly because you were so up to laugh. Like I always felt like you found everyone hilarious.
Oh my
You
God.
seemed to like everything. You had the best alts, so you would sort of throw out ideas maybe based on something you watched us do. You'd be like, oh my gosh, okay, wait, you have to do that again, and then what do you think about saying this? And it was like, oh my gosh, it was just like this uplifting, exciting.
That's so nice.
Oh, I loved it. We've talked a lot about that, and Jen Salata was very similar as well. Like, well, Jen, she just would laugh the whole time. Like, we'd actually have to throw her off because
She was laughing too much.
she would ruin takes. But yeah,
Yeah, I thought, you know, there's this thing that we would do on the show where when a cut would come out, the director's cut, and I've never seen it on any other show, we would all gather and watch it together in the writer's room. And director's cuts, famously in other shows, like make you want to kill yourself. They're usually so bad. But the quality was so good because the cast was so good. And so I remember it was like my favorite time. We could interrupt all of our work and just go into the little living room area of our writer's room and watch. I mean, I'm such a fan of the show. I watched almost every cut of every episode, and then I would watch it live too. I didn't realize how unusual that is for somebody who works on a show. Most people do it, and then a lot of actors don't even watch it when it airs. But I really was such a huge fan of the show. And a lot of times in those conference room scenes, like I'd have like no lines or one line or something in these 4-page scenes. And to me, it was like going to Second City and just watching everyone just be so funny, and it'd just be for free, and you'd be in this like freezing cold room, and there'd be snacks every 2 hours, and it's like, what? How could this be better?
It felt like such an abundance of riches. I just loved sitting and watching everyone in character just reacting.
Yeah.
Mindy, I remember one time you were on stage and BJ, and you guys were at reception by Jenna, and you guys were talking, and I walked up, and you were having a conversation about some type of like economics. It was like some kind of like you had expanded economics, and I walked up and I was like, I'm gonna go over here. I was just like, they are two of the smartest people I've ever met, and I'm gonna hard pivot and back away.
Wait, BJ and I were talking about economics. We weren't fighting. I'm so surprised.
Oh no, it was a heated discussion.
Oh,
You
it's a
were
heated
on
discussion.
opposite sides.
That is so
100%.
funny. That is
well,
so
I remember you and Paul and BJ as a little trio probably because you were the writers who were with the actors. So between takes, you guys would always kind of huddle up and talk like story ideas and like what's happening in the writer's room. And so you were having to kind of manage 2 jobs at once. And I used to like hover around you guys and eavesdrop and just like hope you would invite me in to your hilarious conference. Yes, some of my favorite memories are listening to you guys discuss story and character and pitch jokes to each other in between scenes.
Well, that's so funny because I felt like when we were in the annex, the writers were in the annex. I'm sure you guys have talked about this many times, but we were in the annex obviously because then we could go be the writer's room and we wouldn't have to be in some of the big group scenes. But I remember also thinking like, but I want to be in the big group scenes. Like those were the funnest scenes to watch when Dwight would run in and be like, everyone to the roof. Like we just were left out of those scenes. Like about Diwali. So here's a couple things that I felt were maybe interesting to say, which was that we only cast my parents in it, which seems just like a complete act of nepotism and favoritism, because we had auditioned the parts and Greg had felt that the actors we found of that age group, like the late 50s, early 60s, were like a little bit too either theatrical for that style of acting on our show or too stilted because they had no acting experience. Now, I'm the first to say that my parents' acting was also very stilted, but he was like, at least they bear some familial resemblance to you. So we'll just put them in there. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but I remember going into it, my mom was like, had this energy of like, I'm just like going to be so much better than your father. Like, I just know, like, neither of them did any acting. She was a doctor, he was an architect, but she had this sense like coming over that she's like, I just hope that you give me the most lines because I'm just naturally better on camera and like, it's going to be good. But then Miguel like fell in love with my dad. Like, he was like, we have to give him more lines. Like, he's killing it. And you guys remember, like, this is the show where if anyone ever fell for anyone, Troy L. Underbridge, who was like, just kind of like if anyone was interesting to a director in the wrong reasons, like just because like, oh my god, like I just love that guys, they can recur on the show for a long time. And I remember being like, I cannot have my dad and my mom come back here like ever again to do this kind of thing. So I remember Miguel Arteta was like, hey, do you think we can add your dad to the background of like another scene? And I was like, no, we can't.
I was gonna ask you what it was like for you to have them on set.
I don't know if you guys feel this way. Well, you don't really, Ange, because like your family, you guys are so tight. So I don't think you have this, but I did not feel so established on the show as a writer or as an actor that I felt so comfortable having them there. Like, I was really worried about it seeming unprofessional, or just like that they would tell boring stories to people, and like Jenna would be like, hey, can you get this guy away from me? Tell like an AD, like I can't hear the story anymore, like can you please? So I think I was worried, and I think I told them like, don't like talk to people in craft services for too long, like just say hi and answer questions, but don't like launch into other stuff. But that was one thing.
I thought they were delightful. We were so excited to have them, and
they were so cute, Mindy. They were so cute.
Well, they're both like 5'4". They're just like both like little. They're both.
They're
little
my
people.
they're my people. I remember your mom complimented my blouse, and I remember it.
That's nice.
She liked the color on me, and I was like, oh, thanks so much. I don't know. I thought they were delightful.
And by the way, I thought their acting was amazing. I was watching them in that scene with Steve, and I was like, they are killing it.
Oh my gosh, your mom ate him up. Like, that was amazing.
They were, I mean, I cannot believe, because that was at the time where I was like, I'd like to have a scene with Steve, you know, like it felt so special. And here they are. They were like, he's at a crossroads with Carol, and my dad is like, you should be with her. I forget exactly what he said, but I remember being like, this is kind of a juicy scene. But you know, there's a nice little story, because like, I feel like Pam's stories had such an emotional impact, but they often didn't have like lots and lots of like lines to them, but they always were so impactful. As like, I thought your little story in this one was pretty sweet, Jenna. Like, it was like, you know, you didn't really want to go, and then you end up having like, I don't know, I thought it was like a nice, I like those kinds of Pam stories.
I liked it too. I was really struck by how incredibly good looking David Denman was in this episode. I was like, wow. Pam, stop for a second, open your eyes, see what's in front of you, and just maybe just revisit that for one night, Pam. It's one night. That's what I was thinking the whole time.
Yeah, David Denman.
He was also really tan. He was really, like, I don't know what David was doing in his real life, but he's super tan.
Yeah.
Shape.
It was good to show that Roy had good qualities and was good looking too, so that you weren't just like, what the hell? Like, why is it not? It's good that he was, David Denman is a legitimate smoke show. He doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah.
Guys, this was so much fun. Now that I've done it and you guys made me feel so welcome, I would love to come back and do another one sometime.
We will have you back anytime, Mindy.
I'm sure you already did this and talked about it with somebody else on the show, but if we ever do Branch Wars, Jenna, I have so many funny memories of it. Like, one thing I remember really well was normally you'd sit in a conference room type scene and Michael would be the person that would just be so funny that you felt like I'm going to break and die. And I remember I was on set with you because I'd written the episode, but I was not obviously at the branch on, like, as a character. I wasn't there. And I remember when you had to take over for Michael because he had like a breakdown, that was like some of the funniest moments of any episode I'd ever seen. Like, you in front of, like, just eating it and having to be like this valiant assistant and friend to Michael. I remember that, and I also remember Michael cutting a piece of her sweater off. Those were my two favorite moments of that episode.
Thank you, Mindy.
I had a great time.
Mindy, thank you so much. It was such a joy to see you.
Thank you so much.
It was really fun. Great to see you. And guys, good. I mean, I was going to say good luck, but you don't need good luck. This is the #1 podcast ever. But
stop it. By the way, speaking of, I can't believe Legally Wild 3. I'm so excited.
Thank you.
We love you so much, Mindy. Okay, bye.
Bye, Mindy.
Bye.
And we are back. Mindy Kaling. So fun.
Please come back. That was so great.
We have to have her back.
I know. All right, ladies, should we break down this episode?
We talked a little bit about this cold open with Mindy. We open in the office. Kelly is helping Ryan with his kurta, and Michael enters and he starts laughing at it. He calls it a dress, right? But then Pam and Kelly gush about how handsome Ryan looks, and Michael suddenly wishes that he had one too. He's such a child.
He's like, how come you didn't get me one? I think you can see Mindy starting to break when he says that. And I wondered if that was an improvised line, Jenna.
No, it's in the script.
Because I feel like you can see Mindy starting to do that break that she does.
Like she was taken by surprise?
Yeah.
No, that's just Mindy breaking because you said words, which is what Mindy used to like to do.
Well, now we have a party planning committee scene. You guys, we lived for these. We got so tickled whenever there was one in the script. I find it fascinating that in this party planning committee scene, it is Ryan, Meredith, Pam, Angela, and Phyllis, and they are discussing who's going to carpool with who. There's a chart. Clearly, they couldn't plan this party. They were invited guests, so they had to have something to plan, so they're planning carpools. This is what Phyllis wrote on the dry erase board. In Bob's Yukon, and she was very proud to say that he had a Yukon. In Bob's Yukon, it would be Phyllis, Stanley, Angela, Kevin, and Pam. And Meredith's minivan would be Meredith, Daryl, Lonnie, Creed, Ryan, and Kelly. Now, who is missing from the carpool? Oscar, he's on leave. Michael and Dwight. Who's riding with Michael and Dwight? They're on their own, I guess.
Yeah, good question. Well, I guess Michael and Carol are going to go together, but how did Dwight get there?
He's solo. But I want you guys to know there is a fantastic deleted scene. There's an extension of this party planning committee scene. And it's so funny because Angela doesn't want anyone to go. And I actually have a talking head where it sort of sets up why I'm so against Diwali. And it's not really about Diwali. It's because I think Dwight might still have a thing for Kelly, or maybe there'll be someone else there he might be interested in. So I really have this attitude that, listen, I actually have this line where I say, certain people in this office are a little too obsessed with things from India.
Yes.
So she's jealous, and that's really her filter through all of this. That's why she's so salty all the way through. And then Jenna, what I love is she's trying to like talk people out of going. And Ryan was like, well, Kelly's kind of into it. I thought we could go. And then he was like, I don't care. Actually, we can bail. I don't care. Ryan was like, you guys want me to bail? Fine.
We actually got a lot of mail wondering why Angela was so salty about this festival. And so I'm really glad you shared that deleted scene, because there was this whole extra storyline element that it's you. And I think you kind of see it a little bit in the scene where Pam is telling Kelly she might not go and this and that, and your head has popped up.
Oh, yeah.
Behind that partition, and you are a little jealous when Dwight, with such authority, says he's single, he's not seeing anyone.
Yes.
Because Kelly suggests maybe Pam go with Dwight if she doesn't want to go alone. And she's like, you're single, right, Dwight? And Dwight's like, oh yeah, I'm totally single. And I think you see that little jealousy right there from Angela, like, oh yeah, don't like it.
There's deleted scenes that really sort of play out this Dwight-Angela storyline and her jealousy and how it resolves itself. But that's what was going on for Angela Martin.
So Michael gets aware of the fact that people might not be as enthusiastic about the Diwali festival as he would like. He says he thinks it's because, people are just ignorant about other cultures, and he really does not want to be embarrassed by everyone's ignorance in front of his girlfriend, Carol.
Yeah, so he's got to educate everyone. So this means we're all going in the conference room.
Yes.
Once again, where does Michael get these posters? It feels last minute, but yet he has all these posters. Does he send Dwight on like a mad dash? There's all kinds of posters once we get in the conference room.
It's so true. And when he starts showing us this slideshow, you notice how there's a photo of Michael and Carol kissing
Awkward.
that accidentally makes its way into this presentation.
Yeah,
Well, then he passes out the Kama Sutra to the employees. And remember, Angela, those were like little booklets that Phil Shea had put together in print of all these Kama Sutra positions, and they were blurred out for television, but they were not blurred out in real life. We're all sitting in the room as actors, and we get these little booklets. And I remember being totally like, oh wow, okay.
of course, Kevin says this is the best meeting they've ever had.
The best one.
If you guys get a chance and rewatch the scene, at the end, Toby takes away the Kama Sutra. And I want you to look at Phyllis's face, because she makes an expression like she's really bummed out to lose the book.
Oh my gosh, I missed that. Oh, I can't wait to go back and see that.
Yeah.
Well, Angela, should we talk a little bit about what's going on in Stanford?
You mean with Josh Porter's like biker shorts and his fancy bike, and Jim and his clunky bike with a big basket? What's happening, Jim? What's going on?
Well, Jim has started biking to work, just like Josh. He says, I'm going to save gas money. It keeps me in shape. He did not anticipate how sweaty he would be. That talking head is so funny, how much sweat they put on him. Angela, do you remember how they used to make us sweaty when you have to be sweaty?
They spray you.
Yeah, they would either spray you with like a bottle that you would mist your plants with, or they would spray you with like those Evian mist sprays, and they have to like spritz you under the arms, but then they'd have to come and do it like between every take because it would dry. But then sometimes they would put like baby oil around like your hairline and then spray you so it would look especially sweaty. I've just given everybody a little inside info on how you make an actor sweaty. You can try it at home.
I'm just laughing at how many times you just said sweaty.
Sweaty.
All right, so now at 4 minutes, 23 seconds, Sam, will you play Sting?
Flirty Karen.
Flirty Karen, that's my mom, Bertie Kinsey. Flirty Karen. Karen says, hey, nice basket.
Ever since the whole chips incident, she's smitten.
Yep.
So then Josh comes over and gives Karen the company credit card because they have to work late and they're allowed to buy dinner. But he says, no more than $20 a person this time. This time, $20 a person? We shot this in 2006. Is there a meal out there that you order that's more than $20 a person?
Maybe there's a reason Stanford doesn't make it.
I mean, my gosh. I don't know. Maybe I just don't eat at very fancy places for my takeout, but I feel like I would be challenged to order a meal for more than $20 a person in 2006.
Yeah, especially like late at night in Scranton. What are they getting? You know,
Like Thai food.
I know.
Exactly. This is not difficult. Andy, though, busts out some Jägermeister. He's got other plans. He's ready to party.
Ed Helms' face when he holds up that Jägermeister bottle and the shot glasses is hilarious. You get a window into who Andy was in college, and you're like, oh, buddy. Well, back in Scranton, things are getting exciting because everyone is showing up to Diwali. They're arriving, they're walking in. It's really, really like bright and colorful, and there's music playing. And Phyllis is like, isn't it fun to take our shoes off? And Angela's like, I wish not everyone took their shoes off. And Kevin's like, stop it. I told you it was a condition. So you guys remember in grief counseling, we talked about a deleted scene that would have been in the episode where Angela and Kevin go off again about his sweaty feet.
Yes, this is a callback to a deleted scene. So it's going to go unappreciated by most viewers, but those diehard viewers who watch those deleted scenes will know what this means.
I feel like someone in the writer's room was really determined to make sure we had scenes about Kevin's feet. I feel like it was a note card on the wall that said Kevin's sweaty feet, and someone loved it and kept wanting to get it in the episodes.
Well, this is Angela's worst nightmare, people taking off all their shoes, and even minus Kevin's sweaty feet. I mean, this is just not how she wants to be at a party.
No.
So, Angela, we got a fan question about these Diwali scenes. It comes from Sarah Beth Miller. She asked, was this a real Diwali celebration happening in the filming of this episode? How did you get all of those people in those beautiful costumes?
Great question, Sarah Beth. I mean, there are so many people in this scene. So here's the thing. It was not a real Diwali festival. That was all put together by our amazing crew, just specifically for this episode.
Yes, our set designer, Michael Gallenberg, and his team, they decorated that whole gym. Michael had to do a lot of research in order to transform the gymnasium to feel like a real Diwali festival. So I think he would be very proud to know that you wondered if this was real. Like maybe we just stepped into an existing festival. No, they made the whole thing.
They did a fantastic job. As far as costumes go, my character did not get to dress up, Jenna. I was so bummed.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, she actually is just wearing what she wore to work. She didn't even change out of her work clothes.
I know.
But some of the cast did get to dress up. BJ, Rain, Mindy, and I'm sure our wardrobe stylist was thrilled to do something other than just drab office attire.
They used to get so excited every time we got to wear anything other than our office attire. And Pam didn't really dress up, but she is not in her office attire, which was fun. I had a whole separate fitting for that.
We got to see casual Pam.
And did you notice I got to wear my hair differently as well? But we did find out some interesting trivia about all the other background actors who were dressed up for this festival.
Yes, we went to Kintopedia, and he said our casting office worked with Central Casting. Now, Central Casting is a casting agency in Los Angeles. They specialize in sort of the background actors and filling out the picture, right?
Yeah.
Central Casting reached out to a lot of the Indian community here in Los Angeles to hire those background players. All in all, Kent said we had 100 extras working this episode, and every single one of them brought their own very beautiful costuming for us to use.
And to kind of fill out the world, Kent also hired a professional dance company to come and lead us in some of the dances. He found a company called NDM Dance Productions, and he hired their director choreographer, Dev Mahajan. And Dev hired 8 dancers. He choreographed, rehearsed their dance in the morning of that day 4 of shooting is when we shot all the dancing. And then we filmed it later in the afternoon. And all the dancers wear their own costumes as well. I actually went to the website.
Of course you did, lady. You went to the dancers' website. What'd you find out?
They have appeared on tons of shows. So You Think You Could Dance, Live Oscar coverage, Good Morning America, Superstars of Dance, and MTV's America's Best Dance Crew. If you want to look them up, you can find them at ndmdance.com. It was super cool, and it really did end up feeling like a real party, like a real celebration.
It really did. I wish my character wanted to participate more, because me, Angela, that is me, would have been right out there and like just having a great time. So it was always hard in these moments to not get to be in costume and not participate and be kind of the grump on the wall, you know?
I do, and we'll talk a little bit about my dancing later, but I did get to dance a little bit, and I was thrilled. Very fun.
All right, so yeah, so there are people that got to dress up, people that didn't. Michael and Carol walk in with a whole different idea of what this party is.
Michael has clearly told Carol that this is a costume party, so she arrives dressed as a cheerleader
with pom-poms.
And Michael has his old Halloween costume on. He has his paper mache head. We had a fan question from Melinda O'Brien. Was Michael's costume the same one from the Halloween episode, or did they have to make another one? Oh no, Melinda, we save everything. Everything that anyone wore or held or used or interacted with on The Office goes into a giant warehouse. It's tagged. It's almost like an evidence room. So when they wrote that into this episode, they just went to that warehouse and they picked up that paper mache head and put it right on his shoulder again.
That's right. It's like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's like rows and rows of boxes with dates, tags, episode names. So they went right to that box. And of course, Michael, you know, he can take the head off and then he just looks like he's in a suit. But Carol is stuck now as a cheerleader because Michael thought this was Indian Halloween.
Yes, I know. Poor Carol. She is such a sport in this episode. She has to endure so much.
And Nancy Krill just knocked it out of the park. She plays it so perfect of just sort of like quietly enduring this awkward evening
while dressed like a cheerleader.
Yeah.
Well, let's move over to the buffet. Angela's at the buffet. She asks if they have any vegetarian options. She doesn't even seem satisfied when she learns that everything is vegetarian. It's all vegetarian.
She's just in full grump mode.
She's like, just give me some bread. And then the guy hands her the bread with his hands. And Angela, you have a line here that I am fairly certain you improvised.
Oh yeah, I say you used your hands as I walk away. And I did improvise that because the guy literally did hand it to me with his hands. And I thought, that's not good.
He should have used some tongs.
He just handed it to me with his hands. And so I improvised that line and it stayed in and it makes me laugh. Of course, she goes ahead and eats it. So I guess she's not too concerned. But it's clearly she's just like not having a good time. And she's a little like grossed out because she's seeing a lot of feet. And now a guy just handed her bread with his hands, a stranger.
Well, in the script, it says that you take a bite and say, ugh, garlic. We had some fan questions about the foods. Stacy and Rabbi both wrote in to say, was any of that delicious looking buffet food real? Did you get to sample some of the cuisine while filming this episode? Guys, it was all real food. It was all real. It was all delicious. Kent told me we hired a specialty food stylist to create the food, that it was authentically prepared, and we had it all 3 days of filming, and we got to eat it, and I remember that. It was delicious.
It was delicious. I only got to eat the naan, but it was very good naan.
Oh, I ate between takes. I just ate it. You don't even see Pam eating it on screen. I was like, I will eat this. Well, now we come to one of the moments in this episode that is one of my favorites, Angela. This is when Ryan meets Kelly's giggly sisters.
Yeah.
It's so, so cute. We got some fan questions from Lindsay, Bridget, and Dan, who all want to know, do you know what Kelly's sister is saying when they're talking to Ryan? They're saying something about Zach Braff.
Okay, here's what the three little girls say. They say, Kelly likes Zach Braff. That's what they're saying in Hindi, and they're sort of like teasing him. They were so cute, and they were played by Tanvir Atwal, Ananya Kepper, and Jaisha Patel.
Well, the little girl who plays Kelly's sister that says the Zach Braff line, that's Jaisha. I found her on Instagram and I reached out to her to ask her about what it was like to be on the show, and she wrote back. I can't wait to share.
She must be like a grown lady now.
She is a grown woman now. She told me she was 13 years old when she shot this episode. She said she had not really heard about the show. She was still watching Disney Channel, she said. But she said her dad took her to the audition, and she remembers walking into the casting office and just seeing tons of other kids who were all there for the same role. And she said the audition was just her saying that one line in Hindi. And she said she didn't speak any Hindi. So her dad told her how to say it about 5 seconds before she went into the audition room. And then she got the part. So she said she was so excited, and I asked her what it was like to be on set, if she had any memories, and she sent back the sweetest message, so we're going to play it for you now.
I remember Rainn Wilson walking up to me and shoving a lightsaber in my hand and yelling, "Lightsaber war!" I also remember getting to know Mindy Kaling and BJ Novak, who were so sweet to me. Meeting Mindy Kaling really meant a lot to me growing up because I didn't really see many Indian actresses in the entertainment industry at that time, and I love what Mindy has done with her platform, and she is still a huge inspiration for me till this day. I also remember all of the delicious Indian food on set and getting to dance all day, and I remember being so happy that I had the chance to wear my Indian clothes.
Isn't that so sweet? That is wonderful. That, as I listened to it, I was just smiling so big because that is, everything about that message is lovely. I love all of her memories. She's absolutely right about Mindy and what Mindy has done, and she's such an inspiration to so many people.
Yes, yeah. She told me after the episode aired, she had classmates and family members reaching out that they had recorded it and taking pictures of her name in the credits. So that was when she was 13. She really wanted to be an actress. She said when she was 15, she decided she wanted to go into journalism. And now Jaysha is the morning news reporter at NBC 15 in Mobile, Alabama. She told me she has to go to bed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon because she has to be in the studio at 3:30 in the morning.
I have always heard that about these morning anchors on the East Coast, that they have to get up so early. That's amazing though, Jaysha. That is so cool.
Isn't that so cool? She said all her coworkers know about her appearance on The Office, and that fans will mention to her because she's Indian. They'll mention the Diwali episode, and then she always like blows their mind when she says, "Oh no, I was in it." So I thought that was so sweet.
I was in it. I say a line that offends Ryan the Temp.
Yes, exactly. Except he doesn't quite know he's being the butt of a joke.
Right.
But she said being on The Office was one of her most memorable moments of her childhood.
I also love that, you know, I'm sure Rainn improvised going up to her with that lightsaber. There's a bunch of deleted scenes where he's fighting with kids with lightsabers. Yeah, it didn't make it in, but Rainn looked very much in his element, like that's how he bonds with children.
Yes. Angela, should we check in on those folks at Stanford, see how they're doing?
You mean the folks drinking Jägermeister? Yeah. How are they?
And Angela, did you see what they ordered for dinner?
Oh, Jenna, you and I know firsthand. You do not drink a lot of alcohol and only eat sushi.
Now, Angela, why do we know that firsthand?
We know that because at the Golden Globes, was it the Golden Globes, Jenna?
Oh, lady, I was thinking of my bachelorette party that you planned for
well,
me.
there was the Golden Globes, but the Bachelorette.
Wait, have we repeated this mistake multiple
Yes,
times?
except the second time I did better. The first time it did not work out well for me. The second time, if memory serves, sorry to say this on here, but it hit your sister pretty hard.
Yeah. Guys, Angela planned a bachelorette party for me when I was getting married to Lee, and she took us all out for a sushi dinner. It was a fancy schmancy sushi place in Beverly Hills that I'd never eaten at, I'd only dreamed of, and I was like, can we go there for my bachelorette?
They were thrilled to have us.
It was so cute. All of the ladies from The Office were there. All of my other friends were there. And afterwards, you took us to a dance club.
Hold up, lady. We're going to get this right. First of all, the sushi place was your idea. And then after the sushi place, you guys, I got cupcakes with like her face on it. It was so cute. We had lots of free drinks sent over. The restaurant was very kind and lots of great sushi. And then
after the dinner, I was like, well, thank you guys. And Jenna was like, what's next? And I was like, what?
Wait, what?
Do you not?
Is this
Yes,
true?
I do not
remember
know
this.
this. No, lady. All I had planned was the dinner. I didn't plan anything after. Is this the first time you're ever hearing of this? Yes.
This is putting the dance club into perspective now, because I thought at the time it was an odd choice, because we've never in a million years gone clubbing, and now we were suddenly clubbing for my bachelorette. But I was like, this is great. What a fun idea.
Yeah, I should say, you guys, we had a car. I got one of the big limos, you know, that we could all pile in. And I called a friend of mine who was like always kind of like, you know, you have that one friend that's like, I got a hookup.
Yeah, I'm in the know.
I called my friend Tess, and I was like, Tess, Jenna wants to go dancing. We're in Beverly Hills. What do I do? And she was like, I'm on it. Give me like 5-10 minutes. I said, okay. So we kind of hung out a little bit, and I was like, I'm sorting out some stuff, guys.
I do remember hanging out on the sidewalk outside the.
Yes, it's because I didn't have a plan, because
the restaurant.
All I had planned for was fancy sushi. And our evening would have been over at like 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Anyway, I get a call from Tess, and she goes, all right, Angela's pretty last minute. It's like, you know, a Thursday night in Beverly Hills. So I did get you in this one club. I know this guy. He's got a booth for you, and they're going to give you drink service. It's kind of a random club, but it'll be fun. You guys can dance.
Angela, it's the only time I've ever experienced bottle service. Bottle service is where you they bring you just bottles of alcohol and then mixers and like little cut limes to your table, and you make your drink.
Also, when they walk it over, everyone starts doing, at least for us, I think this was the norm, because I would see different people get bottle service, and it was like, and they shut off like confetti in the air. It was so weird.
It was so bizarre. It was crazy dancing. I remember we got in trouble because we were dancing on top of the couches, and we got reprimanded for that. But guys, on our stomachs of sushi mixed with bottle service, long story short, at the end of the night, as the limo is dropping everyone off, my sister puked in Ellie Kemper's bushes. I puked when I got home. It was in my hair. I slept in it. It was an epic night, but that's what you get when you mix sushi and a lot of booze. And that is what is in store for these guys in Stanford.
Yeah, as Jenna and I rewatched this episode, I texted her and I was like, oh, lady, alcohol and sushi.
It's so true. It is so true. Should we go back to Diwali, because Roy has arrived and he is watching Pam dance and have fun? And I have a full Mindy catch for you right here. And we've got a sting for it and everything. There you go. It's a full Mindy catch. Mira During wrote in to say, at the Diwali party, when Roy walks in, Beyonce's Crazy in Love is playing in the background. And Angela, this was a note in the script. Mindy wrote in what song would be playing when Roy walks in, and that it would be a Beyonce song. So I think this is a full Mindy.
I love it. It's a very subtle full Mindy. It's like full Mindy when you don't even see Mindy, but her presence is still there.
Exactly. And you know, my dance partner, we talked about this in the interview with Mindy. My dance partner, Valley, okay, he was well known by the writers because he was a writer on My Name is Earl at the time. And he went on to write on 30 Rock and was one of the executive producers of Modern Family.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Well, that Mindy did say, guys, he wasn't an actor. He was like a friend of ours. That's so wild. Well, can I ask you a little bit about your dance moves there, Miss Fisher?
You can. What are you going to say?
I've danced with you, and I can tell you right now, folks, that was not a choreographed dance routine. That was just Jenna being Jenna.
Yeah. We had a fan question from Zaria Collins who asked that same question. Were those dance moves choreographed?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That's all Miss Fisher.
That's me fully dancing with my heart and soul.
That's hello, St. Louis. St. Louis prom.
That Sounds of Scranton right there. That's the same girl who made a Sounds of Scranton playlist, everyone.
there I am. You could almost rewind me and put me in my high school gym right there.
Well, something is gonna happen that is super awkward because that is Michael's way. Michael's way is to take a wonderful moment and make everyone cringe. And the Diwali was going to be no exception. He, has this amazing scene with Mindy's parents that play Kelly's parents, which we already talked about. And he's so inspired by their love. He's gonna do it.
Yeah,
He's gonna do it.
their commitment.
Yeah, he's gonna propose to Carol in front of a whole room of strangers on their 9th date.
Yes, she's like, Carol, will you do me the honor of making me your husband? Of making me your husband. And she's like, can we talk about this in private? And this is one of my favorite moments in movies and TV where he's like, what? Into a microphone. She's like, can we talk about it in private?
And then he's like, oh man, oh crap.
Yes.
Well, they have this
Yeah.
scene out in the parking lot, Jenna, and it made me laugh so hard that, Carol is like, I can't do this, Michael. I can't do it. And his last ditch effort, his last few moments, what is he going to say that might change her mind? He's going to go for it. What could he say to change this woman's mind? Do you know what he says? Let me come with you. I have this book, the Kama Sutra. She says, exactly. Good night, Michael.
Well, at this point, Pam she's talking to Allie and she's realizing something. She wants to reach out to Jim. So she's gonna text
Well,
Jim.
That thing happened, which is, this crazy moment just happened, and who does she want to share it with? Right? This is how you know you really care about someone. Your person out there, folks, is the person you want to tell everything to right after it happens. It's who you bounce everything off of. And Pam wants to tell her person what just happened.
But she runs into Angela. She needs to get her shoes. And there is Angela guarding the shoes, she says.
Well,
and eating her dry naan. By the way, Angela, fan question from Rainy Greg. Was the naan dry?
no.
Was it actually
No,
dry?
it wasn't. It was perfectly fine.
I would say that too. I ate some of that naan.
It was wonderful. I was glad to have it. I was probably hungry. Well, Jen and I used to always get so tickled to have scenes together because it rarely happened. So we were really excited about this. I loved shooting this scene with you, and I love it so much. I just want us to play it. Sam, can you play it?
It's hot in there. How's the naan?
Dry. Looked like you were having fun.
I am. You should come dance with us.
I have to watch our shoes so they don't get stolen. Who are you texting?
No one.
Aw. But also, lady, my character is so nosy.
So no, who are you
Yeah, it
texting?
looked like you were having fun. Who are you texting? I mean, who am I to ask you who you're texting?
You're the party police.
Also, you're single. Dwight made this big announcement that he's single. I don't know. Maybe you're texting Dwight. What's happening?
Angela's spinning out this episode, and a lot of those scenes ended up getting deleted, but it would be a fun watch to go back and watch them because that is why you are so intense in this episode.
Yeah.
So now Pam is going to make it outside. She hasn't received a text back from Jim, and she sits with Michael. Michael tries to relate to her. He's like, wow, they're both victims of broken engagements. And Pam's like, well, I mean, except that you were never actually engaged, but whatever. She tries to bond with Michael, and of course, he does that thing that you were just talking about where he just takes it one step too far, and he starts to lean in like he's gonna kiss her. So awkward. We got a lot of mail about it, Angela. Ruby, Alexandra, and Vanessa Ortiz all wrote in to ask if that was a scripted moment when Michael tries to kiss Pam. What was it like? It was scripted, you guys. That was in the script. And then the thing, that great line that Pam has where she says, I'm rejecting your kiss. She's like, what are you doing? He's like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm rejecting your kiss. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah. What are you doing?
That was all scripted. And Angela, I was so excited to do that scene because I remember staying late that evening and shooting outside. I talked about this before when I had that scene with John up on the roof where Pam and Jim eat the grilled cheese sandwiches. It was one of those warm summer evenings in Los Angeles. They're the best. This was another one of those. And it's one of my fondest memories from shooting the show because I got Steve all to myself and I got Miguel Arteta all to myself and Mindy was there and it was just us doing this scene, getting it just perfect. It felt like we had all the time in the world. There was no rush. And I just absolutely loved it.
Yeah, well, Mindy mentioned, that she was kind of jealous of her parents that they got to have this great scene with Steve because there were several characters, myself included, that rarely got to have one-on-one scenes with Steve. It just wouldn't make sense in the world of the show. Whenever I did, it felt so special. And I think you got to have some amazing scenes with him throughout the course of the show. And this is just one of those that was just beautiful and so fun and funny and cringy and heartfelt. Just all of it.
That's all true. Angela, we did have someone write in with an old tech alert that I thought you would have
Hit me up. How'd I miss it? What is it?
Kayla Whitehead said Pam's cell phone
Oh, yeah.
is such old tech, but she's like, but also when she walks outside, Michael sees her on the steps and he notices that she's holding her phone and he says, expecting a call. She was like, no one would say that to you today. If you have your phone in your hand today, no one's like expecting a call because we always all have our phones in our hands.
That is a brilliant catch. I am applauding that catch.
I love that observation.
That is an amazing observation because back then, yeah, your phone was in your purse. We didn't walk around holding phones, like flip phones like that, because we did hardly anything with them other than talk to someone. So if you're holding it, you probably just spoke to someone or you were about to.
Yes,
that is a great observation.
Pretty great.
Well, I want to take us back to Stanford because I think there's a moment in this episode that is the happiest we have seen Andy since he has appeared on the show. It's Happy Andy, and I want to share Happy Andy with you. Happy Andy happens at around 15 minutes. They have had a lot of Jaeger. Karen, though, she's just tossing her Jaeger shots into the trash. No one knows it. She's not getting wasted. And Andy starts singing a cappella. Karen's like, no a cappella, Andy. But he's drunk, and he's singing the Indigo Girls Closer to Fine. And as he drunkenly sings, all of a sudden, Jim, who's super wasted, starts joining in and singing. And it's so adorable. Andy's like, Tuna, are you kidding me? Like, he's so happy. He's so happy. They're having like an a cappella moment. And this is Happy Andy.
He is thrilled. Well, Angela, we had a fan catch from Renata Torres. She says at 17 minutes, 58 seconds, you can see a pair of white flip-flops under Karen's desk. And she wanted to know if that was on purpose, but we know why those are there.
We do. Those were Rashida's flip-flops.
Yeah, the wardrobe department would give us Uggs or flip-flops to wear to and from our trailers and sets, so we didn't have to walk in our kind of like high heel office shoes, right?
Yeah.
Yes. You caught Rashida's flip-flops.
Wardrobe actually told me one time also, our trailers were not close to the soundstage. It was a little, quite a walk. And they said that also they would take our shoes to protect our shoes because if we walked across the parking lot back and forth, and sometimes if there was weather of any kind, they preferred actually to leave our shoes on set by our desks, rather than us walking around in them all the time. And we were delighted because that meant less time in heels.
We had our travel shoes. Those were Rashida's travel shoes. Well, as they're leaving for the night in Stanford, Jim is going to ride that bike home. He's going to ride his bike home. Or is he?
Well, yeah.
He falls over.
Well, it's the end of the night at Stanford. They've had Jaeger. They've bonded over Indigo Girls. I mean, Andy's busting out his air mattress. He's like,
oh yeah, he's staying in.
Jim is going to try to ride his giant bicycle with the big basket home. And he tips over into the bushes, and Karen's in her car. She's like, hold up, get in my car, drunkie. And Jenna, do you remember how freaked out people were about this moment?
Yeah.
I mean, people thought Karen was shady, that she let them get so wasted, and that was she waiting for Jim?
Like she had planned it all along.
Yeah, was she waiting out in the parking lot for Jim and was like, hey, Mr. Tipsy, get in my car?
And remember, in this episode, it was written that they were gonna like kiss.
Oh, I talked to Rashida about it. I texted with her, and I want to read you guys what she said. She said in this episode they had written a scene where Jim and Karen get sloppy drunk and make out. So maybe I guess she had been drinking too in that different version, right?
In that different version, because I have the scripted version of that, the three of them go to a bar and they all get drunk together at a bar, and then they were supposed to make out on the street outside of this bar.
Yeah. And Rashida said they actually filmed the scene in the parking lot.
Oh
yeah.
my God.
And she said she was really worried. She was like, everyone's going to hate me. And then she told me Stephen Merchant actually suggested that they cut the scene out.
That he got to watch over, because Stephen and Ricky would watch our episodes and they would give the producers notes. Rarely, but sometimes. And their notes were always correct.
Well,
they were always like, they knew, don't move that needle so far.
Yeah, and Rashida said she felt like Stephen really understood the relationships and that this was going too far, too bold, too quickly, and it would sort of sabotage anything that Jim and Karen could possibly be as a foil for Pam. It was just too much.
Yeah, I think if you wanted to believe in their relationship, which you will, like Jim and Karen are going to really have a great relationship, you don't want it to start off with like a sloppy drunk makeout
Parking
on
lot.
the side of the street.
Kids, are you listening? Nothing good happens after midnight. Okay, go home.
This is what Aunt told me when I went off to college. She said, here's my advice to you about sleeping around. This is what she said. She said, you're going to go to these parties, you're going to do some drinking, and you might, in the moment, want to make a decision that's impulsive. She said, my advice to you is go home, because you can always wake up in the morning and say, oh, I wish I'd slept with that guy, and you can do something about it. But you can't undo. You can't undo.
Yeah, I'm with your aunt. You can't undo. But I was kind of lame in college. When I turned 21, I had a big paper due for a class I was taking. And all my friends were like, you're going to go out. It's your 21st birthday. And I said, oh, no, I need to work on my paper. So I worked on my paper. And my dad had a Texaco gas card. And he would pay my Texaco gas card. Just like Reality Bites, I would go to that gas station and I would get gas, bread, sandwich meat, potato chips, soda, like everything. And I went to Texaco and I bought myself a Coronita. It's not even the big Corona, it's a Coronita. Because I was 21 and I went and I worked on my term paper and I had my Coronita. And that was my 21st birthday.
That is literally adorable. That is adorable.
I was a big dork lady. That's why we would have been friends. I would have hung out with you and your cat. We would have been besties.
This is also why, as adults, we mixed sushi with a lot of hard liquor.
And
Because we didn't learn in college. We didn't learn.
Where are we at? I don't even know where we're at, except that Karen put Jim in his car. And now we go back to Diwali, and it's one of my favorite moments ever. Dwight and Michael are going to perform a cover of Adam Sandler's Hanukkah song, dedicated to Indians everywhere.
Yes, the crowd loves it. Angela, so many people wrote in asking about this song. Was it improvised? A lot of people thought that because Steve was holding a piece of paper that maybe we wrote this on the fly. No, this was in the script. And in fact, Kent told me it had been in the script as far back as the pre-table draft. This is kind of a writer's term, but they send out a draft of the script before they let anyone see it, and they have to give it to all of the main producers so that they can start planning wardrobe and locations. And Kent said that at that pre-table draft, this was the tag for the episode, and it remained there until we shot it. So they got permission and all that kind of stuff. And he said Steve asked for that piece of paper because he felt like his character wrote it at the party, and that would sell the idea that this was like a last minute idea by Michael.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I thought Michael needed those notes. Steve did not.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it's so good, and I have a really great catch. I'm going to call it a BFF catch.
What is it?
At 20 minutes, 34 seconds, after he's finished singing and it pans to the crowd and everyone cheers, you and I are sitting side by side on the floor together.
Oh my gosh, Angela, you know we did that ourselves.
I know, we sat together. We probably were, I remember them doing that song. We were all just elated and along for the ride. It was so fun. And I think we just sat next to each other because they probably weren't even sure if they were going to use that big swing back to the crowd, right?
Yeah.
And so there we are. There we are on the ground next to each other. BFF catch.
That is the perfect way to end this podcast episode of Diwali. We did it with a BFF catch.
We did it. And thank you so much to Mindy Kaling for stopping by. I just felt like we could keep talking and talking, and I can't wait for her to come back. And if you guys get a chance, go check out Mindy's new show that she co-created with Lang Fisher. It's so cute. It's a coming-of-age kind of comedy drama called Never Have I Ever, and the cast is wonderful, and the writing is great.
And you guys, if you watch it, you'll see Angela on it, because Angela's in it in a couple of episodes.
Yep, I'm in 2 episodes. I play the mom. I play one of her nemesis's mom, and it was really fun. I'll be the mom all day long, Jenna.
I know.
Yeah, casting folks out there, if you need a mom with a little bit of sass, give me a call.
You know where to go. Guys, thank you so much. This was a really fun one, and we will be back next week with Branch Wars.
See you then.
Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes Candy Bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hi, folks.
Hello, everybody.
I'm sorry, I feel like I just shouted. I won't do that again.
If you shouted, then what did I do?
I don't know. I'll pull back. We're a little amped up today, guys. We're excited about this episode.
We're amped up. We're excited about this episode. Also, seeing my BFF's face and Sam and Cody, like the 4 of us, is kind of just like one of the highlights of my week.
Every week, it's one of the highlights of my week.
Yeah, it's true. Let's talk about The Office.
This week's episode is Branch Closing. It is season 3, episode 7, written by Mike Schur and directed by Tucker Gates.
Yes, Tucker Gates directed 4 episodes, one of which people absolutely flip out over is the Threat Level Midnight. We'll get there.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes. All right, here's a summary for this episode, jumping right in. Jan tells Michael that the Dunder Mifflin Scranton branch is shutting down. Michael, of course, shares this news with the rest of the office, even though Jan told him not to.
I mean, what, are you going to tell Michael something and expect him not to just blurt it out? He's emotion driven. The guy cannot hold anything in.
No, he can hold nothing, basically.
Yeah.
So everyone is wondering what their new life will be like. They're talking about it. They're thinking about it. Meanwhile, Michael and Dwight drive to David Wallace's house in hopes of ambushing him and saving the branch. They're gonna save us, guys.
Even if they have to be aggressive. What? They're going to show up at this guy's house? What are they thinking?
Yeah.
Thank God he didn't come home.
Well, we eventually learned that Josh from Stanford leveraged his position to get a new job at Staples, and the Stanford branch will now be closing. The Scranton branch will absorb some of their employees, which means, guys, Jim is coming back.
Oh, Jim is coming back.
It's a big episode. That's a lot of information we find out in this episode.
So much information, and it sets up
the rest of the season, really.
It really does. Yeah, we're gonna get our new characters now. Ed Helms, Rashida Jones, Angela. We're finally next week gonna be able to interact with those Stanford people.
Yeah, and they really get under people's skin. It's so fun.
All right, but we're getting ahead.
We're getting ahead of ourselves. Jenna, now you and I were being chatty on the phone yesterday. Jenna, you were a little, I don't know, braggy to me on the phone yesterday. You said you had fantastic fast facts. You wouldn't tell me. So what do you got? What do you got? You were a little braggy.
I was a little braggy because I am actually really proud of these fast facts. The first one is a little soft. I'm gonna just preface it now that we've built it up. But fast fact number 1 is that this episode of Branch Closing, it now streams as a supersized episode. It's longer than a regular episode. It runs about 30 minutes. But when it first aired, it was a regular episode. This ran on NBC as a shorter episode, but immediately following the airing on television, NBC released what they called a producer's cut, where they put back some deleted scenes. And that is the version that now streams today, this producer's cut.
Lady, that's a very solid first fast fact.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Yeah, that's really good. I forgot that. And when I watched it, I noticed it was longer. And I was like, we always had the big announcement about our supersized episodes. Remember? It was always usually at the end of the season. And I was like, how did this one get in there? That's how. Okay.
First of all, I think that this really speaks to how much stuff we used to cut from episodes. Because when you watch this episode, it feels awesome. You're like, oh, yes. And it kind of shows all the things that we used to have to cut out. And as we go along, I'll point out some of the things that only got to stay in because of this added time. I'll mention the things that were cut for the network airing. But I think this also speaks to a time historically when websites and the idea of web traffic or exclusive web content, it was just blowing up. This is the very first kind of exclusive web content of The Office that NBC put out, this producer's cut, and it was because NBC wanted to drive traffic to their website.
Yes, which is also why we did those webisodes. We started doing more and more content for NBC.com. I started doing a thing called Adventures with Angela, where I would go around the set and make these videos, and they put it on NBC.com because they were really starting to see, hey, this internet thing is probably gonna be the way to go.
And this was still before social media. This was still before Instagram. Twitter was around, but it was very much just starting, and it wasn't what it is today. But yeah, this now you almost expect it. I feel like now you watch a television program and you're like, where's my extra content? Where's my behind the scenes? Where's my extended cuts? But this was like just the very beginning, and Branch Closing was part of that.
I find that fascinating, Jenna. And also, yeah, you're right. This is a timestamp, right? If we're tracking old tech, our show started before there was streaming.
Oh, Angela, fast fact number 2 is a major old tech tracking. You're going to love this.
What?
All right. On January 9th, 2007, Apple introduced the first iPhone. I don't know if you remember this, but it was unveiled during a presentation by Steve Jobs. We got some mail from Aaron McDonald with what might be my favorite tip-off ever. He said that the cold open from this episode was the first ever piece of video played on the iPhone, and it was done during that presentation by Steve Jobs.
Wow. We were part of this global moment, like without even knowing it.
It blew my mind. Here is something even more crazy. I watched the whole presentation. Also during the presentation, Steve Jobs, when he's showing you how the music stuff works, he plays the Green Day song Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Angela, in season 6 of The Office, Dwight and Andy sing Boulevard of Broken Dreams in the Secret Santa episode.
What are you trying to tell me, Jenna? What is happening? Is this an episode of Lost? Is this an episode of Lost?
Group Mind!
Group Minds? Time Portal? What's happening?
I don't know. Don't you think it's crazy that both a video of The Office and that Green Day song were both part of this presentation, and then later that same Green Day song shows up on The Office? It's so many coincidences. What's happening?
I think it's a collective of amazing creative minds.
It's a group mind of great stuff. You've got an iPhone, you've got The Office, you've got Green Day. It's group mind. I don't know.
Okay, all right, what's next, Jenna?
Fast fact number 3. There were a ton of talking heads in this episode. Did you notice?
Well, yeah, because everyone's reacting. I did notice that.
Everyone's talking about, oh, what am I going to do now that the branch is closing? And then when we find out the branch is not closing, everybody talks about, oh, here's my reaction to that news. Do you remember when we talked about how our cinematographer, Randall Einhorn, chose the placement of a talking head based on whether or not people had a future outside of Dunder Mifflin?
Yes.
To refresh everyone's memories, we learned that most characters have the office of Dunder Mifflin behind them in that window as they're giving their talking heads. And the reason behind this was that meant people were stuck. They didn't really have a future. They were kind of stuck in the world of Dunder Mifflin.
Right.
However, very often Jim would have a talking head all the time, and his talking heads had a window to the world behind him. Yes, the point of that was because he had a future outside of this company.
Yes.
Right? He was going places.
Yes.
Angela, in this episode, after the employees get the news that Dunder Mifflin Scranton is closing, every single one of the talking heads have a window to the outside world behind them.
No, they don't.
Oh, yes, they do. Wait, when they find out that the branch isn't closing, all of the talking heads switch back to having the bullpen behind them.
I did not catch that.
You have to watch it.
I have to go back and watch it.
Angela, you have a talking head where you're talking about Dunder Mifflin closing and outside world behind you. Same with Pam, same with Ryan, same with Phyllis, same with Stanley. And then when we find out that we're still stuck at Dunder Mifflin is behind us.
That is so wild because I really don't think I ever had talking heads on that wall. Ever. I mean, I'm trying to think back. I think maybe one time when I was sitting next to you when we were both pregnant, right?
Yeah.
Like, wow, Jenna, that is a fantastic fast fact.
It's subtle, but it's layered and it's there. Everybody watch branch closing again just for the talking head. That's it. That's what I got.
I'm giving you some claps.
Thanks, lady. I was really proud of that one because I trashed that one myself. So I'm giving myself a real pat on the back. I'm raising my glass to myself. I don't know if you can see. I'm raising my coffee mug to myself.
I'm raising mine back to you. You do, as you raise your coffee mug, I notice you have a tattoo on your wrist that you normally don't have. I was fascinated and fixated on it. Did your kids give you a sticky tattoo?
You know, Angela, in this pandemic, we have brought back some real oldies but goodies at our house, and one of them has been the temporary tattoos. Yeah, this is something my kids were interested in when they were like 2 or 3 years old, and they're now 8 and 6. And we found this drawer of temporary tattoos, and we're tatting up.
You know what we found? What is exciting as your tattoos? We found in the shed a bin of unopened Play-Doh, and it was still good. Our kids are 12, and 10. They're not, that's when you sort of phase out of Play-Doh. We brought it back. There's a chicken that poops Play-Doh. It's made a comeback. Lady, those fast facts were so good. I mean, where do we go from there? We should probably take a break.
Let's take a break and then we'll dive into this episode.
It sounds great.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I've never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
All right, we're back, guys. We're going to start breaking down this episode of Branch Closing. We're going to start with that cold open that we told you ran during the unveiling of the iPhone.
Yeah, so this is a classic Jim prank. He has found a way to prank Dwight even from the Stanford branch. He is sending a fax very early in the morning. Karen enters. She's a little curious, like, what are you doing? And he's like, it's too hard to explain. And we see a talking head where Jim says that he stole some of Dwight's stationery before he left. And he occasionally sends Dwight a fax from Dwight's future self. It's so good. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. And that morning he said, don't drink the coffee. Might be poisoned, right? Something to that effect. So Dwight's like, oh my God. And he sees Stanley about to take a sip of coffee. And he, practically tackles him to the ground. He's like, you'll thank me later. So Dwight thinks he is getting faxes from his future self. This is classic
It's so
Jim.
good. It's so good. The first thing I thought after I watched this cold open was, did Mike Schur write this episode? He did, because that's Mike Schur. This is 100% from the brain of Mike Schur. He did such a good job of writing these Jim Dwight pranks.
Oh, he's so smart, Jenna. He's so smart.
I know. Marty. Yeah. All right. So then we move into the episode, and Michael is at his desk. Jan enters. Oh, Michael. Again, like 3 hellos. Just call me Levinson in the morning, Levinsons. And Jan has news to deliver. But first she has to sit through this barrage of awkward hellos from Michael, and she finally tells him, Dunder Mifflin Scranton is closing. You are a severance package person.
Yeah, you're not going to make
Michael
it.
starts crying.
And then he starts like moaning. Like how awkward. Jenna, can you imagine like in this moment?
No. And of course, it's so loud, everyone from outside the office can see and hear that something is going down in his office. Everyone's very curious.
Yes, because he's like he's moaning.
Kevin comes over to Pam's desk, wants to know what's going on. We had a fan question.
Okay, I'm gonna let this fan question go, and then I have a card that just says, what?
Is it what Hadley Horton is wondering? Why is Pam's hair different? What's up with the low pony?
Oh, that's a separate card called Low Pony ?
Okay, where should we start? Should we start with what or low pony?
Let's start with what and then go into Low Pony.
Great.
Pam calls Kevin Kev, and then Buddy, and they fist bump. What is happening? What is happening?
The fist bump was a reluctant fist bump, though, Ange.
I know, but Kev,
she's
Buddy,
being
fist bump.
condescending. She's being totally condescending. She's trying to put him off. She's like, Kev, Buddy, fist bump, leave my desk. I mean, she's trying to get through it. That's my interpretation.
My interpretation was that he's like a little kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's like,
So
okay,
she's
Kev.
patronizing him, for sure.
But you just don't often hear Pam sort of become that casual with Kevin. Or, you know, I feel like she saves that part of herself for Jim, and everyone else she's sort of just aloof to a little bit. So it just kind of was startling to me. That and your low ponytail. I mean, what the heck?
Here's the deal with the low pony. I think it was a swing and a miss. I wasn't crazy about it when I saw it. We were trying to change things up. You might notice as well, Pam has got a little bit of like a pinkier, sparklier eyeshadow on in this episode as well, and a little lip gloss.
There's so much pink. She has pink eyeshadow, pink lipstick, pink sweater, but then the low pony with the clip. Not even a ponytail holder. I can't, wait, I sounded so southern. It's very hard for me. Holder. Anyway, it's a clip holding your hair, not even a ponytail holder.
Yeah, well, the clip is humongous. Here's the thing. The conversation in hair and makeup was that Pam would be experimenting a little bit because she's going to her art classes, she's living on her own. We needed to see some physical representation of the fact that she's attempting, even in small ways, to break out of her shell right now, to break out of her routines. So there you go. We offer the low pony. I'm going to say I think you never see it again because it wasn't great. Can we just say it wasn't great?
It's a clip low pony.
Yeah.
Clip low pony. I kind of wish they'd really gone for it. Next week you would have had a banana clip. Remember those things?
Oh, God.
They gave you like a mohawk.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, it was a moment in time. It was something we tried. Unfortunately, it's there for us all to see again and again.
Hey, don't say unfortunately to me. Do you see how many low ponies my character has? Like all the crazy hairdos
I don't have a problem with a low pony. I don't have a problem with a low pony in general. I'm just saying this particular low pony was, because of the giant clip, it was odd.
We're back in Michael's office. And Jenna, I don't know if you've ever had to fire someone. I have, or if you've ever been fired, but I couldn't imagine getting the news Michael got. And Jan's like, well, you know, they believe that Josh Porter is going to have a big role in the future of the company. And Michael goes, what kind of role? King of the stupid universe? Just like, could you imagine? Like firing someone basically who's having this kind of a spiral. I mean,
could you imagine firing someone or being fired and then having their wind-up mechanical teeth?
Was that in the script?
It was an accident. And by the way, this points to what amazing actors Steve and Melora are, because they just stayed in the moment and reacted to it as if that was meant to happen. It was not meant to happen.
Brilliant. And could it be more brilliant that you're firing this guy who's so incompetent on so many levels and his clacky teeth go off?
Yes. Amazing. All right. I'm going to move us along. Michael has a talking head where he says, let's see Josh find another Stanley, Phyllis, or Kevin. Show me that farm. Show me that farm. And during that talking head, we kind of we see Creed eating his mung beans at his desk. We see Phyllis knitting, and we had a fan question from Stephanie Miller. In this episode, when we see Phyllis knitting, can she knit in real life? Did she knit that whole scarf her character is working on? You guys, she is 100% fake knitting. Phyllis cannot knit. Didn't she do so good?
They had a basket full of knitting stuff. They made it part of her character. It sat next to her desk all 9 seasons. And it just sat there. And sometimes if she had to do background stuff, but this was a great panning shot because, you know, Michael says, there is no Stanley tree, and he's napping. And then they said, do you think the world is crawling with Phyllis's? And she's knitting. So it was this great visual. But no, Phyllis can't knit.
Yeah.
No, that's one of my favorite talking heads, though. I love that one.
I do too. So then Michael is walking around the office. Dwight can tell something's wrong, but Michael isn't spilling. And this is my other favorite talking head from this episode, which is Dwight's talking head, where he says, when you're close to someone, you can read them like a book. And he says, Michael's book is titled, Something Weird is Going On, : What Did Jan Say? The Michael Scott Story by Michael Scott with Dwight Schrute. All right, that last part is not in the script, and I could kind of tell that there was an improv there because whenever Rain improvs at the end of a talking head or the end of a scene, I feel like you can see him smile just a little bit in the corners of his mouth and his eyes. So I reached out to Mike Schur, and he told me that he and Rain expanded on the book title on the day, on set. They kept throwing out ideas. The original was just supposed to be Something Weird is Going On, : What Did Jan Say? And Mike threw out the Michael Scott Story, and then Rain added with Dwight Schrute.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like we all have tells. And Rain, when he has an improv that I think he's really happy with, has a little bit of a smirk. He's kind of proud of the moment.
He amuses himself in the moment while saying it.
Now things are really getting heightened over at the Stanford branch because Karen breaks the news that the Scranton branch is closing to Jim, and oh my God, Jim's face. He's like, what?
You notice he doesn't reach out to Pam. Pam and Jim never call one another or text one another in this whole day. It's kind of weird because in Diwali, we see that Pam was texting Jim, and they had that phone call at the end of grief counseling. But what's going on? Why no communication?
It makes perfect sense to me. You know, they're both sort of struggling with where do we go from here? And I'm sure Pam's first instinct is to reach out to him, but she doesn't feel like she has that kind of access to him anymore. She rejected him. So no, it makes perfect sense to me that they don't communicate. What I thought was weirder, and we're going to get to it, is that Roy finds out from accounting. So Pam didn't even tell Roy.
That's right.
So now Michael approaches Pam at front reception. He's acting really strange. She clearly knows something is up because he was moaning in his office and Jan visited. So Pam's like, what's going on, Michael?
Yeah, I have a fan catch from this moment.
Okay.
At 6 minutes, 21 seconds, Celeste Demas says, if you freeze and look closely on that big board that's hanging by accounting, on Tuesday the 5th, it says, one of many Emmys, Steve was robbed.
Oh, that's a great fan catch. I promise I didn't write it.
We shot this episode about 2 weeks after the Emmys, and I guess someone had written up on the board a little congratulations to us, and we also needed to say that Steve was robbed because he did not win that year for Michael Scott. He never won for Michael Scott,
which is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I have a Jenna catch because since Celeste turned me on to looking at this whiteboard, I found something else on the whiteboard. On the top line, written under Thursday, written in multiple colors, it says, in case you haven't noticed, there is a lot of colorful hooey on this board. Anyway, guys, for the future, I think it could be very fun to freeze on this whiteboard because they did change what they wrote all the time.
Well, I love that. I love the little subtle shade towards the television academy about Steve not getting the Emmy.
Totally.
Coming up next, Michael has a talking head, and then he does something immediately after, and it's one of these classic Michael moments that I live for. It always makes me laugh so hard. Michael says that all he can do is put on a brave face and be our leader. And then he says to the whole bullpen, "It's over. We are screwed."
Yeah.
Like, really, buddy? That's the brave face you're putting on for us? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, he offers no comfort. He sort of begins to ugly cry. Angela's asking about the employees, asking about their jobs.
I have two catches here.
I have something I need to say, Angela.
Okay, go.
At 7 minutes 18 seconds, your sweater?
It's a sweater vest. Okay, so I actually have some photos of this sweater from a wardrobe fitting that I saved. So I have a button-down shirt, and then over it I have a sweater vest, but it's like a tank.
It's like a teeny tiny, very odd sweater vest. It's like another one of those failed Project Runway contests.
Oh, 100%. And then our wardrobe designer, Carrie Bennett, took the buttons off the sweater vest and replaced them with those cat faces.
It's really a work of art.
It really is. All right, well, I have a catch at 7 minutes, 27 seconds. This is one of the most famous Michael Scott memes. It's Steve making that face like he's about to cry, or maybe he smells dog poop. You know the face. And he says, "This is the worst." And people use it a ton to respond to other people. Like when they get some news that they're like, "No way." All of a sudden, I see in my feed Steve's face.
Okay, on Office Ladies Pod, will you please post the pictures of your cat buttons and of this meme?
Yes, of course, of course.
Okay, good, because I want everyone to have these visuals.
Okay,
I think it's important.
I have a script question, Jenna, because I know you have the scripts. So Toby admits that he knows that this was going to happen. Michael calls him a traitor, says he wants to see him in his office. They start to walk in, and Michael says, "Oh my God, you walk so slowly." I feel like that was Steve improvising.
I had that same feeling, and I did look at the script. None of that part of him calling Toby into his office was scripted. So that whole bit of him calling Toby in his office, say he's walking slowly, and then Dwight guarding the door and putting his hand up to the camera, none of that was in the script.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. And I love that everyone just went with it. They just were like, "Oh, Steve's doing his thing. We're going to let this play out and participate."
Because I looked, I was like, wait, is there a lost scene of Toby in Michael's office? Is there a conversation that didn't make it? No, that was just Steve on the day.
Wow. And you know, speaking of how Rain gets the little smirk when he improvises, at 7 minutes 52 seconds, when he won't let the camera crew in and he shuts the door, he has the smirk.
I noticed it too. Well, we had a fan question from Mary Poulton, and actually a lot of people wrote in with a similar question. She wanted to know, when we got the script for this episode, did any of us worry that the show was being canceled, or did we know that this was just an idea for an episode? And she was asking, and a lot of people were asking, because we've said before, sometimes plots are revealed to us in these table reads, and they were shocking. And they wanted to know, as we sat down and got the script, as we were reading it, were we thinking, wait a second, what? Scranton's closing. Are we all out of jobs? No, guys, we knew that this was a plot point. None of us were worried. We had all had our contracts renewed for all of season 3.
Yeah.
And so we knew that we would be producing 24 episodes in season 3. And we also had been tipped off to the fact that eventually there would be a merger episode and that those people from Stanford would be coming to join us. So we didn't have any kind of surprise or anxiety when we got this script.
No, we were just excited because it meant finally after this episode, we could all be in one room together. So we were excited. At least the Scranton branch, we were excited. I don't know. Maybe Stanford was like, we like our schedule, but we were excited to have everyone back.
All right, so now into Orion talking head. And he's holding up his business cards, right?
Or are they his calling cards?
Oh boy. So he's holding business / calling card. 8 minutes. Notice, here it is. Talking head, exterior window behind him.
Oh,
this is the beginning of the exterior window talking heads, because next up, Angela has a talking head and Kelly has a talking head. with the mascara on her face, all exterior windows.
She's gonna track it. All right, so now we're going back to Stamford, and Andy is leading everyone in a chant, Stamford, Connecticut. Right? He's getting everyone worked up. So while everyone's chanting, at 8 minutes, 23 seconds, you will see someone who is beloved by our office cast and crew. Her name is Lori Socks. She was our stand-in. Her and her husband, Steven, they were like a stand-in duo team, and she's in the background in the scene, and it just made me so happy to see her.
I saw her too, and I love it. Well, maybe we should explain what a stand-in is if we haven't before. So after you rehearse a scene with the actors, you bring in people to stand in for the actors while the crew sets the lights and the camera angles. And this is an opportunity for the cast to go and get their makeup fixed or change their outfit or any number of things, rehearse their lines. And then when we're ready to start rolling, the actors come back in and stand in their positions or sit at their desks. So Lori would stand in for all the women, and Steven, her husband, would stand in for the men. But every once in a while, you'll see them pop up in the background of scenes, and that's what happened here.
Yeah, they're wonderful, and we all became very close. And anyway, I was very excited to see her there.
I know, they were the loveliest, and they had 2 kids. Lori got pregnant twice over the course of the show. Everybody who worked on our show became part of the family, and they were part of our family.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, back in Scranton, Meredith goes into Michael's office to let him know that she is still down to sleep together.
She's still down to get down.
Yeah, because, you know, they made a pact years ago that they would sleep together on the last day of work, and Michael is like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, this storyline, which is going to keep playing out, of Meredith trying to figure out who she agreed to have sex with on her last day of work, this was an example of one of the storylines that got cut from the original NBC airing.
Oh,
so we were able to keep this storyline in because we got the extra time with the producer's cut.
Oh my gosh. And see, I love it. I feel like it fills out the picture.
Yes, completely.
Well, Jenna, your character has a pretty big talking head coming up. You know, it's interesting to see how the branch closing is affecting everyone. I mean, Stanley is elated, right?
He's going to retire early.
Oh, yeah. Stanley's elated. Ryan says this worked out great. And Pam is really happy.
Oh, yeah. And we express all of those emotions with an exterior window behind us, Angela.
Well, Pam says that she always thought that maybe she would make a big speech and slap someone and storm out. So dramatic.
I know.
Who would she slap? It would have been me. She would have slapped me.
Well, she's eventually going to slap Michael, so maybe that's who she means. But it's definitely either you or Michael.
Right?
Yeah. 100%. Okay, so now, Angela, we're over in accounting, and Angela and Kevin break the news to Roy.
Yeah, why do Angela and Kevin break the news, huh? Why hasn't Pam said anything? I think this really shows how disconnected Roy and Pam are, by the way.
Well, he seems very concerned that Pam might be one of the Connecticut transfers, but Angela kind of misreads his concern and thinks that he's worrying about himself. And she's like, oh, Roy, you'll be fine. You're so strong and capable.
Yeah, don't worry, Roy.
Yeah, don't worry, Roy.
Kevin finds this hilarious. Angela tells him to grow up.
Yeah, he totally storms off. We got a fan question from Patricia Kennedy. Patricia wants to know, Angela, when you're talking to Roy, it seems like Angela has a thing for Roy. Did she?
Patricia, this is a fantastic question. All right, many of you out there have speculated about Angela and Roy. Jenna, I have been asked this question a lot, and there's all of these threads online about it. So the answer, Patricia, is yes. It seems like Angela always had a thing for Roy.
I love this question, Patricia, because this has given us an opportunity to track it. We're going to track this Angela-Roy flirtation because it is real and it is happening. All right. Early on, there are a few episodes that kind of hint at this Roy-Angela flirtation. I believe it starts in the fire. This is season 2. Remember when the members of the office are playing the game, Who Would You Do? And Michael asks Roy, who would you do? And Roy says, what's the name of that tight-ass Christian chick, the blonde?
Yeah.
Sort of referring to Angela.
right? Yeah, and I'm standing right there, and I'm like, my name is Angela. And he's like, hey, Angela. So definitely it starts there. And then in the secret, when Angela and Phyllis are in the kitchen and they're cleaning out the fridge, Phyllis asks Angela who'd she pick if she were in Pam's shoes, Jim or Roy. And Angela's like, oh, I don't want to participate in this, right? But then she gets this kind of weird look on her face, and she goes, Roy.
Weird look. It's like a confession. It's like, well, Roy.
Yeah. But then this just keeps building, right? And it's further fleshed out in the first ever The Office webisodes, Jenna.
Yeah.
So the webisodes were called The Books Don't Balance. It featured the accounting department. And if you watch it, go to episode 5 titled Someone in the Warehouse. The accountants are wondering if maybe Roy took the missing money. Angela says absolutely not, that he has too much character. And Kevin asks Angela if she has a crush on Roy. And Angela gets very, very flustered. Oh, whoa. She gets so flustered, she sort of messes up her words, and then she sort of storms off. And you can find this on the DVD set. It's on season 2, disc 4 as a bonus feature. But yeah, so that happens in the webisodes.
Okay, well then in season 2, Casino Night, there's a scene where Michael addresses the crowd in the casino, and he says, old friends, new lovers. And if you look, in the background, Angela and Roy are sitting next to each other at the bar. And you guys kind of exchange a look.
I know.
This is one of the things that's been pointed out on the message boards. What's the look between Angela and Roy at Casino Night when Michael says new lovers?
And why are they sitting next to each other, right?
Why are they?
I don't know. And then, of course, in this episode, Branch Closing, we have this scene in 10 minutes, 33 seconds, where Angela, like we said, is trying to confront Roy, tells him he's strong and capable.
Yes. And then also, if we skip forward to the cocktails episode in season 3, you will briefly hear audio of Roy asking everybody at the bar if they want a drink. And you can hear Angela say something like, oh, no, thank you, Roy. And everybody thinks that maybe that's your character kind of coyly talking to Roy.
Yeah, it's kind of odd that it's left in if you watch it, because it's off camera, and I'm like, oh, no, Roy, I'm okay. And it just kind of trails off. So it's like, what is that about? And then my personal favorite in the episode, The Negotiation, this is also season 3, Roy is coming in to get his very last paycheck, and Angela keeps having everyone in the office retell her about the moment Roy tried to attack Jim and Dwight intervened. I mean, there's a scuffle, and she just keeps wanting to hear about the scuffle, and it seems like she's just as turned on by Dwight's, like, being a hero as by Roy sort of being this aggressive dude.
Well, this is Angela, the character's fascination with a sort of alpha male display of, I don't know what you would call it, just testosterone. She loves a big display of testosterone.
Yes, don't forget, she mentions that she has had 2 men have duels over her.
Yes, she loves all of this.
She loves all
Roy is 100% in her wheelhouse. Okay, so we've tracked it. But Angela, you went to Greg and to Paul, the writers, to get their intentions behind this whole thing. What did they tell you?
Okay, yes. I went to Paul because he wrote the webisodes, and it is so plainly spelled out that Angela has a thing for him in those. And I went to Greg as well because I just felt like he had this overall view of everyone's relationships. This is what Paul said. We never really entertained it going anywhere. We just thought it was funny that Angela liked this rougher, less tolerant guy when the rest of the world was thinking he's kind of a jerk, and they're all rooting for Jim. So they sort of liked that foil, right? That I was Team Roy. And then this is what Greg said. Greg said Roy and Pam were more of a traditional relationship, and Pam needed a more modern, equal relationship. But it made sense that Angela would be attracted to Roy. It could have turned into something, but Roy had to get in line behind Dwight and Andy.
I love it. Oh, I love it. All right, so then Michael is down in the warehouse. He's talking to Daryl. He finds out that Bob Vance has bought the warehouse, and Michael really starts to spin out. And he tells the office he is not going to take this lying down. He and Dwight, they are going to go confront the CFO and they're going to save the branch.
How? What do they think they're gonna do? But I do have an old tech alert, old tech track.
What is it?
12 minutes, 50 seconds. Dwight says, hey, David Wallace isn't in the office. Don't worry, I have his home address. And he goes to his flip phone. Jenna, do you see how he has to toggle to find the addresses? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then he says, don't worry, he's on my Christmas card list. I loved this so much, Jenna. I love to think about what is Dwight's Christmas card? What is he sending out?
It must be a picture of the beet farm. I feel like it's in some way also a piece of advertising.
Maybe it's Moe's holding up a bunch of beets.
I have a fan catch from Nico Martin. When Michael and Dwight are driving to David Wallace's house, the temperature in the car says it's 80 degrees outside. Why are Michael and Dwight wearing trench coats? Well, Nico, that's because we shot this episode in August, but it aired on November 9th. And we always try to match the season in which the episode would air. So that is also why you're going to see pumpkins outside at David Wallace's house. We placed them there, even though it was August, to make it seem like it was fall.
Yeah, we placed them there and hoped they wouldn't explode from the heat.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the CFO's house, because we got a lot of questions about it.
It's a very nice house. We filmed there. I did a few episodes there, and it's a really beautiful home.
Well,
I'm rubbing off on you.
I know. Charlene Guevara asked, was that someone's actual house or was it random? And Dixie Hydrick said, whose home was used as David Wallace's house and where was it located? Well, of course, I went to Kentopedia, and he told me that David Wallace's house is located on Lomita Drive in Pasadena, California.
It's a beautiful neighborhood.
Oh, it's a beautiful neighborhood. It was 3 houses away from the house used on the TV show Benson. Just a little bit of trivia for it. So just a little bit more about this house. Jennifer Hodge and Whitney Graysick wrote in and said, at 14 minutes, 13 seconds, why does David Wallace have an H monogrammed welcome mat? Shouldn't it be a W? And Anna Worthington said, are they at the wrong house? Is that part of the joke? Did Dwight and Michael go to the wrong house and that's why there's an H instead of a W? Well, Ken told me that it was the doormat of the people who owned the house. And no one noticed the mistake until after they were in the editing room. And you'll see in the future, this is David Wallace's house. They just forgot to replace the welcome mat.
The welcome mat and also the golden retriever that's in the backyard.
Oh no, that's a whole story. That golden retriever was placed there. I'll get to it.
Okay, well, I am intrigued, Jenna. So wrong doormat, but real dog. We'll get to it. Maybe we should take a little break right now. And when we come back, guys, we have a really fun guest.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you in a second. All right, guys, we are back, and we are in Stamford. And Jan has called Jim and Josh into Josh's office, and she announces that Josh will be heading up what is now called Dunder Mifflin Northeast. Jim will be his number 2. This is exciting news. Jim is excited until Josh says, Jan, I have actually accepted an offer from Staples.
Yeah.
And he's going to take it.
Senior management position at Staples. Jan is ticked off. She's like, you leveraged this new position to get the Staples job when we orchestrated this whole merger just so we could keep you.
Yeah. So guys, this is it. This is the last time we see Josh Porter. This character has been with us for 3 seasons. He first came up in the pilot. We don't see him, but he's mentioned in the scene where Jan and Michael are talking about downsizing. We finally meet him on Valentine's Day, and now he's leaving. And guys, Josh Porter, we've talked about this before, was played by Charles Eston. He appeared in 8 episodes of the show.
He did a weird pilot with Rainn Wilson.
Yes, we never got to work with him, but he's an awesome guy. And to commemorate his time on the show, we reached out to him and we got to chat with him a little bit.
All right, we're so excited to have him here. Let's play the interview. Hey, it's Chip.
Hey, Chip.
Ain't no party like a Scranton party.
Because the grand party don't stop. It's so great to see you.
Thank you so much.
Are you kidding me? It is so great to see you guys. You know how it is. You do a show with somebody, and then there's just, you don't overlap again. And I'm in Nashville now, so I haven't been able to see you guys ever since then. And all I can say quickly is you could not have been kinder. Both of you were sincerely the only two nice people there.
We know. Yeah, it's a bunch of jerks and then us.
Everybody was nice, but you two were remarkably so. Considering we had no scenes at all together, you were very, very kind, and I appreciated it.
We were so excited to have you guys, and we, Jen and I were talking about this, that we had major FOMO because it seemed like all these great stories were coming out of the Stanford branch and funny inside jokes. We were like, dang it, we want to go to Stanford.
Well, picture it from the other direction where you're the guy that gets to go be on The Office, but you don't get to go in the office. You're in another branch somewhere. You don't get to be with everybody, but you do get to be with Jim, and he was awesome. John was fantastic.
And you got to wear fancy biker shorts.
Those are mine. I just showed up to work in those, and I played the good boss.
Well, we've been trying to get a hold of you. Jenna was trying to slide into your DMs, but she must have DM'd some other stranger. So
yeah, you are not Chip Eston from Germany.
No, I'm not.
By the way,
Charles_Eston, and I have so many famous leading ladies from classic sitcoms trying to talk to me on Instagram that I have
Oh,
yeah, it's so many. It's just,
I know. Okay, so we usually ask people on the show their origin story about how they came to be on The Office, like what was their audition process, and we would love to hear yours.
First of all, I was a British Office fan, like so many from the very beginning, so I recall very, very well watching it, loving it all. And then I heard they were trying it in the United States, and like a lot of people went, uh-oh, wow, okay, good luck. But then I had known, then I heard about Steve and Ray that they had been cast, and I was like, that's a heck of a good start. They might have a shot at this. Now, Steve, I don't know how I knew. We just knew each other from being in LA for a while. I think improv circles, maybe something like that. I don't think we ever worked together, but he's somebody I'd see at the mall in Sherman Oaks.
I love that you see him at the mall.
that tracks for Steve.
That tracks. Steve used to talk to Jen and I about really good lies that he found over the weekend.
Well, he was working at Brookstone at the time. No, I'm kidding. He wasn't.
I was gonna be shocked. I was like, this is a piece of trivia I didn't know.
Holy moly!
He was trying to sell me a massage chair. No, he never. As far as I know, he never worked there. Anyway, I would see him. But the way I knew Rain is the interesting part that got me to the show. Rain and I, I'm going to say 6 or 7 years, it's all a blur before that, had been at an audition at NBC. Right across from the main place in Burbank was that little casting hut across the street there by the park. And we were reading for this thing called The Expendables. And the Expendables were androids that solved crimes. These two guys, that's why they were expendable. Because who cares if they get, you can't beat them, you can't defeat them.
Chip, I did read about this. And I got so tickled. So go on.
So, I remember it was pure chance because they literally said, you read the you, because it's two guys. And so they paired us up, and somehow, just kismet, Rain and I got chosen to be together. And I remember, we went outside, and we had the script. There was some things to say, but we went outside and said, let's just have fun with this. And by the time we came back in, first of all, I had fallen in love with the guy that is Rainn Wilson. Instantly, we just clicked like that. I was like, what an incredible guy, what a mind. So we went in there and basically improvised on top of the script and ended up getting the job. And then we all had a table read at NBC right across the street in the big building. I'll never forget, there's this long conference table, and we're all just reading the script, and we're still messing around. We're still just being these two androids and just looking vaguely like. And so somehow we made it funny enough that they ended up shooting a pilot of it, and that's where I really got to hang with them the most. So in any event, we shoot that, we have a ball, it does not get picked up.
Shocker.
So I get to the audition. I think it's going well. I'm doing well enough, I guess. But I think the separating factor was one of them says, so I hear your, I think it was Mike. I hear you're friends with Rain. And I was like, yes, I am. And I said, did Rain ever tell you how we met? And they were like, no. I bet he didn't. And I said, we met playing naked androids on a detective show. And they were both like, And I said, and on top of that, if you give me this job, I show up day one with a DVD of that pilot.
Oh, no.
I'm not even to my car. And I'm like, hello? Oh, cool. That's the fastest I ever got a job. So it had nothing to do with my abilities or acting otherwise. It was purely that I had this on rein. And so that's my origin story. And it's kind of special to me because you can imagine. By that point, I was already a fan. It was like being on, it was like winning a radio contest to be on a show that I already loved. I was very uncool about it because I was just so happy to be there. But you guys were all very cool about it.
So, Jim, after you got the job and you started working on the show, we said, like, it looked like you guys were having so much fun. What was it like to get to do these scenes with, like, Ed Helms and Steve Carell and Rashida Jones? Like, do you have any episodes in particular that you have fond memories of?
There's the one episode where Josh is very mad at Jim because Jim is playing Call of Duty and uses the sniper rifle, and he just starts screaming at him, and of course Ed was amazing, and that scene goes off. And so what I didn't realize is that everybody was playing that game for real on the breaks, on the set. Did you guys have that same thing in yours, I believe, right?
Yeah,
Your computers were actually hooked up, and everybody was playing Call of Duty. So they just wrote it into the show. I hadn't played that much, so I was like, now what rifle would they use? And they explained everything to me, and then we went and we did it, and it was so much fun.
Yeah, our writers and editors were really into that. We didn't get to do that on set. We were always a little bummed, but they were playing it all the time. And on the DVD commentary, they did mention that John mentioned that's like one of the hardest times he had to work not to laugh was in that scene with you and Ed, and you guys were just going off on him about Call of Duty.
That's the thing is you're in this business so long, and you're in things that are pretty good, you're in things that are not good at all, and you're always. This funny thing after the show is I can remember people would walk up to me and go, "I saw you on The Office. You're very funny," and I knew that what it really was I didn't say that many. I wasn't the funny part of it. I was more the situation than the comedy. But I did get some great, very, very funny lines. Here, I was just in a room with Ed and John and Rashida and trying not to laugh or just watching Michael Scott when he says, I love inside jokes. I'd like to be a part of one someday. That's just as good a line as anybody can write. And all I had to do was stand there and just do the thing where you don't laugh and you're kind of, the cringe. And I couldn't believe I was. It was thrilling.
Well, so what is it like for you now? Like, The Office has had this new life on Netflix and it's everywhere. Do you get stopped? Do you get recognized for being on the show?
What it mostly is on social media is that I was on other things since then. Like when I was on Nashville, I played a character called Deacon, and people would watch it, and it was a very dramatic, very sort of, he was in AA, and he was trying not to drink anymore, and he loved this woman, so it was always very dramatic, very heartfelt, playing music, did all these things, so inevitably I would see a tweet that would say, just realized that Deacon from Nashville is Josh from Stanford, and then it always had that hashtag, mind blown. So that's mostly where it happened. It used to be that The Office was a little bit more niche, like somebody go, I know you from The Office, but now you're right, there's just a resurgence, it's a second thing. The best evidence of that is my own kids. When I was doing the show, they were in junior high, elementary, maybe one of them was in high school. No, they weren't, they were in junior high. So they didn't know what The Office was really, they didn't watch it on television. But now, actually, it's coming back. How many years has it been at this resurgence? 3 years? More? Whatever it is.
Oh gosh, it feels like in the last 3 or 4 years. Yeah, the last 3 years, I think.
It was always on in our house. I think I told Angela it was on in the summer more than the air conditioning. It was just, and they fell in love with it. They knew it so well. So that was maybe the first time when it was really cool. That they were cool, chill about it. Like, yeah, you're on it. But I could tell it meant a lot. And it means a lot to me.
Aw, that is so cool.
The other rabbit hole I fall down with you guys is the what do you call it? The bloopers. The bloopers on Netflix. If I start watching one, I'm there all the time. And I think that's because it's the best of remembering the parts of the show you love so much, but then getting to see how authentically funny it struck you guys. Like, sometimes you'd be watching and you go, this is insane. They don't seem to think this is funny. I mean, I'm an actor and I would think that. And then you come away and you would see where everybody did break up at that line, or where there would be lines that you just could not get out. to save your life, and those always killed me. And also the scenes that never made it. I had a great scene with Melora that didn't make it in. We were at the convention, and at the end of the night, all this stuff is going on. I'm walking, Jan and Josh are walking towards the elevators, and basically Jan stops and invites Josh on up for the night.
That's on the DVD set. She totally hits on you, and you're like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna go to Staples.
Exactly. I know. You talked about how you were the good boss, but in this episode, at the end, you sort of serve up the ultimate betrayal, and you leverage your job for a position at Staples. What did you think when you read that? Were you disappointed at all in Josh? Or were you like, I get it? I mean, who wants to work with this group of loonies?
At that point, I was just more disappointed for Chip than I was disappointed in Josh. Because I knew that Ed and Rashida were moving on over. And I knew it. I always knew that it wouldn't work to have the other boss there with him. I just saw something the other day, Janet, that, look, I've done a lot of drama. There are moments, the moment where he admires your painting so much and he says, that's our office, and you're just looking at him and you hug him. That's, to me, as emotional, as real, and as heartbreaking as any drama anywhere. So that's another thing I've always loved about it, and you guys.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Steve broke my heart many times on this show. Just his sort of childlike innocence as Michael, even though he was a lot of times just a real, like, I don't know, like idiot. Like, he was also this very pure-hearted person and complicated.
Yeah, and I look now and I know how hard that is for writers. We've seen how things on different shows that go another season and another season. It's like, how do they keep it all together? Because that's always the tension. When you have the fool, when you have the moron, or people, what makes them funny is how out there they are. What makes them human is the grounding of that and giving up the other side. That tension between those two things, it's so hard to ride where you don't make them not funny anymore because now they're just superhuman and kind and don't we love them. Or other times you just leave them like they don't have any arc at all. They're just that same person they always were. The way that they did that over the seasons with you guys is just, it's very unusual and special.
Well, your character of Josh had a great arc.
Yeah, I did. You thought I was the perfect guy. That is the thing, is that I always thought this is charismatic. It all comes very easy to him. And in the end, he does that. Well, I had one other fun thing. When Ed was on my final episode, Josh is the reason that branch is essentially going to be shutting down. So at that point, he doesn't think he has a job anymore. He's just flipping out. Andy is.
Yeah.
So there's a scene in the kitchen they had, and all the scene was Andy walks in there, he's pouring some coffee or something, and all of a sudden we get that first hint of that Andy Bernard anger that he later has to deal with, and he just flips out and sort of destroys everything and stops. And that was the scene, and I was real proud because I said, what if Josh, the guy that's the cause of all it, walked in right after that and just to say goodbye? My guess is that Andy is not strong enough or brave enough to do anything but go, great, it was awesome, great. And just, he would have to cover his fury immediately and be sort of the wuss that he was in that moment. And then they said, yeah, let's try that. So that was a lot of fun. He destroys that room, and I walk in there and I go, listen, Andy, it's been great. And he's like, yeah, awesome, man. Good luck and everything like that.
Oh my gosh, I love it. That was your pitch. I love that. I love that. Chip, we talk about this a lot, that we had this creative collaboration, that we could in the moment pitch something to the writer on set and we were heard. And that is so rare, truly. And we were so lucky to have that relationship with our writers. And I love that. We didn't know that. We didn't know that was your pitch. That's so cool. And also furthers the Andy character, because Andy was always just white-knuckling his anger, and suppressing it until eventually, he's going to punch the wall. But you love seeing him try to contain. That's such an Andy thing, too.
So that's kind of cool that I get to see that. I get to see, and also the other thing, how cool is it when you have a little idea, a little pitch, and you're surrounded by people that are going to make your pitch amazing. I've been in other places where you make a pitch and they try it, and it just doesn't get sold the way that you had it in your head. But that got sold out and beyond anything I could imagine what he did with this. So
totally did, and it absolutely just crystallize who Andy was, you know? It just all of that moment says who he is. That is fantastic. I love that story.
Aw, Chip, thank you so much. Thank you for coming on here and sharing about your time on The Office. We are so glad that we got a hold of you.
Thank you, guys.
Aw, where can we find you? Tell us where you are on Instagram.
I'm at Charles_Eston. I'm also Charles Eston on Twitter and Facebook. Okay.
And Chip, you're also you're on a show right now called Outer Banks on Netflix.
Yeah, we were #1 on Netflix.
Wow.
A little show called The Office.
Yay!
For a quick minute there, yeah. It's something else. It's really kind of amazing. We shot it last summer. It's sort of a young adult thrilling adventure. It has this amazing life all its own. As I said, that we knocked Tiger King out of first place.
Tiger King. That says something. That says something. And then I have one more thing to share with everyone. You do a weekly Saturday Facebook live stream, and it's called Quarantine Live Stream. Is that right?
Yeah, because of the show Nashville, I have to play a lot of music on that, so that's why I'm still here in Nashville. I get to do very cool things like play at the Grand Ole Opry, the Bluebird, or the Ryman.
Oh, wow.
And tour around and make music, so I'm on Spotify too. But in any event, so I just play a couple songs on the show, on the Quarantine live stream, and then I do another thing where I do a duet with somebody. I send them video of me singing, they listen and sing along, and we put them together in a video, so there's always a duet. And then I do interviews as well, just like you're doing right here. This was it last week? Yeah, last week was Old Dominion. I did the band Old Dominion interview.
Well, Chip, thank you so much. This was such a delight.
Oh, thank you guys very much for having me. I love that you're doing this. Everybody loves that you're doing this. This thing is on fire, this podcast, because what would they want more than discuss these things with you guys? So well done, and hopefully I get to see you down the road in some other situation. But thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you. We love you. Love you.
Love you too. Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, so that was amazing. Thank you so much, Chip. That was really cool. I'm glad we were able to commemorate this time on the show.
And to all of you other Chips/Charleses out there that Jenna slid into your DMs, we apologize.
That's right.
Okay, Jenna, where are we?
So Dwight and Michael are still outside of David Wallace's house, and they've decided that they're going to practice. They're going to role play what Michael is going to say when he sees David walking up, right?
Yeah, they got to be prepared.
Yeah. So I traded some messages with Mike Schur, and he told me that there was an element of the scene that was improvised, and it made everyone laugh so hard that they were able to keep it in, but they had to cut at this one moment, because right after that moment, like 1 second after that moment, everyone started breaking. So during this scene, when they're role playing, Dwight is pretending to be David Wallace, and he's doing a good job. He's making good arguments. So Michael gets frustrated, and he has this line where he says something like, just go back and start over and be more intimidated by me. Okay, that's where it was supposed to end. That was the scripted ending of the scene. But when they shot it, Rain walks back in, and Steve says, Mr. Wallace? Rain goes, kind of like he's terrified. That was the moment. Mike said it was amazing, and we literally couldn't go one frame later because they both started laughing hysterically.
Yes, I love that, because Steve and Michael was like, be more scared of me and don't touch me. Yeah.
It was so good. It was so good. All right, so now, lady, do you want me to tell you about this dog?
Yes, I want you to tell me about the dog, because I saw the doormat and I was like, oh yeah, they just forgot. They forgot. And then I saw the dog and I was like, well then that's those people's dog, right?
No, it's crazy. All right, so there's this scene where Dwight is sifting through the garbage. And by the way, this scene of him looking through the garbage, this was another one of those scenes that had been cut for the regular network airing of this episode. We got a ton of questions about this scene. Jocelyn Beecher wrote in and said, at 19 minutes at David Wallace's house, there's a dog in the yard. Did they specifically cast for a dog, or did that dog belong to the people who own the house? All right, the dog in the backyard was something that they added. And they added it because they thought that there might be more of a feeling of jeopardy involved if there was like this guard dog or this watch dog standing behind Dwight as he sifted through the garbage.
That was the friendliest looking dog ever. That dog was wagging its tail. It looked like it just wanted to play fetch. That dog made me want to get another dog, and we already have 2 dogs and 2 cats. I mean,
I know. And told me they hired a dog trainer. They hired this dog. And he was so sweet. He just wanted to play. He just wanted to like lick your hand. And he was like in no way intimidating, just like you said. Yeah, but they stuck with it. They stuck with it. They're like, this dog is gonna be in the shot. We paid for this dog. Well, the dog looks so friendly to me. I just thought the owner's dog got out in the back of the shot and they left it in. That's what it looked like. Totally. All right, well, listen, back in Scranton, Phyllis is bummed out. She's trying to organize a group lunch. Yeah. Yeah, and of course, you know, she goes to the Fun Stopper, Angela Martin, and they're throwing out some things. DJs, which, by the way, DJs is a hoagie shop, and then there's Cugino's Italian family cuisine, right? And Angela's like, I don't want to drive to Dunmore. Jenna, I looked it up. Scranton to Dunmore, 9 minutes. Oh, you don't want to drive 9 minutes. 9 minutes. And then Kevin's like, what about Cooper's? And she's like, no, seafood. And I want you to know, Brian and I have been to Cooper's when we went to Scranton, and they gave us like a little hat that looks like lobster, what do you call them? Claws? Yeah, they gave us each hat. I have photos of Brian and I like drinking beers with these lobster claw hats on. It was really fun. But yeah, Angela Martin's very good seafood. I can't even believe Kevin suggests Hooters to her. Are you kidding me? I know. In the middle of all this, Phyllis just walks away. She's like, never mind. Yeah, you guys are the worst. Forget it. Yeah. At the same time, Creed is walking around. He's dealing with this by selling everything in the office. He's selling the equipment, the fax machine, his personal computer. And I think if you look on the wall behind him, the dustbuster off the wall. It's gone. I have a hair catch for Creed. I think this episode debuts a new hairstyle for Creed. It's poofy. It's like they blow dried it straight up in the air and then like used a rolling brush. I want you to look at his hair. It is so poofy. It made me laugh. Lady, I noticed the same thing. I had the same note. Creed hair? Yeah, I wrote down. What's up with Creed's hair? Did they use the rolling brush on him? Like, what's happening? We're going to have to track it because I want to see if that continues in future episodes, this new way of doing Creed's hair. Yes. By the way, that whole storyline of Creed selling stuff, that was the other thing that was cut out originally and was added back for the extended cut. So the three main things were the Meredith storyline, this Creed storyline, and Dwight going through the trash. Got it. Friendly dog. Well, yes, the friendly dog. All right, so now Jan enters. She's looking for Michael because things have changed. Josh Porter threw them for a loop. They've had to reorganize, restructure, and she wants to let him know that now Scranton is staying and Stamford is going to be merging into Scranton, right? Yes. But yeah, Michael has been ignoring phone calls, and lady, we have some major Phyllis sass. What's the Phyllis sass? Well, it is at 20 minutes, 40 seconds. She looks at Jan and she goes, we know the branch is closing. And she gives Jan the snarkiest look. It's so amazing. It cracked me up. And I was looking online for like sassy office moments. I just wanted to see if this had been clocked. Okay. On May 16th, 2020, which is just a few days ago from this recording, right? Yes. There is a new YouTube video collage that someone made called Sassiest Moments on YouTube. Sassiest Moments from the Office. I think they have been listening to the podcast because all of a sudden there's the Sassiest Moments collage on YouTube. Angela, you 100% started sass. You started it early with Angela Sass, and if anyone is out there using sass or sassing or referring to something as sass, I want everyone to know that you started it. 100%. You should have trademarked it. Well, I just couldn't believe there's just this week, there's a YouTube collage called Sassiest Moments of the Office. Anyway, there's major Phyllis sass here. So yes, Jan tells everyone the Scranton branch is safe for now. There's a lot of mixed emotions. Some people are really happy, some people are sad. Kevin and Angela have a huge hug. Oh, lady, we got a fan question about that from Phoebe Tomac. When Kevin hugs Angela and picks her up, it looks like Angela got crushed a little bit, and she wants to know if you got hurt.
No, I did not get hurt. That was just, I think, Brian having a little bit of fun because he is such a big guy and he can pick me up really easily. When would our characters ever hug or be this happy together? So that was just something he added. It wasn't in the script, and he and I cracked up. I think you see me, like, I think I'm genuinely laughing because it made us laugh.
So also in the scene, Angela, Pam asks Jan, is anyone coming back to Scranton?
Mm-hmm.
We know who she's thinking about.
Yeah.
And over in Stanford, Andy is asking Jim if he's going to go back to Scranton. And he sort of says he doesn't know yet. He's not sure. He's thinking about it.
And then Ryan in the kitchen is like, I'm a little, nervous about Jim coming back. I just hope it's not weird. Pam, of course, totally internalizes this, like, oh my God, he knows. And he's like, I took his job. I sit at his desk. It's all about him, right?
Yeah. So Pia is kind of relieved in that moment. Next, Ryan's going to have his talking head where he knows he'll be staying at Scranton. Here's the moment, 23 minutes, 6 seconds. From here on out, all of the talking heads are facing back into the office.
Oh, lady, this is your proudest podcast deep dive moment, maybe. Next, I think it is. I think this ranks right up there with your Alpha Womb deep dive.
Oh, I did enjoy Alpha Womb.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Then over in Stanford, Karen is saying, she would move to Scranton if they offered it to her. Jim gives this poor woman so many mixed messages, okay? I have some beef with Jim because he's like, why would you do that? Just go to New York. I mean, you're 45 minutes from New York. Why would you go to Scranton, right? And then he pivots back the other way at the end and tells her to take the job. I feel bad for her.
I feel like these mixed messages are going to play out through the whole Jim-Karen relationship, actually.
Yeah.
Jim is very wishy-washy with her, in my opinion. In this scene, at 23 minutes, 17 seconds, I have a Lee catch.
Your husband Lee?
My husband Lee. We were watching.
You're like, what other Lee am I talking about? Like, yes, my husband Lee. Okay, my catch.
Lee. We watched this episode together, and he said, oh my gosh, look at the sign behind Karen's head during this conversation about whether or not she should move to Scranton. Do you know what it says?
No.
It says, window of opportunity. An obstacle to one is an opportunity to another.
Whoa.
We thought this was interesting because I was showing him all the talking heads, and he was like, oh, look at what's behind Karen. It's a window of opportunity.
Layers.
Well, back in Scranton, Meredith is congratulating Creed on his business venture. He's made $1,200. And finally, Gary Trundle calls. He calls Meredith. Do you know why? He used to work at the Scranton branch, and he says, I heard the branch was closing. Do you still want to make good on our agreement? Meredith found her guy. She did make a sex pact with someone.
She almost confesses the branch isn't closing, and then she's like, can you meet me at my place in 20 minutes?
We had a fan question from Bailey Aspenson. At 24 minutes, 30 seconds, when Meredith is talking on the phone, who is she talking to? Do you know?
Of course I don't know.
Kent Zabornak!
Finally!
Kentapedia!
Finally, Kent!
Kent Zabornak played the voice of Gary Trundle.
He was going to be my first guest. Yes. So Dwight and Michael are in the car, and they're reminiscing now about their favorite memories of Denver Mifflin because they've ignored phone calls, and they don't know that their jobs are safe. And Dwight says to Michael, what's your favorite memory? He goes, all of it. And then Dwight goes, even the part where the branch was closed. He's like, Dwight, was that part scripted? When Ray said it was?
Yeah, that scene in the car is almost word for word scripted.
All right, I didn't know if that was like Rain tagging the end of the scene. So I love that.
It's so funny, Angela, because the reason I know that is because I had the same thought when I watched it, and I checked. I wanted to know, is that scripted?
Well, here's the thing. We often could add a line at the end of the scene. That's the easiest place to improvise because it doesn't really mess up the context of the scene. So whenever I see these little throwaways at the end, especially by Steve and Rain, I always wonder.
Yeah, nope, that one was totally scripted.
Well, now we're back at Scranton, and the gang is going out for shots. Creed is buying because Creed made some money today. Jenna, did you notice as Angela leaves what a big wave she gives to Roy?
No, this is more of Angela.
Oh my gosh, it's almost awkward. It's almost awkward. At 26 minutes, 35 seconds, she walks by and literally goes like this. You guys can't see me, but I'm going to do it for Jenna.
Oh, that's a big wave.
Yes, it's a really big wave. So she for sure is like, bye, handsome.
Well, Pam now has her talking head facing into the office, I will say. And she is giddy. She's giddy. She's saying stuff like, oh, you know, it's good because finding another job is kind of a pain. And there are reasons to stay. But underneath, all she is thinking is, Jim is coming back, Jim is coming back, Jim is coming back, Jim is coming back. That's everything. And you're so excited for her. And then we go to Stanford, and Jim tells Karen he thinks she should take a job in Scranton too.
And Karen just lays it all out for the camera crew. She's just like, hey, I'm happy you said that. I don't think he's into me, but I'm kind of into him. So there's that. Wow. This is like someone who's sort of unapologetically into this guy. I dig it about her. I like it.
Jim doesn't even tell her, apparently, about what went on with Pam. So she's walking into Scranton, and she has no idea that he kissed the receptionist. She has no idea that there was this 4-year flirtation. She's just like, I like this guy. I'm going to go to Scranton and see what happens.
I'm going to take it one step more and say, she has no idea that he said, I love you. Hello? I love you to the receptionist.
We are being very Team Karen Filippelli right now.
We are, because Jim is spiraling, let's be honest.
I mean, listen, I can justify Jim's choices and his behavior. He has a broken heart, he's confused, he's crushed. We've all been wishy-washy. We've all kind of done versions of this in our life and had versions of it done to us. All right, so moving on. Dwight and Michael are still outside David Wallace's house. He's never come home. It's dark. They're hungry, but Dwight won't let them leave. But finally, he says, yes, we can go. And as they're leaving, Dwight checks his phone, clearly gets a message that their jobs are safe, and this is delightful.
They're like, we did it! We did it! They're like, wait, what?
They're like bumping chests.
Yeah, but they literally are like, we did it. Like, what did they do? And then even at the end, I think Steve and Michael's like, wait, what did we do? Like,
yeah, how did this happen? I'm so confused.
And then
but I love it.
I love it too. They're so happy. And then the whole episode ends with Toby saying, well, I guess I won't go to Costa Rica. It'll be there when I'm 65.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, guys, there you have it. That's branch closing.
That is branch closing.
Guys, next week, we have a very special episode of Office Ladies. We are going to revisit our casino night episode with special guest Ken Clovis.
Yes, the director is coming on to give us all of the behind-the-scenes stuff. This was such a big episode, and so many of you wrote in that we thought, let's revisit it with the director, answer some of your questions, and talk a little bit more about it. Thank you so much for calling in, Chip, and thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you next week.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Rubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office ladies. Hey, guys! Welcome to Office Ladies! Hi, friends. This week, we are doing something a little different. We are going to revisit an old episode. We're going to revisit the season 2 finale, Casino Night episode.
Yeah, guys, we're going to shake it up a little bit. We got so much love and feedback for this episode, and we really loved reading your reactions. They cracked us up. Also, it was one of your favorite episodes that we had done. Remember, we had JK, John Krasinski, on to chat about those Jenna and Steve scenes. And Jenna, Constance Gorham said, Casino Night was my favorite episode of The Office and of your podcast. I loved your conversations with John, the joy you felt when reminiscing about those backstage moments, and the friendship you have was so sweet and definitely had me smiling while listening to it.
Well, Constance, we agree. We agree with you, and that's why we want to go back and give this one a second look. We broke down a lot of stuff in this episode, but Ange, we missed some stuff.
What?
We did.
No.
We did. People wrote in with more questions. We're going to answer those. And a little later, we are going to interview the director of Casino Night, Ken Wappis. Guys, Ken directed 13 episodes of The Office, including our pilot episode. I mean, he got us started. He also directed Diversity Day, Sexual Harassment, Booze Cruise, Gay Witch Hunt. He directed our 100th episode of The Office, Company Picnic, and our finale. We literally could not be more excited to talk with him today.
I love this human. He is one of my favorite humans. I'm so excited for you guys to hear his awesome, sweet voice. He's just a delight. I can't wait.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's how he would say action.
Yeah, go ahead. He would also give me notes like this. He would say, Jenna, you know what? In this next take, why don't you know what? Go ahead. Yes! He would start to give me a note and then not give me a note.
I would be like, what kind of like ninja mind game is this?
Yeah, we're going to ask him about it. Yeah, we're going to ask him about his ninja mind tricks.
All right, we could talk about Ken a lot. But first, Jenna, we should probably get started with some things that we missed.
Yeah.
You guys, you said we missed things. You wrote in. Catherine B. wrote in to say, in his talking head at 4 seconds, Michael says the Scranton Business Park is putting on Casino Night, not Dunder Mifflin. It does seem like Michael planned most of it and is the host, but just wanted to point it out since Angela was so worried about the budget.
Wow, there it is. 4 seconds, Angela.
4 seconds in, we missed something, Jenna. 1, 2, 3, 4, missed something.
Exactly. So I feel like this implies that all of the businesses maybe threw in for the party, or was it that Billy Merchant, the owner of the building, threw the party? It's Scranton Business Park. To me, that sounds like the businesses pooled their money and threw this casino night.
That's what it sounds like to me. So that means like Vance Refrigeration participated. But then how did Michael get to be the host? Probably just because he's the loudest person at the meeting. Like, I gotta do this. This is
Probably
my
because
idea.
nobody else wanted to. I mean, I feel like everyone was probably relieved when, well, I don't know, because they probably knew what it would mean to have Michael be the host.
Yeah,
But no one else wanted the job, maybe, so there you go. Well, we got another fan catch from Eliana Cornfield and Raymond Chen. They said, what day was the casino night? Because when Toby was telling Michael about why they shouldn't invite the Boy Scouts, he mentions that it's a school night.
Do you mean invite, or did you want to say invite?
I wanted to say invite, like in John Voight.
He invited them.
He invited them. I've been watching Normal People, all right? Marianne.
Don't turn accent.
Collins.
Don't turn accent.
Marianne.
Don't turn
Collins.
accent. Don't turn on.
Collins and Marianne could have solved their whole relationship by simply having one conversation.
All right, that was like 8 different mixes of.
I know. Okay, that's how I do it. I put them all together. I'll start again. We got another fan catch from Eliana Cornfield and Raymond Chen. What day was the casino night? When Toby was telling Michael about why they shouldn't invite the Boy Scouts, he mentions that it's a school night. But when Jan leaves, Michael says, "Talk to you Monday," implying that it's a Friday night. Well, I think we all know what I have to say about this.
Here we go. Why aren't they casual if it's Friday?
If it's a Friday, why aren't we dressed casually? Now, I know, by the way, a lot of people have written into me about this and said that in Michael Scott Paper Company, we're going to have an episode where it's explained that we are reinstating Casual Friday as if for some reason it had been banned. I'm just saying we don't cover it, okay? We introduce this idea of Casual Friday, and then we don't talk about it for 4 years. It's left me hanging, so
I'm sorry you were left hanging.
thank you.
I feel for you and your other friends out there who are looking for those Fridays of casualness.
Okay, but the question is, what day was the casino night? It's unclear.
I would think it would be a Friday because they're going to stay up late, they're going to gamble and drink, and they don't want to go to work the next day. So I'm saying it's Friday.
I agree with that, and I think maybe when Toby was saying that it was a school night, maybe he means they had school that day. But school night means you have to wake up for school the next day. Maybe it's a Thursday.
We don't know, Jenna. All right, our next catch comes from Jeremy Cordell. If Dwight is wearing his grandfather's tux that he was buried in, wouldn't it be filled with bullet holes due to the tradition revealed last season of shooting their loved ones to ensure that they do not bury them alive? I think this also brings up another question. Jeremy,
Okay.
follow me. Follow me on this, Jeremy. After Dwight wore the tuxedo, did they then put it back on his grandfather to then rebury him in a barrel? Or does he just get to keep the tuxedo? I mean, Dwight mentions his grandfather was reburied in season 3, episode 4, Grief Counseling.
I think they removed the tuxedo, kept the tuxedo, and put him in something else when they put him in the barrel.
But he probably would have had the bullet holes in his suit.
I think that's a very fine catch from Jeremy. Well done. So now, Angela, I have something I'd like to point out that I cannot believe we did not discuss last time. At 15 minutes, 35 seconds, we have an amazing shot of Mindy's hair extensions. Full Mindy, she's wearing a flower in her hair. We've been literally talking about these extensions for episodes, and we failed to mention them in Casino Night. Here they are, everyone.
They are substantial extensions. Kelly has gone all out, and I can't believe we didn't mention those. Okay, also, my friend, Jenna Fisher. People say I say lady too much, so I'm going to start calling you a friend.
I would like you to call me Jenna Fisher.
Oh, okay, my friend Jenna Fisher.
There we are.
People also wrote in about Pam's hair. Vodka said, not a question, but I just have to say Pam's hair looks so amazing throughout this entire episode. And Melissa Lynn said, I bet there was another meeting about her hair. Jenna, you know there was a meeting about that hair. Come on, give it up.
There was a huge meeting about that hair, and we tried, again, as we did, several different options for Pam's hair. Ultimately, we decided to go half up, half down, but instead of just having Pam let her hair naturally dry into that kind of frizzy curl, she would go back in with a curling iron and kind of soften her curls. We thought this was a good way for her to look like Pam, but like she'd given it a little effort, which seemed right on to me.
So she would have had to blow dry her hair out straight, then get a curling iron, and then put all those curls in, right?
No, she let her hair dry naturally and then went in with a curling iron and just sort of softened the curl that was there. That's literally how we did that hairstyle. We did not blow it out first.
Okay, I just wanted to know. I was curious about that.
Yes.
How many steps this was.
Well, here's one thing I should mention. One of the discussions was that whatever Pam's hair looked like, it had to look like she did it herself. It couldn't look like someone else did it for her, right? And the truth is, I could have never, ever achieved that little swirly If you look at the back of my head, I've
I
got
know,
this
I know.
swirly thing there.
It's a swirly bun thingy that holds up half the hair.
Yes, because her Pam clip is not there. There's no Pam clip. It's a swirly thing with little pins. My arms couldn't bend in the way that would be necessary to achieve that. So, bit of a cheat. We went with it.
Here's a little something for you guys listening. We always knew there was about to be a conversation about Pam's hair when Greg or one of the writers would come in hair and makeup, because you never ever saw them in hair and makeup. You'd see them on set, but you would rarely see them come into hair and makeup. So whenever they did, we were like, oh, what's happening? Either Pam has a new hairstyle or Kate's getting her head shaved. Like, what's going on?
Well, here's what I thought was so funny was the number of meetings we had about my hair in this episode. And all the while, Mindy was 3 chairs down from me getting long, luscious extensions that no one questioned. No one questioned how and why Kelly suddenly has long hair. But we curled my hair in a slightly new way, and it was like 7 meetings. We were very protective of Pam's hair. They really were. And good thing, too, because, well, I mean, every once in a while we messed up with, low pony, but we've already spoken about that.
LP. We already covered LP. All right. I would like to talk about drink orders. Attract it.
You
And I want to talk about it. Here's the thing. At 20 minutes, 3 seconds, we see Jan and Carol. They are side by side at the bar, which is totally awkward. Okay, guess what Carol ordered?
What?
Red wine.
Okay.
Keeping it simple.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Jan orders a cosmopolitan.
Remember Cosmopolitans were what I drank when I did my experiment with BJ Novak about getting drunk for the Dundies. Remember I told that story?
Is this because you'd watched like one episode of Sex and the City and you're like, oh, people order cosmopolitans when they go to a bar?
Lady, that's literally correct. Yes. I had done so little drinking that when I had to order a drink, I said cosmopolitan because it's what they drank on Sex and the City. Yes, 100%. I didn't know it was that or a screwdriver. I knew those 2 drinks. That's it.
All right. So Ryan comes up and orders a 7 and 7 with 8 maraschino cherries, sugar on the rim, blend it if you can.
And then doesn't Jim say, oh, that's still going on?
It's still going on, huh? Yeah, it's perfect line. It's perfect.
Well, at 14 minutes and 46 seconds, Michael goes up to Billy Merchant. And we did not talk about this scene, and I have some info here.
Okay.
Michael says to Billy, your nurse is hot. To which Billy says, she's not my nurse, she's my girlfriend. And Michael says, your nurse became your girlfriend? Sweet. And Billy says, she was never my nurse. I met her at Chili's. All right. We had someone write in, and I am so sorry, sir. I lost your name. Okay? If you hear this, you know who you are. There's only one person who wrote in, and I could not find the email again. But they wrote in to say, is Billy Merchant's girlfriend the same woman who played the hostess Megan from Chili's in The Client? Remember in The Client, we loved how Michael kept remembering that the hostess name was Megan? It was like Megan. Okay. Okay, no. It is not Megan from Chili's, from The Client, but it is the same actress who played the waitress at Chili's in Dundies. What? And her name is Amanda Warren. This actress, Amanda Warren, she was a background performer in the Dundies episode. She played a waitress, and we hired the same actress to play Billy Merchant's girlfriend in Casino Night.
That's some good continuity.
Good continuity.
Come on, some good continuity.
And by the way, thank you, Kentopedia, for doing that deep dive on our casting file to give me the answer to that question.
God, Kentopedia. Well, at 15 minutes, 51 seconds, Michael sits down at the poker table to play No Limit Texas Hold'em. Michael goes all in against Toby. Toby calls, and Michael gets really mad. Toby shows a pair of jacks, and Michael folds his cards and storms away from the table.
We have a fan question from Kegu. As a poker player, did it bother Gemma that when Toby calls Michael's all in, Michael just leaves even though he could still win?
Yes. Yes, Kegu. Yes, it bothered me a lot. Also, in the script, it said that Michael turns over his cards, revealing a 9 and a 10, which means he could have won by landing a straight, right? If he gets a straight, that's going to beat Toby's 2 jacks. Here's the thing. You never walk away from the table. In the scene, Michael doesn't reveal his cards. He just folds his cards. So I guess we're left to presume that they were really awful, but you never know what you're going to get on the flop, on the turn, and the river. You never walk away from your hand. Thank you, Kegu. It did bother me.
Kegu, none of that made sense to me. None of what Jenna said made sense to me. But I'll tell you what I'm going to take away from it. I am not walking away from the table.
There you go.
Thank you.
Angela, at 20 minutes, 23 seconds, I don't think we discussed Creed's stealing of the poker chips, which becomes a bit of a runner.
Yeah, it's a total runner throughout the episode. And as far as I can tell, Angela Martin is the only person that really clocks it, right?
Yeah, but then you don't say anything.
I don't say anything.
You keep it interesting. Angela, do you think that your character, because your character clocks a lot of things, do you keep a little file?
Oh,
do you think maybe you file that away somewhere
100%
for use later?
I think that's one of the things Dwight and I have in common. He's tracking all kinds of stuff, and so am I. So when the two of us think that we're going to have power together, we're like, oh, we own these people.
Oh, you guys definitely have some secret files.
For sure. Well, lady, I think we should bring Ken on because now I have questions for him.
Same. Here's what we're going to do. We'll take a break, and then we will be back with the director of Casino Night and many other episodes. And Purpose, go ahead to break. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jenna and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then lime mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year, we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies.
Ken Quapis, hello. Ken Quapis is here, everybody. We are so thrilled to have you.
I am so
happy to be here.
Ken, you and I share a hometown.
We do, and I have a very distinct memory about one of our first meetings. So I went to an all-boys high school in St. Louis. St. Louis University High School, all boys, and the only girls I met in high school came from two sister schools, Ursuline Academy and Narings, and those were the girls who were actors in our plays.
Yes.
So anyways, when you and I auditioned, I remember having this moment where I thought, wow, this woman has such a weird Catholic girl vibe going on here. She reminds me of the girls I knew from Narings High School, and that's where you went.
That's where I went to school. Yes. And the only boys I knew came from St. Louis University High School to be in our place.
No, it was the weirdest, most random thing, and but obviously there's an important St. Louis contingent on the show. Obviously,
There's a huge one. It's you guys and Ellie and Phyllis. Am I missing anyone else?
Rusty Mahmood,
Rusty.
our first AD.
Rusty. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I really wasn't aware of how many people were from St. Louis until the World Series. That one season when everyone was watching, remember? It was like, I'm going to get it wrong. But anyway, I just remember you guys were really intense about baseball. And I was like, why? And you guys were all from St. Louis.
Right, it was a bad World Series. The Cardinals.
Oh, is that why you all so quiet? I'm sorry. I thought I was bringing up a really great memory. You guys were silent. I'm like, what's happening? Okay, sorry. Okay.
Well, Ken, we always like to ask our guests how they came to be a part of The Office. And you were our first director. You directed our pilot. We'd love to hear how that happened.
Well, I did not know Greg before the show. I met with him. I had an interview with him. I was actually very nervous to meet him because I knew his work. I really admired him. I also was nervous because, so many people said, this is a terrible idea. We make this show The Office. And so I went into this job interview with all these different feelings, including what if I get this job? This is an impossible task, remaking this beloved show. And I don't remember much of the meeting except for one thing, and that is Greg asked me what I thought of the British show. I said I really loved it, but that I was completely confused about the layout of the paper company in the British show. I just found it totally, I couldn't figure out where people sat or anything like that. And I remember even in the meeting thinking, this is a really bad move on my part. In theory, you hire a director because they have, visual sense, and here I was basically saying I'm spatially challenged. And Greg, to my delight, he goes, "Oh yeah, I'm totally confused about that too." And then we were sitting, I don't know where the meeting took place, but we were sitting on a sofa, and then we kind of scrunched down next to the coffee table and got pieces of paper and pens and started drawing, we were a couple of kids. We were drawing what we imagined the original paper company layout was like. So that was, I think, the turning point of the meeting.
Oh my gosh, I love that story.
I guess that, it's a little bit the lesson of, sometimes it's okay just to admit what you don't know, I guess.
It really speaks to Greg too, because I could see Greg getting a bunch of paper and saying, let's draw it, let's figure it out.
Oh, that's exactly what it was. The two of us just little kids drawing for a while.
So when you got the job then, how did you approach building the Dunder Mifflin world? Did you scout real offices? Because our first location was that real office in Culver City. How did you choose your space?
Well, the space, as I recall, the office suite that we shot in was just this kind of shuttered office. There was nothing going on. It was basically a big empty rectangle. There was nothing in it really. And I remember a lot of questions that Greg and I, batted back and forth, including, should there be dividers between the desks? Should there be cubicles? And, or if there are dividers, should they be low enough that people could still kind of see each other over them? And we decided, happily, to have no dividers except accounting. And which is also a very bizarre divider because you're still staring at each other.
Well, I have my theory. I have my theory that Angela Martin requested that because she needed a buffer between her and Kevin because he's a little smelly. He's like,
I remember even when we decided it would be glass, it was like, well, what's the point of having that divider? But I think it was just sort of we wanted some sense of that somebody was in a cubicle kind of thing. But I do remember spending a lot of time thinking about the relationship between Pam's chair and Jim's chair. That actually was something that I played around a bunch with different ways. Pam's, your reception area was always where it was, but it was a question of where would Jim sit. And and it seems now like how could it not be what it was? But I love the idea that you always look at Jim, and Jim has to turn to look at you. It's like the simplest thing, but I thought that somehow the way your desks related would help tell the Pam Jim story. And so I love, nothing makes me happier than some of the shots we did where like John's in profile in the foreground and you're in the background, Jenna, like gazing at him. And he either is unaware that you're looking at him or he's completely pretending to be unaware. And he knows very well that you're looking at him. So I feel like that was actually something, that was like a key moment in setting up the Dunder Mifflin world.
I love that. Sure, and that would have been totally different if Jim sat where Dwight sits.
Absolutely.
Yeah, then they'd be staring at each other all the time. Oh, I love that.
And the other thing, I was thinking about our, morning at 30-minute exercise where
Yes.
that exercise was inspired by Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant. And they said that when they shot the British show, that every morning or occasionally they would just stop and do what they called general views. And they were basically different establishing shots. And so when we did it, I didn't really think about it at the time, but I really feel like it sort of set the tone for the day. And that once we kind of segued into a scripted scene after, a half hour of shooting shots of, I don't know, like Angela, doodling a picture of a cat or something. Like when we segued into a scripted scene, everyone kind of maintained that sense of just being like under observation.
Yeah.
Nobody was doing a scene. Everyone was still sort of I was still just eavesdropping on these characters as opposed to, let's do a scene. The other thing that was great, none of the phones on the set worked, obviously. They were all dummy phones, but it kind of gave some of the cast members who didn't have dialogue in the pilot, like Phyllis doesn't have a line of dialogue in the pilot. But when we were doing our morning exercise, she was like on this fake phone improvising a sales call. And so I remember actually filming her, and so it was kind of a great way for all of the cast members to start to find their voice, even if they didn't have words in the script.
Well, Ken, one of the things I remember as well, just was watching you and our camera operator, watching you and Randall sort of like scope out the look of the scene. And we would rehearse for the crew, and you guys would watch. And your eyes dart back and forth from who's talking, you're looking around, and I would find myself, if I didn't have lines in the scene, I would only watch you. I would watch you watching the scene, figuring out where you wanted the camera to be and how you wanted to tell the story.
Well, I can't speak for other directors. Obviously, the show, there's so many great directors working on the show. But for me, it was always critical to stand next to the camera, not to be off watching at home. And part of what excited me was because I was standing next to the camera, I could see everyone who wasn't on camera. And so, for instance, like Jenna, we were looking at you, but Angela, I caught something that you were doing out the corner of my eye. If we did another take, I might say, find Angela at some point. So it just gave me a sense of where we might look. I mean, Greg put it really well when he was on the podcast when he talked about Bruce Cruise, and he talked about, among Greg's many talents is the way he sort of empowers the camera operator. And he's sort of encouraging the operator to sort of kind of get curious about what's going on, to look for things, to find things, to kind of get interested. And I think that's such a mean, it's such a fantastic way to approach the camera operating. But for me, at the beginning, it was mostly I just needed to figure out what else could the camera find take to take. Anyways, that's a long and involved way of answering the question.
No, I love that.
The other thing that I loved was the idea that the camera would be, quote, in the wrong place. So we didn't do this a lot as time went on, but at the beginning there were a few times where, for instance, like Jenna, I was on you, but Angela, you had a line, and then we went over, but we'd get to you too late, actually, so we arrived just for like a dead air. It was like, so we get there, couldn't get the line, so occasionally it was great to kind of choreograph some of those missteps. There's a lot of great times where it just feels like deliberately the camera's not quite ready for what's about to happen. I was looking at Diversity Day because I wanted to see Pam falling asleep on Jim's shoulder, which may be like my favorite scene that I directed in the whole series. I love that scene so much. But what's nice about it is, I'm sure it's Randall, that when you lean over onto John's shoulder, we're not quite framed for you. And so suddenly the camera sort of like quickly zooms into a tighter shot. But at the beginning, it's kind of just a kind of a loose frame with the two of you and maybe a couple other people.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, Ken, about marks on the ground. So when I came out to LA and I had my theater degree, I took a bunch of on-camera acting classes. And the big thing I learned was how to hit your mark. And a mark is a piece of tape on the ground that the actor must walk to and stand on because the camera has meticulously measured the distance from the mark to the camera so that everybody's in focus, and like hitting your mark was a thing that I was constantly nervous about as an actor. And I remember coming in on the pilot and asking, where is my mark? Because I'm now a professional actress on a television show and I must hit my mark. It's the one thing I learned. This is what I learned from my classes. Ask where your mark is. So I'm like, where is my mark? And you said no marks. The actor shall have no marks. And I was like, no marks? What did I spend that $350 on?
Wait, I have a question though. Did it feel weird to not know where you were supposed to stand at times?
It was such a relief because it freed me up. I had started every scene as an actor on camera, not thinking about where did I just come from, what's my emotional life, what am I doing in the scene. I started every scene with, am I standing on my mark? Like that's what was going through my head was, did I stand on it properly? I think I'm on. Should I look down? I looked down. Did it look obvious? So it was so wonderful that I wasn't worried about where I was standing. You would just say, just land in this general area. You know, walk over to Jim's desk somewhere between here and here. Wherever you land, we'll find you.
Part of that is that we had a lighting plan that for the most part meant that you could land anywhere and you would be equally lit.
Right.
That's the key. I would say there's nothing against marks because we're doing a scene, where we have some complicated lighting going on. You do, occasionally need to actually hit the right spot.
Yeah, you can't be too far off where there will be no light on you. Yeah.
But I think that was part of it. But the other part of it was just the idea that generally that we were never staging things for the camera. We were always staging things for the camera, but we were creating the illusion that we were simply sort of observing what was going on as opposed to choreographing something for the lens. I just love the idea that we had to follow we were the documentary team. We came in each day, we don't know what you guys are going to do.
Speaking of documentary crew, Ken, one more thing that you established, I'm not sure if we've shared this with people about the talking heads, that
you can sat in the place of the documentarian. So when we started, and then with every director that followed you, you sat next to the camera and asked us a question before we delivered our talking head. And early on, especially, Ken, you would start our talking heads by asking us general questions about our life, about our weekend, and you would sort of gently lead us to a prompt that would then get us to deliver our scripted talking head. And that was kind of an exercise that we did in the beginning, but I think a lot of times people don't notice you deliver things like that to like a piece of cake or to a tennis ball that you're just meant to look at so that your eye is in the right place. But you were like, no, I want you to deliver this to me, a human being, and look at me and have a conversation with me. I thought that was such a brilliant decision, and it helped us so much.
It helped so much, and I think you guys listening out there, when we sat in the chair, we were immediately in character, and we didn't know what Kim was going to ask us. And it really, for me, helped me discover so much about Angela Martin. It was sort of like this acting exercise, Kim.
Well, one of the things I thought about was the fact that a lot of the talking heads were very short. And some of the most wonderful talking heads are like just one line. And so it felt like, I mean, for me, the challenge is like, how do you make one line feel like it's part of a conversation? In theory, if I'm the documentary filmmaker, I did ask a bunch of questions, and then in the editing room, pulled this one line out. So it was just a question of, and by the way, it was actually hard for me because I had to come up with a different question before teeing up the scripted line, and I wasn't even sure what I was going to have, but it just mainly was a way to keep the conversation up. And what I thought it was also important that as characters, that everyone started to develop a relationship with the documentary team. But I just felt like the documentary team is like the important off-camera characters of the show.
Yeah, I used to love being surprised by your questions. Like I like have a memory one time you said to me, "What do you think about Kevin?" So like those are the type of questions you'd ask, and I was like, I try not to think about that. You want to ask some of the questions that the people wrote in? Yes, let's ask some fan questions here. Ken, a lot of people wrote in wondering which episode was the most rewarding or the most challenging.
I feel very blessed because I got to direct a lot of significant stories, and certainly a lot of Pam and Jim stories. And I would say the most challenging for different reasons. The fire was very challenging because we spent so much time in the parking lot that it was like 150 degrees. That was so awkward. And Bruce Cruise, I love so much, but boy, that boat was not fun.
Here's a question. What would you consider the most underappreciated moment in the show? That's a big question. Wow.
That's tough. I want to think about that. Well, here's a moment or a short scene from the pilot that I always point to as, to me, one of the best scenes in certainly in the pilot is the scene towards the end between John and David, that when they're like leaning out of Pam's desk after she has left, and they're just leaning and not talking to each other. They just on forever, and it's just this weird scene of dead air, but there's such tension between them. And finally, I can't remember John's line, but he starts to engage with David, and then David just walks away. It is the oddest little scene. I love how beautifully, like, it's very tense. There's not a word, and they're not even looking at each other. I just find that would fall into a great underappreciated moment.
Yeah, I love that moment, and it felt so real, like in watching it. And Jim tries, and then Roy's like, "I'm out," just walks away. Oh yeah, I love moments like that.
We got this question from Justin Sweeney. Justin asked, as a director, how do you balance telling actors what to do versus empowering actors to be creative and make their own decisions?
You're so good at this, Ken. You're very good.
I feel like part of my job as a director is to simply create an atmosphere
where people feel loose and people feel like they can kind of play or, or fall on their face or make a fool of themselves. I mean, I just feel like part of it is trying to really not be in any way, shape, or form kind of judgmental in my mind and just sort of like, and sort of, just kind of love people into their best work. And so it's not a specific thing. It's more just kind of, and I also feel it's very important to be near the actors, to not be off in another. I mean, obviously this is the case in The Office, but I don't want to be off in another room looking at a video monitor. I want to be near the actors so that when you call cut, the actors look up and you're the first person they see. And I've talked to so many actors who work with directors who are sequestered at a video monitor a half a mile away, and they say that, after calling cut, they don't hear it, they get no notes, they hear it's radio silence, so they're kind of at sea wondering how am I doing? So for me, so much of it is just being near the artist. I'm also kind of awed by actors, by the way, and I'm not an actor at all. So I'm just sort of a little bit, just kind of awed watching. I feel like, wow, I have the best seat in my house. Yeah. There's one thing I do want to mention about Steve. I know on the Blues Cruise episode, you talked about how you talked about his intensely great work ethic, the fact that he was shooting a movie at the same time we were doing the Blues Cruise. But I remember at the beginning of the series, I'd always tried to get to the set before anyone else to kind of figure out what I was going to do during the day. And Steve was always already there. And he was in Michael Scott's office with the door closed, and he was just thinking about the day's work. And he was there before everyone. And I thought, wow, that's a pretty good, that's a cool signal for Steve. Not that this was his intention, but what a great signal he sent everyone in terms of being serious about your work.
Yeah. Ken, you would give me a piece of direction that you gave me more than once, and I'm convinced it was a Jedi mind trick. Oh, I know it. I would do a scene a couple of times, and then you would come up to the reception desk and you would say, Jenna, on this next one, what if you know what, never mind. Go ahead. And I would think, what if I what? What if I what? What was he going to say?
Oh my God, you're on to me.
Is it a Jedi mind trick, Ken?
It kind of is. Yes.
What is the purpose of it? Is it to what? What are you doing there?
I think maybe the purpose is to clear your mind.
Yeah.
Maybe. I just remember once Steve and I were working on a scene in the episode Company Picnic, and there was just a lot of discussion, as there often was, with the writers between takes, and I could tell that Steve actually was a little overnoted. Maybe that's the right way. He was overnoted. And I remember before one take, I said, okay, Steve, what I want you to do with this next take is wipe the whole blackboard clean. That was all I said. And he goes, oh, he was very lucky.
Well, Ken, I had done an improv pilot that didn't go, and I had done a few commercials. This was my first steady gig as an actor, and I remember feeling such comfort when you would say, go ahead, just go ahead. And it's something the whole cast has always talked about, how you just say, go ahead. And it was like, you don't scream action. Will you do it for our audience? Ken would talk about this. Will you do it?
Go ahead.
That's it, guys.
No,
that's the one.
There's a lot of different versions of go ahead, by the way.
There are. No, that's true. In really emotional scenes, there was always a lot of support in your go ahead for Pam to be like, go ahead. It's okay. You would give me permission. Go ahead.
There's a lot of going back to the Jedi mind trick. There are also a few versions where it's like I'm about to say something and then I just say go ahead. It's like, go ahead.
Yes, yes, you would do that with your hand. You'd be like, Matt, you know what? Never mind. Go ahead. You'd be like, what's happening? Ken and I got to work together again on Black AF for Netflix, and you got to say go ahead, and I got to hear it, and it'd been so long. I almost, like, in the scene, my character wasn't supposed to cry in that moment, but I was like, oh my God, I'm tearing up because Ken just said go ahead.
By the way, one of the wonderful things about that show and our work on that show, Black AF, is I got to see you do improv in a way that I hadn't done The Office, because that was a lot of improvisation. And of course, as you both know, everyone always asks how much The Office was improvised. And of course, mainly it was just brilliantly written to sound improvised.
Yes.
Well, listen, you guys, should we get into Casino Night?
Yeah. So Casino Night received critical praise. I found that in a 2011 poll conducted by the fan site Office Tally, fans voted Casino Night as their favorite all-time Office episode that had aired at the time. Did you have any idea while you were directing it that it would be received like that? Did you know you were directing this monumental episode within the series?
I had no idea that. I mean, you really are not sure how anything's going to come together when you're in the middle of it. And what's so good about Casino Night is, again, I feel like there's so many story elements that are just working so well. And I also, watching it again, I forgot how much of the story is about romance. There's the Dwight and Angela, the beginning of that romantic story. And obviously Pam and Jim, but also, Michael and Jan and Carol, and also seeing, I can't remember how much we've seen Bob Vance before Casino Night, but just seeing the two of them together, I don't know, I feel like there's all this romance in the air in this story.
Yeah.
So I really love that.
It was kind of a date night in a way for a lot of the couples. Ryan and Kelly as well.
Ryan and Kelly, absolutely. All these maraschino cherries. And I have so many favorite moments from Casino Night, but I have to. There's like a couple of tiny ones I'd love to. They're so tiny, but I love them so much. And one of them, and Angela, you talked about it after you slap Dwight and walk away at a tiny little moment before you exit frame. It's so small, it's so beautiful, and it's so great that Randall kept capturing it take after take. But what I also love in that shot is that you see both yours and Rain's reaction at once. It's a very energetic shot because you're watching, you're kind of keeping an eye on both of you at once. The other tiny little moment is right before the first Daryl talking head. That's when Steve says Dink and Flicka, and we cut to Craig, and he gives a tiny look to the camera before we cut to his talking head. It's barely noticeable, but it's so great. It's almost as if the camera just see that. Like, such a great little moment. And so there's a lot of little beautiful little grace notes like that in the episode.
You had mentioned that scene with Jan and Jim out by the car, and that you positioned that very deliberately. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I haven't reread the scene description. I'm sure it just said that they were standing outside talking. But and they may have actually found this on their own. They may have literally just leaned against a car hook side by side and rehearsed it. Who knows how it landed? But when I saw it, it felt so sexy. It felt like, wow, this feels, and plus, Melora smoking a cigarette. And it just
sexy though. She's so beautiful,
And she's very sexy. But she's also in that scene. She's such a not good mood, which to me actually made me feel even more that this would play as an interesting mislead for the audience. Maybe she's going to, maybe something's going to happen with movies too. And
A
it just felt
revenge
like
hookup. Revenge
exactly
hookup.
revenge hookup. But it just felt like that somehow just the two of them just leaning casually against a carpet just felt like it was the right way to go. And I loved when you did the Casino Night podcast that you talked about Jan's overnight bag in his car. And I love, Jenna, what you said. You said the camera finds her overnight bag. And I was so delighted when you said that because, in fact, the camera doesn't find it. She holds it up for us to see. And I remember this. I had a big discussion with Laura that night because in the script, in Steve's script, it says she tosses what appears to be an overnight bag over her shoulder into the back seat. And in the first take or two, that's what she did. She just threw it over her shoulder, and I thought, I have no clue what it is that she just threw back there. What is that? So and this is like this tricky acting challenge. I said, you know what? I hate to say it, I think you need to kind of hold it up for me to see what it is before you throw it. And so we had a discussion about why would she pause and look at it. And I remember talking to her about, that this bag is like taunting you. It's like sort of, it's like just making fun of you. Like, and so she did it so gracefully, and it feels completely natural, even though it's a totally stagey moment.
I had no idea. I mean, we watched it. We had no idea. Yeah, I thought it was totally organic. I mean, that's brilliant on your part and Laura's part.
Well, Laura pulled it off. It's so good. One of my favorite shots is so not a documentary type shot. I just love it. It's the shot of Jan and Carol side by side at the bar, and Steve's in the background, and he notices them, and then he slinks out of frame, and he's framed sort of. It's a very formal, very like it's a very funny shot, but he's framed right in between them. He slinks out of frame, and then moments later he reappears deep in the background, and he's still like sort of monitoring them. And it's like such a hilarious shot. I don't have any clue what, and they're having a dialogue, Jan and Carol. I have no clue what they're talking about. All I'm doing is watching Steve like scurrying around in the background.
They're ordering their drinks, and let's see, Carol very tense small talk. Yeah, tense small talk.
It's tense small talk. But I just totally every time I see this shot, I go, oh shit, I should listen to that dialogue. What's going on? Just looking at Steve.
Now, I wonder if it was in the script that Steve was pacing in the background, or if that was something you guys found on the day to fill out that scene.
The scene description says Michael approaches in the background, sees the two of them talking, and turns on his heels. And what Steve did is that his back is to them for most of the shot, and then he turns, and then he doesn't know what to do, and then he leaves frame, and it's the reappearing in the deep background.
I love that so much. He's like sort of stalking them a little. He doesn't know what to do about this. This is like way too much action for him.
Another favorite memory of mine is when Creed wins the refrigerator. Because I remember staging it so that Creed's on camera and he had to load up his sleeve full of poker chips and he had to hold his hand up or else they fall. And as I recall, the camera was on Bob Vance and Phyllis. And as soon as Bob announces that Creed's the winner, as the camera whipped over, I gave Creed a hand signal so that he could lower his arm and let the chips all fall. I have a very fond memory of making sure he had the chips up in his sleeve.
So Ken, we talked a lot about all of the gym cam scenes in our Casino Night podcast, and John was on and he was able to give his point of view. But we had a fan write in. Jess Marie asked, why did you decide to not let Jenna and John talk to one another before their kiss on Casino Night? What was in your head there when you were setting all that?
Well, I felt, and I know you and I talked about this, Jenna, but we shot the kiss actually the night before we shot the parking lot scene.
That blew my mind, by the way. Like when I found that out, I was like, what?
Well, the reason is just a practical one, and that was it was the end of the week, and we saved our night exterior work for Friday night.
Yeah.
That's all it was. So that we'd already, so I felt like it was hard because how do you go into the kiss without having experienced that parking lot scene? How do you prepare for it? And so it seemed to me that maybe having some distance between the two of you might help create, I don't know, just this feeling that you're kind of off balance because you hadn't done the scene. Obviously, we'd read the scene, we had a table reading, but we didn't rehearse the parking lot scene. So it was. So in a way, I just sort of felt like, and I'm sure Greg and I discussed this, and he may have had a different idea, but I just remember thinking, well, since we didn't do the scene, which is really the kind of the turning point in their relationship, when Jim declares that he loves Pam, and it throws everything, it upends everything. Since we hadn't done that, there might be a way just to kind of, again, create a little tension.
Well, it really worked because John told on the podcast that he was like, what happened to Jenna? Where's Jenna? He was Jenna's dead. He was like, is she mad at me? What's going on? Yeah, where did she go? And I was in my trailer just sort of sitting there feeling very separate from the crew. And normally we didn't spend a lot of time in our trailers. We sat on set with the crew while they did their lighting, or we were snacking at the snack table, chatting with people. So to be sequestered really did create a whole new experience.
Well, also, I mean, once we got into the scene, I mean, the lighting was so moody, and obviously the crew was hidden. And I think I listened to your talk with John about this, and he's right. It was weird because I was also trying to like underplay the whole thing, and Jenna, you and I have talked about this, and I was trying to make as little of it as possible, even though the call sheet that day said it like all caps. Jim kisses Pam, and but I do feel like it's important that you guys be off balance.
Yeah, it worked beautifully. So
I also remember the discussion about whether to have a second camera to capture, in effect, your side of the kiss, Jenna.
Mm-hmm.
And I do remember, as you guys mentioned, that Randall was totally opposed to it. You're absolutely right. There should definitely only be one camera. And what I also remember, though, was I was wrestling with whether or not to ask John to come further into the room when he came towards you, because if he came downstage a little more, it would force you to open up the camera, and the shot would then be like the two of you in complete profile facing each other. And it's like how do you shoot it? How do you stage it? How do you photograph a kiss? And that's very classic Hollywood. Ingrid Bergman and Humphrey Bogart facing each other on the tarmac. It's like so. But I decided at the last moment that wasn't our show. That would be too Hollywoody for our show, and so we shot it. And I remember, first of all, I was probably crying watching the scene, but I remember thinking that the other reason the camera angle was so good and so appropriate was that Jim knows what he's about to do. Jim has such a strong intention. He was coming there to kiss Pam. But then Pam is unaware of it and is surprised, and we're surprised. So the camera angle really kind of puts us in Pam's shoes. And sort of we are Pam. We're surprised by it as well. So it felt like another angle would have really hurt the way we are involved in it.
But then we had to restage it.
Oh my God, I know. It was so weird.
We had to wait all summer to find out Pam's reaction, and then the only way to get it was to restage that whole moment. Was that so hard as a director to recreate a moment
so that it seemed like it was just playing out. I mean, I kind of don't even know how we did it. A lot of people wrote in asking, wait, did you film the beginning of Gay Witch Hunt on the casino night? You just waited and you saved the footage? And it was like, no, we completely recreated it and let it play out.
I remember being surprised when I saw the Gay Witch Hunt script because we hadn't gotten it. I mean, the script, I don't think it was written and shot to see it. So, and I do remember going, oh my gosh, man.
Because I thought it was such an emotional thing, it was so kind of draining for everyone. Not in a bad way, but it was just emotional. But I remember it being a lot crazier of a job to recreate it.
Because the media was not nearly as heavy.
No.
Ken, thank you so much for coming on the podcast today.
I had it's so great to see both of you, and I'm just so happy to be part of this show.
Well, you have to come back, okay? I mean, listen, we've got a few years here. We're going to be hitting you up with some questions.
Okay, well, I will put in a request for when you get the company thing, Jenna, I think we need to have a discussion about your volleyball skills.
Yes, we will have you back for company picnic for sure. You guys, I want to tell you that Ken is without a doubt one of the very best directors I've ever worked with. I feel so fortunate to have worked with you, Ken. And he has a book coming out. It is called But What I Really Want to Do Is Direct, Lessons from a Life Behind the Camera. It comes out October 6th, but it is available for pre-order now on Amazon. I got an advance copy, so I've already read it. Oh, please, guys, if you're an aspiring director, if you want to know more about just the experience of what it's really like to direct, please pick up Ken's book. But also, I mean, there's so much of philosophy in this book that could really just be applied to life in general, Ken. It's a beautiful book.
Thank you. It was such a pleasure to write, and I'm so excited to get it out there.
I can't wait to get mine, and then I'm going to text you about it, so get ready for your phone to blow up.
I have found a quote about your book from Larry Wilmore. He's one of our writers, and I'm going to read it to everybody, okay?
Okay, do it.
It says, action is what most directors bark out to begin a scene, but Ken Kwapis starts by gently intoning the words, go ahead. That simple suggestion assures everyone they're in smart, capable, humble hands, and that's how you'll feel reading his book. And so if you're anxious to discover how a top director always brings humor, honesty, and humanity to his work, all I can tell you is, go ahead.
Perfect. Larry Wilmore, that is so beautiful, Ken.
And so true.
So true.
Thank you. And all I can say is I'm going to keep listening to this podcast. I so enjoy weekly getting to listen to it.
Aw, thank you.
Well, I'd love to come back.
Good. Well, we would love to have you back. And guys, we're going to put Ken's book up on our website, officeladies.com. You can find it there, but like we said, it's also on Amazon. But if you're looking for a quick link, you can head over to our website and we will link to it there and in the show notes.
Thank you, Ken. We love you.
Love ya.
I love both of you, and I hope to see you soon.
I mean, who's better than Ken Kwapis?
Nobody.
He's the best. He is the best. I love him so much. Ken, I have saved several of your Christmas cards. Is that weird? Love you. Okay. So we have just a few more things to discuss, Jenna. Okay, Ladomania wrote in and said, something I'm curious about, Pam often fussed with her engagement ring, most noticeably when Jim walks away after his big confession. Was that a script direction, or was that Jenna's own added touch?
Ladomania, you are always so thoughtful with your questions. They always stand out to me. Thank you for asking. You know, Ladomania is the artist who does all of the beautiful drawings of scenes from The Office. We've talked about her on the podcast before. Okay, so That was not in the script. That is something I do in my life. I'm a bit of a fidgeter, but I did make a conscious decision for the character Pam to futz with her engagement ring to Roy while in that scene with Jim, because, you know, that ring that she feels on her finger is why she's not saying what she really wants to say.
Oh, that's good, lady. That's so good.
So that was an acting choice.
I think that's so good.
Well, listen, I loved that question. I appreciated that you noticed my little acting choice there. That means a lot to me, actually. I like that, you know, I tried to put those details into the character and into my performance, and it always feels really good when people notice some things. Also, lady, we got a ton of mail about your big brother kid sister bit with John.
No.
Okay, so Ange, remember how you and John were talking on the podcast and you were trying to remember what the actual name of the boy doll was called and we couldn't remember?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people wrote in, Karen, Tom, K Willie 1, all said, the boy doll's name is My Buddy. And Angela, not only that, the original commercial is still on YouTube.
Oh, I know. I went and watched it, guys. I went and watched it. Can we play a little bit of that?
There it is. Big Buddy, kid sister, Angela.
My buddy. My
What did I
buddy.
say?
Not big. You said big buddy.
My
big.
We will never get. We literally just listened to it, and it's not landing on me. But I can only hear Big Brother, Kid Sister, because that's what you and John did for so long on set. But Angela, here is what creeped me out. When I watched that commercial and I saw that doll, oh my God, it looks like you. Oh, come on, lady, braid your hair, and you are Kid Sister. It is.
Well, John is who started it. He said to me, he called me kid sister, and then clearly, classic Kinsey, I got it wrong, and I went, big brother, instead of my buddy.
Well, he nailed it on Kid Sister because the resemblance is eerie.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to go get one.
Don't get one. It will scare people in your home if they come upon it. It'll be like you putting a Chucky doll in your house. You can't do it.
I'm gonna get one, and I'm gonna try it by my mailbox.
I thought you were gonna say you were gonna put it in my window or something. And I'd be like, what? I didn't know I have to.
How do you prank someone in a pandemic?
That's how.
You get a creepy doll and put it outside there.
A creepy doll that looks just like you.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we also got some mail that is not specific to Casino Night.
Okay.
Why do some characters on the show have character names like Pam, Jim, Roy, Dwight, and some have their real names? Oscar, Creed, Angela, Phyllis.
We get this question, I would say, the most. It's
In the mail
every single week.
Yeah.
Every single week. So I feel like we have maybe answered this before, but we want to take it
We
again.
do. We answered it in one of our candy bag episodes, but we're going to answer it here because we really feel like people want to know.
Well, listen, we had asked Greg about this, and he said obviously some characters are based on characters from the original British Office, right? Jim and Pam and Dwight. And then there were these new characters, and it was myself and Oscar. We weren't the originals, and they just used our names, and just kind of it stuck.
I think what's interesting, Angela, did Greg ask your permission to use your name, or did he just name you Angela?
No one said anything. The only conversation I ever remember having is he asked me if I had any pitches for my last name. Oh, and I did pitch Martin. But this was several episodes in. I was already Angela, and then we were talking about, well, what would your last name be? And I wrote down a list of them, and one of them was Martin, and that cleared.
Is that significant to you in some way? Is Martin
No.
a family name or something?
No, I just was trying to think. I thought it was interesting that Kevin was Kevin Malone, and Oscar was Oscar Martinez, and then I'd be Angela Martin, would be the 3 M's. And then we, for years, had a running joke that our spinoff would be the accountants go have their own firm called M&M. I love it. I love it.
Well, there you have it, guys. That's why some people have their real names and some people have character names, nothing like their name.
Yeah, I think the writers just were like, we'll use their names. It's really not probably that interesting of the story, but there you go.
Guys, thank you so much for sending in your questions. This was so much fun. I loved this revisited episode, Angela.
Honestly, one of our favorite things that we do is get to read comments and interact with you guys, and I just love that. I love The Office. Jen and I obviously loved the show, so we love getting to interact with fans that also loved it and have questions and comments and things that you caught that we missed. I love all of it.
I also really like the idea of being able to deep dive with some of like the original visionaries for the show. Like we have to get Dave Rogers, our editor. We've got to get Terry Bennett, who designed our wardrobe season 1 in the beginning, and like Randall Einhorn, our cinematographer. Kentapedia!
We have to get Kentapedia.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know what we're gonna call these, but from time to time we're gonna give you, what do we want to call it, Angela? A deep dive, a revisited. We'll figure it out.
You guys actually tell us if we do an episode like this again. Should we call it the deep dive or the revisited? I like the deep dive.
Well, I mean, you gotta dive, you put them together, get a deep dive.
No.
That's my son did that. My son. That's my son, Angela. And you're like, no.
That is horrible. No, I'm kidding. Oh my gosh, hilarious.
Okay, so guys, keep sending in your questions. We have folders over on officeladies.com to submit questions for specific episodes. You can also send us an email at officeladies@earwolf.com.
Yes, we love engaging with you on our social media. You can follow us over at Office Ladies Pod on Instagram. And thank you so much to Ken Quapis. And thank you guys so much for listening in.
Yeah, we'll be back next week with the merger. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes Candy Bag, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hello, it's the merger. Hi, everyone. We're merging. Where are we merging to?
We are merging 2 worlds today, Angela, the Stanford and the Scranton branches. Not all of the Stanford branch, but some will be merging with Scranton.
I also feel like we're merging as friends because I'm looking at you. I think we have almost the same outfit on today. I mean, seriously, like, they always say, like, pet owners start to look like their pets. Like, best friends start to look like each other, and, like, husbands and wives and partners. Like, I feel like we're starting to look like each other.
We might be. Also, neither one of us has had a haircut or a hair color in a very long time.
I did my own hair color, lady.
I did too. Well, actually, Lee did mine with my hair colorist on FaceTime.
I did mine, but no, I haven't had a haircut. I kind of have given up on makeup. Just lipstick. Do you notice I only wear lipstick?
Yeah, you show up to these Zooms in lipstick.
I was walking out to my That's What She Said to start the Zoom, and I put on a little lipstick, and the kids were like, why are you putting on lipstick? And I was like, because yes, I will be on a Zoom. I'm going to be on a Zoom. All right.
Well, this is season 3, episode 8, written by Brent Forrester and directed by Ken Whittingham. Do you want a summary?
I do want a summary.
All right, good. The Stanford branch merges with the Scranton branch, which means Jim will be returning to his old stomping ground. I am so excited. Michael does his best to welcome the Stanford transplants, but he goes a bit too far, causing one employee to quit. But Michael tries to save face by then I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Office Ladies.
Bonjour. Bonjour. I don't know. I am wearing like this t-shirt is kind of like, it's like really soft and shimmery, but it's like also feels like pajamas. And I think it's just got me in a mood to say bonjour.
Angela, when I first saw you, I thought you were just wearing a black t-shirt, and I was really disappointed because I showed up in my camp teapot shirt for our recording. Why I like to always wear an Office Ladies or Office themed or use an office mug when we record, I don't know. It's a thing.
It's like you want to get in the mindset. Here's the thing, guys. Every single week, Jenna shows up. We hop on the Zoom because that's our life right now. And she has on an office-themed something, shirt, hoodie. And you did this also when we used to go in the studio. You would always have your hoodie. And today, I was like, I better dress to match my lady friend.
Well, I thought you were wearing a black t-shirt, and then you started dancing to our theme song when it played, and I saw that it says Office Ladies.
I know, Office Ladies.
So happy. And then it made you speak French, so...
Wait, what are we here to talk about, Jenna?
We are here to talk about Initiation, Season 3, Episode 5, written by BJ Novak and directed by Randall Einhorn.
There are a lot of good quotes in this one. I won't rapid fire them right now, but there's some good quotes.
Angela, last week when we did grief counseling, we had a lot of bird injuries and fiascos in our life. Has any type of initiation incident happened to you this week?
Have I been initiated in my own house?
Yeah. I mean, talk about an interesting topic if the answer is yes.
No, but don't give my kids any ideas. They would be all over this and be like, here's the thing, kid club initiation. Go into Isabel's room, put on this fuzzy hat, jump backwards 3 times, make a duck sound. You're in the club.
Sounds fun. Do it. All right, let's talk about this episode. I've got a summary for you. I'm very excited. This is a big episode, all right? Here's the main storyline. Dwight is taking Ryan on his first sales call. But it's not as simple as that. Of course it's not. It involves Dwight. It involves a trip to Dwight's farm and other places.
And his creepy cousin.
Oh, we're going to meet Mose. And then, of course, back at Dunder Mifflin, lady, it's pretzel day.
That's a big day.
Big day. Stanley is so excited. It's a long line, but they're going to get some pretzels. However, at the same time, Jan has told Pam she has to keep a log of Michael's day and make sure he's productive. Meanwhile, over in Stanford, they've got a squeaky chair, they've got some more flirty flirt. Boy, let's get into it. Fast fact number 1. As I said, we are going to visit Shrimp Farm. This is huge. We got a ton of questions about this. Are you ready for some names?
I'm ready for some names. Who wrote in?
Lauren Bales, Mike Motherwell, Jessica Cohen, Bailey Lawrence, and Brianna Bullard all said, "Where is the farm? Where is the farm where Ryan and Dwight go?"
Well, I know that there was a few places. Did you hit up some Kentopedia?
I did. So the May True Farm was shot at the Disney Ranch, which is also called the Golden Oak Ranch. It is a place where you shoot things. It's like an outdoor exterior shooting studio, basically.
It's massive, though. It's massive. It's acres and acres, right? It's like,
Oh yeah.
it's massive. And so many movies that need this sort of rustic look have been filmed there. Like the history of Disney Ranch is really cool.
Oh yeah. It's located in Newhall, California, which is about 17 miles from the Dunder Mifflin Studios. I'm giving you that detail because several people asked how far away it was from our main studios, and I want them to feel satisfied. So there are several barns and farmhouses on this property. They chose one of them to be the Shrimp Farmhouse, and then they created a graveyard next to it. But you might be thinking, wait a second, I don't remember a graveyard. That's because it's a deleted scene.
It's a deleted scene. It's a really good deleted scene, you guys. If you have the DVDs, go watch it. So here's what happens. They're in the cemetery because Dwight wants to show Ryan how many Shrewds have actually been buried on Shrew farms. And he has like his grandfather's tombstone, and he's like, my grandfather was a good man, but did very bad things. So what is up with his grandfather? His grandfather was, I don't know, maybe not a great guy. Then Dwight finds like an empty, it looks like a beer can, and he gets furious, and he starts looking around, and he sees this couple. The guy like basically has no clothes on. He's like covering himself with his pants, and a girl barely is clothed, and they start running through the field, and Dwight yelling at them. And this was awesome because it's a total callback to Office Olympics, where Dwight mentions that teenagers sometimes used to be farmed for sex.
Oh, I'm so bummed this is not in the episode.
It's a great scene. It's a
Oh my gosh. I love a callback, and this is calling back the creepy grandfather and the teenagers on the farm.
And you know what? When I watched it, all I could think about, since I filmed many scenes on Shrew Farms, was the field they ran through. A, it was probably super hot, and B, it was snaky. We'll get to that later. But all I could think of was these people with not a lot of clothes on having to run through that snaky field. I was like, oh.
Yes, let's talk about those snakes, Angela, because Kent told me that the one requirement for shooting on the ranch is that every production has to hire a snake wrangler. Yeah, because the property has a history of rattlesnakes on the property. Yeah. And Kent said the snake guy found a rattlesnake near that graveyard set. A 5-foot rattlesnake, by the way.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
That's as big as you, Angela.
My height.
I have 2 more facts about Disney Ranch.
Let's hear it.
So the other location that we shot on Disney Ranch was that barn. That old barn, we also used that. And we used another house at the Disney Ranch for that scene of the bar at the end when Dwight and Ryan are at the bar. That house that they used for the bar was originally built for Pee Wee Herman's show back in the 1980s, and they redressed it and turned it into a bar. Isn't that amazing?
That's crazy.
I know, so there's a little fun fact.
Yeah.
And finally, a lot of people wanted to know if we did keep going back to the same location to shoot year after year. And yes, we went back to the Disney Ranch multiple times, including in season 4, the money episode. That is when Pam catches Mose in the outhouse.
Yeah,
And so we were there.
Dwight and Angela have a scene in that barn years later, but then ultimately we'll get to this. The final Shrew Farm scene of the whole series is in a whole new location that was so beautiful, but we'll get there.
Yeah, that was
It looked like we were in Scotland. It was so beautiful.
Yes, but we don't go there till the end.
Till the end. Okay, guys, we'll get there in 3 years.
Fast fact number 2. The beet fields were not shot at Disney Ranch. That was a completely different location. Those scenes were shot at the Underwood family farm in Moore Park, California. It is a real working 200-acre farm. They grow corn, carrots, kale, strawberries, tomatoes, and of course, beets. So we filmed those in an actual beet field.
Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. I have been to that farm with Isabel, my daughter, for a school field trip, and I went on a hayride through all around. It's a huge farm, and it's not that far away.
All right, moving us along to fast fact number 3. This was the first episode directed by Randall Einhorn. And you guys, so Randall was our cinematographer and our 8-camera operator.
You've heard us talk about him a lot. We loved him. He was just so fun. And this was like a big deal. Like, the cast was so excited to see Randall direct an episode.
I got on the phone with Randall. Angela.
I love him.
Yes, and we're going to have him on the show. He told me that this was his first directing job ever. He told me that before our show, he had only ever worked on documentary-style projects. And remember, we said he was a camera operator on Survivor? Yeah. But he had done all this other documentary work as well.
Yeah, he used to film river boats, crazy river rafting stuff in Australia. Like, he's like a tough guy, and I think the documentary style, like we said, was perfect for our show. And now he gets to direct.
Yeah, he said he couldn't believe he got the job as our cinematographer because he had never worked in scripted anything before. And now Greg was telling him to direct, and he was like, what? But he said that Greg was really sweet. Greg said, Randall, all the time you are finding jokes with your camera. And this is a natural extension of that. And so Randall was like, all right, I'll do it. And he said he was so touched because he felt like everyone in the cast and crew was rooting for him to succeed. He said he'll just never forget what that support felt like and what it meant to him. He said especially BJ, who was the writer of the episode, he said the hardest part of directing this episode, because I said to him, I'm like, Randall, this was a huge episode. You have to introduce Pretzel Day, Shrimp Farms, and Moe's, and then it all ends with this epic phone call between Jim and Pam. What was the hardest part of all that? And he said the hardest part was not holding the camera himself.
Well, yeah, that's so true. Because that was his background for years, but I think it made him such a great director because he had that vision. He knew where he wanted the camera. He knew what he wanted the camera to see. I loved that.
Well, he said he did take the camera a few times during this episode, and he even pointed them out to me. So I'll tell you those moments as we go along. And then he also told me that even today, when he's directing, because that's what he does now, he's now a director exclusively. And he said it was only last year that he finally directed a project and didn't take the camera once.
Wow.
But he said that's how he feels it that way still, because those were his beginnings.
Yeah. Well, before he directed this episode, he directed the webisodes. And so, obviously that's not like a full episode, but I remember how giddy he was. But he was holding the camera and directing, because that was just us on the weekend. It was just like 3 of us there.
And you guys won an Emmy for those webisodes.
We did. We won an Emmy. I have an Emmy for the accountants. It just tickles me.
So cool. All right, listen, why don't we take a break, and then we're going to come back and start breaking down this episode. Okay. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then behind mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good.
Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect. People really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated, so I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, 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 or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. Okay, so now we're in the episode, guys, and Dwight is challenging Ryan to a brain teaser. And, Ryan just crushes it. He knows all of them. Dwight gets really frustrated. I found this little piece of trivia on Dunderpedia, and Jenna, I loved it. Dunderpedia is amazing. You guys Dunderpedia is amazing, everybody. All right, so on Dunderpedia, it says, one of the riddles that Dwight poses to Ryan in the cold open is about a boy involved in a car accident who is the son of the doctor on the call in the emergency room, and therefore cannot operate even though his father was in the car and was also injured because the doctor is his mother, right? Yes. Get this. At the very end of the original BBC series, Tim, which the character Jim is based on, along with Garrett, and that's the character Dwight was based on, is being asked this riddle by David Brent. Wow, that's so cool. I feel like this was a little nod, right? Yeah. I love that too. Well, then, when this episode really begins, Jan is in Michael's office. She's trying to have a professional conversation with Michael, and he keeps making it personal. Yeah, here's the deal. You notice her hair? How can you not? What's going on with her hair? I don't know. Someone tried something new. They tried rollers or something. It looks like hot rollers. It looks like hot rollers. I was just like, wait, they were just doing blowouts, and now Jan is shushing it up. She comes in to see Michael now.
that's an interesting take on it. Like, he's talking about the sex he's having with Carol, and she's like, I did not hot roller my hair for this BS. Yeah. I totally noticed her hair. Well, then Jan goes up to Pam's desk and says that she needs to keep an hourly log of Michael's activities so that corporate can analyze his productivity. You guys, there's a moment in this scene that made me laugh so hard when I was rewatching it, and also I remember breaking every time Laura did it. She walks up to the desk. I'll tell you. She walks up to the desk and she's like, "Hi, Pam," and Pam goes, "Hi," and then she goes, "I'm great." And then keeps talking, but Pam didn't say, "How are you?" Yeah, she's so pissed that Michael has just told her about Carol. And she just walks up with that energy. I love it so much. So you know I got the shooting draft for this whole season. And it's in there. I'm great. It's in there. I had to look it up to see if Melora improvised that or if it was written. But that was a written joke, and I love it. So good. We had some mail about this scene. Lauren Holman wrote in to say, at 1 minute 47 seconds, there's a weird circular object in the bottom right next to an ancient stapler that I can't identify. And Elizabeth Molina said, "What's the deal with the scale behind Jenna? It looks like a food scale, which would make more sense in the kitchen or break room." I think they're talking about the same object. I froze on it. Yeah, it is a scale. I think it's the scale that Pam is using to weigh small packages for mailing. Yeah, I would think it was probably to make sure she has the right postage. That's what it looked like to me. Yeah, we don't have a mail room in our office. We have a mail cart. So I guess Pam has to keep that scale behind her, but it's not always there. Listen, we don't know what Pam does back there. With her revolving plants and her scale. She can't keep a plant alive. She has a giant shredder. Yeah, and now she's at scale. We don't know. We don't know. Well, guys, now we are going to find out that Dwight is taking Ryan on his sales call, his first sales call. Oh, so excited. There's some great deleted scenes in the DVD that are all about this storyline. But Dwight is so excited. He's hoping that Ryan will become part of the Dwight army of champions, right? Yeah. Now he's slacker like Jim. This is like, and maybe become one of his best friends. Maybe. So in the DVDs, there's a deleted scene that I absolutely love. I laughed so hard, and it's just such a simple moment, you guys. But Michael goes to hug Ryan, to wish him well, and he comes out for his first sale. You know, like, I'm going to give you a man hug. It's awkward. It's so awkward. But then it gets even weirder when Dwight joins in, and he wants to hug him too. And then Michael's like shoving Dwight, like, get away. Like, meanwhile, like, BJ is like stuck between them. It just made me laugh so hard. I love this whole storyline. We know you love it too. We have a surprise. We have a surprise. Tell them, Jenna. Rain and BJ are going to come on the show today to talk all about it. So we're going to break down the rest of the episode, and then when they hop on, they will discuss all things shrimp farms and the initiation. Yes, we're going to skip their scenes for now, but don't worry, we will get to it. For now, let's discuss what's going on in Stanford. Oh yeah, at 3 minutes 21 seconds, Kelly notices that Jim took her chair and has replaced it with the squeaky chair. I want you to know something. Squeaky chair was not in the original script. The original storyline for Stanford was completely different. This was a late addition. And I traded some text with BJ, and he said he doesn't quite remember where the squeaky chair storyline came from. Let me give you a little pitch where it might have come from, and it might not have, but I want you guys to know something happening behind the scenes
that over the account for me. And I texted Oscar. I was like, Oscar, do you remember this? And he just wrote back, ha 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 ha. Okay. There was a cracked chair over the counter. It was an absolute piece of crap chair. It wouldn't go up and down. It just was like set on one setting, so it was always way too low for my desk. And then it leaned way too far back. So you always felt like, I mean, you guys, I know I'm Southern, but I always felt like I was going to get bugged out of it. I'd be like, this chair is going to bug me out. So sometimes I would go and it would be at my desk. And then son of a gun, Oscar switched it again. It just traded back and forth between me and Oscar. I would move his chair to the cracked chair at his desk. And then, out of nowhere, after lunch, he would be back at my desk. And I'd be like, Oscar, you gave me this piece of crap chair again. We must have done this, I think, for weeks. And then one day, I moved it over to Creed's desk. Oh, no, Angela. And Oscar, I said to Oscar, I was like, you want to put that crap chair at Creed's desk? And we laughed. And anyway, it just cracks me up that this was actually something happening. I don't know if the writers ever even knew about it. I don't know if we vented about it. This was an actual thing happening over in accounting. Oh my gosh, you had your own chair war. We did, but I don't know how Brian stayed out of it. Maybe because he was too far in the corner. Yeah, it just traded between me and Oscar. Well, did you notice in this scene in Stanford when Jim wheels his chair over to the copier? Did you look in the background? I noticed a little something back there. I saw a few people write in. You have to tell me because I think this is so beautiful. All right. I also talked to Randall about this, and he said this was totally on purpose. He planted a guy standing at reception in the same way that Jim would always stand at reception and talk to Pam. He even has his sleeves rolled up the way Jim used to roll up his sleeves. Sleeve gate. Susan, are you listening to this? Susan? Yeah, I know. Yeah, and Randall said that was on purpose to keep that Pam Jim thing sort of in our orbit. Oh my gosh, that's such a beautiful detail. So Stanford has their own version of Jim and Pam that hang out at reception and so yeah. That's amazing. That's amazing. All right, so let's go back to the Scranton branch. Pam is keeping notes on Michael's day. He's on a phone call and he's doing a Bill Cosby impression. So Pam holds up her log and she has written Cosby impression. So first of all, that is not my handwriting on the log. People ask. And also we got a fan question from Jonathan Barat. When Jan gives Pam a timesheet to write down everything Michael does throughout the day, why doesn't Pam cover for him? Like, why not write down sales calls instead of Cosby impressions? I mean, Pam sometimes is a little bit of a stickler. She's a role follower, you know. Yeah, I mean, I think if she covers for Michael and then Jan finds out otherwise, Pam's gonna get in trouble. Yeah, I mean, I feel like she does cover things later, so maybe she starts out with like, all right, I'll do what Jan told me, and then she'll do that or something because Michael is such a train wreck with the thing. Yeah, and he ends up making a huge sale in the end. So that's the thing about Michael, right? Like his weird ways, they turn out. He's able to connect with people who he is. Say what you want to say about Michael. People like him. Not that have to work with him. Yeah, acquaintances really like him. All right, now we're back at the Stanford branch, and Andy, I guess, has told Karen he'll try to help her, you know, get that chair back. So he's like, Jim, can you come talk to me over here? And he's like, I can talk to you from here. He's like, yeah, but can you get up and come over here? And that's all you got. And then Ed and Andy made me laugh so hard. He says, I'm acting my heart out here. It's funny, Andy is so bad, so transparent, and it just was so funny that he was like, hey, come on. That seems like an Ed improv to me, but I couldn't check because this storyline isn't in my script. We did have a fan catch at this moment. Marguerite Carter wrote in to say, at around 4 minutes 50 seconds, you can see Jim's nameplate on his desk.
and it says Jim Helper, and underneath it says Assistant Regional Manager. Marguerite! There you go. It's official. Things are about to get real exciting over at the Street Ranch because it is announced it's Pretzel Day. Oh, and Stanley books it out the door. He books it, but he grabs his crossword. Well, he knows he's going to be lying. Yeah, he's planning ahead. He's ready for it. I have a question, and this was also a fan cast. Kelly Rue asked, whose voice makes the announcement about Pretzel Day? And Bailey asked us instead, is that the voice of Billy Merchant? It is. It's Billy Merchant. Yes, which makes sense because he's the building manager. Yeah, I asked Ken Zbornak because there was a part of me that thought it was Ken's voice, and Ken said no. Ken said they got Marcus to record that audio for the announcement. Amazing. I love attention. Pay attention to detail. I do too. So now we have the Stanley talking head. That is one of my favorite talking heads, and Leslie's delivery of it is so great. He says, I wake up every morning in a bed that's too small, drive my daughter to school that's too expensive, and then I go to work for a job which I get paid too little. But on Pretzel Day, well, I like Pretzel Day. That talking head that appears in the episode is an alternate talking head, Angela. That is not the talking head that was in the shooting draft. It's so perfect, though. I can't imagine anything else. I mean, it's so perfect. It sums up like Stanley. What was it? The original talking head was this. There are 4 things that I love. My wife, my daughter, Pam Greer, and a hot chewy roll of buttered dough. Pam Greer. All right, fan question from Crystal White. Who came up with the idea of Pretzel Day, and were there actually pretzels for the cast to eat on that day? Thank you so much for your question, Crystal. Okay, so we got a lot of pretzel-related questions. And Jenna, I know you did some digging around, and you got the real deal on this. Yes, I found out some good stuff. First off, BJ told me that the inspiration for Pretzel Day goes all the way back to season 1. Greg took the writers on these fact-finding visits to real offices so that they could get inspiration for storylines and episodes. I love that. Now, I know that Greg likes to do stuff like this. I know when he was working on King of the Hill, he took all the writers to Austin, Texas, because they were like, okay, you want to know Texas, you're writing about characters that live in Texas. So I love that Greg is now taking our writers to small businesses. Yes, and lady, he even took them to a paper company. Oh my God, amazing. Yes, and DJ told me that on one of the days when they went to this office park, they were doing some kind of morale boosting free food giveaway for the employees. It wasn't pretzels, maybe it was popcorn, but everyone was really excited, and the writers put this idea on a card in the writers' room, and then BJ added the tidbit that Stanley would be the character that looked forward to this free food giveaway all year. I love that. I love that so much, and it's so relatable. You know, years ago, I worked as an operator, Jenna, and we would have make your own ice cream sundae day, and they would wheel a cart around. You couldn't leave your desk. You had to stay on calls. It was kind of crazy. But the managers would wheel around this cart, and we would get so excited to make our own ice cream sundaes. And I feel like I relate to Stanley on this day. He loved pretzels so much. He looked forward to it so much. Okay, Angela, I feel like we had something similar on our set. Because we would every once in a while get a coffee cart. Oh, people would lose their mind for that coffee cart. And you would line up outside and you get to order your gourmet coffee. Because on the set, we really just had that first coffee because they took our family machine away from being too loud. Oh yeah, it was too loud. So when we went to the coffee cart, you could I mean, the line was around the corner. Oh yeah. So this is very relatable, and I love the storyline. I also found out about the pretzels. Oh, where were they from? Ken told me that the pretzels were from Wetzel's Pretzels. He said that they rented a pretzel cart from a prop house, and Phil Shea decorated it and sort of tricked it out. And they had pretzel toppings, just like in the script. You could have sweet pretzels, maple pretzel. I wasn't in any of the pretzel line scenes, but I do remember that day because after the scenes, they put all the extra pretzels up over at Crafty, and so Peter had them for everyone. Yeah, I remember that too. Ken told me that they had ordered 100 pretzels, but we only used a few for the actual scene, and that all the leftovers went to Crafty, and that between the cast and crew, we ate them all. We did. We had our own pretzel day, guys. We had our own pretzel day. So now we're in the pretzel line, and Kelly is chatting up Michael. So he's tuning her out, and he's laser focused on his pretzels. And by the way, Phyllis is about to come up the line, and she's doing that thing where like, oh, I'm just saying hi. She's just saying hi to Bob in line. I'm just saying hi to my fella, and then I'm going to sneak in line. Yes, and oh my God, Michael and Stanley are not having it. They start booing her. They tell her to get to the back of the line. I mean, and then they high five. Michael and Stanley high five. I mean, is it the only time in the whole series they high five? They're like friends in this episode. It's a really cute thing. They're friends for a moment in time on Pretzel Day. All right, so back to the squeaky chair. Karen is Stanford. She's purposely squeaking her chair to annoy Jim. And then Jim tries to get love pool stuck in her head. Now, Randall pointed out the camera work to me here. This is one of the moments where Randall took the camera back because he wanted to do it all in one shot, just changing the focus from Karen to Jim and then coming back to Rabbi and Andy, and again changing the focus between these three different people. He said he couldn't explain it, he just had to shoot it. I love that. I love that you can just be like, I got this, guys. I got it. Let me pick up this camera. Well, on the DVD commentary, they were talking about how much John wrote the scene. They said every time Ed would do a version of, singing the song, John was great. And then they said that Ed started messing with John, trying to sort of like up his game on how he would do it just to see if he could get John to break. But I just love that. I guess John was kind of a mess because Ed was just crushing it. All right, so now Stanley, he's getting his pretzel. It's here. Yes, he's at the front of the line. He's moving away. Now, there was a line that got deleted here. It's in the script, and it's Stanley's pretzel order. A lot of people want to know, what was his order? I don't know what his order was. What was his order? Salty with extra mustard. I didn't honestly see that coming. Yeah. Salty with extra mustard is Stanley's pretzel. Okay. Well, when Michael gets to the front of the line, there are just too many toppings for him to choose from. There were 18 different sweet toppings. He's like a child. He is like a child. And I was so impressed with the actor that plays the pretzel guy because he just rifles off all of those extras like it's nothing. And he had to memorize all of them. Do you want to hear what they are? There's 18 of them. Yeah. All right. They are sweet glaze, honey and sugar, chocolate, white chocolate, fudge, M&M's, caramel mint chip, chocolate chip, marshmallow nuts, coffee nut, coconut, peanut butter drizzle, Oreos, sprinkles, cotton candy bits, and powdered sugar. Oh my gosh, and Michael gets the worst. Oh my god. We had a fan question about this. God in the chili ribbon. Was the pretzel guy an actor or someone from craft service or someone from the crew? He was an actor, and his name was Thomas F. Evans. And he has done a ton of guest appearances on television shows. He's done The Kids Are All Right, Little Mine, General Hospital, Days of Our Lives. Oh my god, you've seen him everywhere. Days of Our Lives, Angela. Well, Thomas, I thought you were fantastic, and I just thought you were the perfect pretzel guy. There's a deleted scene.
Oh yeah, there is. Oh yeah, there is.
It's more of the Michael Stanley friendship, and it's kind of too bad that it got cut because it's a scene in the parking lot of Michael and Stanley eating their pretzels together. They're so happy. Michael says, "It tastes so good in my mouth," and Stanley goes, "That's what she said." I'm so sad that was cut. I am so sad this scene was cut. They shared it. That's what she said, Joe.
And then back in the kitchen, there is one more Stanley pretzel moment that's deleted, and that's in the kitchen. Kevin has gotten his pretzel, and he gets distracted looking in the fridge for like a topping, and Stanley just swipes the pretzel. That's amazing. He's still good with the pretzel.
Well, now, lady, we're on a scene that I have a lot of questions about.
Oh, okay.
We are at the break room, and it's you and Kelly.
Yeah.
And Kelly is very worried because Ryan has been gone all day. She hasn't heard from him. We know where he is. He's off with Dwight. But she's worried. You're eating something that's not a pretzel.
It is not a pretzel. I zoomed in on this. Okay, so listen, at 2 minutes 57 seconds, I am pretty sure I'm eating popcorn. I think I have a handful of popcorn. I am wondering, because sometimes we shot out of order, if this is some of the leftover popcorn from the coup.
No, lady, I'm sure they bought you fresh popcorn for this scene.
Well, I'm just saying, maybe we grabbed it from Crafty.
Oh, perhaps. Well, we got a fan question also about this scene from Natalie. Was this the first Kelly and Angela scene?
Well, you know what? I think it's the first time we sat down together. I mean, it's definitely a huge Kelly Angela moment. Wasn't that long ago that Kelly got drunk in the Christmas episode and tried to kiss Dwight? And Angela was right. I mean, Angela was not having it.
No.
So it's kind of a big deal that she even tries to comfort Kelly, you know?
Yeah, and you even pat her hand. You make physical contact.
I make physical contact, and she says that Dwight is weird, and then I say he's not, and she says he's a freak, and I'm like, you're a freak, and I storm off. I wrote in my journal that I was really excited to do this scene because Mindy and I never got to do scenes together. But I said that Mindy broke into laughter every single time I glared at her.
Mindy was the worst. Mindy was the worst. I have so many stories coming up of doing scenes with Mindy where you would say a regular line and she would start laughing.
I didn't even say a line. I just looked at her later, like really snarky, and she started laughing.
Well, we have a fan catch, Angela, from Jennifer Wells. Guess what you do in this scene, Angela?
I know.
You get up and you leave, taking only your water, leaving your food behind. Again.
I should have never made such a big deal when Kim did this, because apparently my character does it all the time.
You know why, Angela? Because people do it all the time. People do it all the time.
You do it.
They do. Yes, you've lost your appetite because you're so angry. That's an indication of how upset you are. You just walk away. If you are in the middle of dinner with someone and you are compelled to walk away from the table, you don't also bring your dish. Although it would be very funny if you did.
I think I would be like, I'm done talking to you, but I'm not done eating.
I'll eat this in another room.
I think comedically, I want to write myself a scene sometime in a show or improvise a moment where I get really furious and I leave the table, but I pack up everything in anger. I pack it all up, but I take it with me.
That would be amazing, especially if it took you a very long time.
Yeah, and everyone had to just sit there and watch as I wait. Yeah, I had to spoon things into a Tupperware. I had to find the lid. I had to lock the lid. We're on the cooking camera or something.
Well, back in Stanford, Andy is now the owner of the squeaky chair.
Andy basically being a creep. He got the craft chair.
He did. He's been creeping.
So now we're back at the ranch. Michael's playing music. He's got the sugar high going, right?
Yeah.
And he's playing that song. Hey,
Yeah, at 13 minutes 36 seconds, my character is annoyed. She's annoyed at the music. Kevin's into it. He's thumping his pen. In real life, Jenna, Preston, our old booth operator, was videoing between scenes while I was dancing. He got a video of Grace and I dancing to this in between takes. In no way! Yes, it's a little blurry because he said he did it quickly fast. And he texted it to Matt Zone, our V camera operator, who sent it to me. Guys, check off this lady's pod Instagram for this amazing behind the scenes video. It's a little blurry because it was a flip flop, but Trina and I are dancing our hearts out between takes. But Angela Martin, not so much. Well, when Michael comes out of his office after he's done dancing, he decides to maximize everything, and he's talking a mile a minute. And we had a fan question from Claudia Cano who wants to know, was that speech when he's talking a million miles an hour improvised? I checked the script. No. Like, maybe 2 words were different than what was scripted. Way to go, Steve. Way to go, Steve. Way to go, Steve. And then we had a fan question. A lot of people want to know, Angela, Sarah Quick, Grace, and Allie, and Sarah, and Mel, and Jakey all want to know what topping we would put on our pretzel. I mean, Jenna, I just like the basic. I just like Stanley. I like salty pretzel and give me a little side of some kind of spicy mustard, and I'm happy. Oh, really? This is interesting to me. I'm cinnamon sugar. I think it's interesting that you like a salty pretzel and I like a sweet pretzel, but I'm probably the salty person and you're the sweet one. That's not true. Oh, I am way saltier. Please, I'm half curmudgeon. All right, I have a question for you, Jenna. Yeah, on the DVD commentary, BJ says that the line direction where Michael crashes out, he falls asleep on a push ball. And it really does. His face planted on his desk, his face is on a push ball. He says that was direction written in the script. Do you have that? What does it say exactly? It says in the script, Anne slips through lines into Michael's office. It's not good. Michael is fast asleep, face on a push ball. And then later, it notes when it's time to leave for the day, it says Michael stumbles out of his office, squinting with push marks on his face. And they put the marks on his face. That was someone in hair and makeup had to make push ball marks on his face to make his cheek red. I love this moment, and I caught a little something. Now, you guys know we have young children, so I am watching every animated movie out there multiple times. And our kids love Despicable Me. They love Despicable Me. They love Minions. We watched it over and over. And at 16 minutes and 52 seconds, when Michael says, with the jello, I swear I hear Gru. I will give that to you. I think it's early Gru. Listen to it. Now we have a very big fan. And Pam's got her coat on. She's done for the day. She's leaving. Put her phone away. You guys. It's Jim. She called the main line because he couldn't remember Kevin's extension. He wants to talk to Kevin about fantasy football. Pam explains she's still at work because Jan told her to do this log about Michael. And they start to have a conversation. First of all, you and John as actors are so freaking good in this scene. This scene wrecked me. Your expression on your face when you realize it's his voice. And the same with John, it's so beautiful. Your conversation is so organic and earnest, and oh my God, it gave me all the feels. I want to know, was it all scripted, or did you guys get to play around a little bit?
It was mostly scripted, but there was also a lot of improvisation. So I'll break it down for you, but I want to say that first of all, this is the first time that John and I had done a scene together, and we're not even face to face, but this is the first time we have performed together in months. Because this was our 5th episode in, but we'd also had our long summer break. And when I was watching the scene, oh my gosh, all of this sense memory came back to me. And I remember what it was like to shoot this. We spent hours shooting this scene. Let me say too, we had a lot of people write in. A lot of people, I will say them. Anna, Beatrice, Alexandra, Isla, Lee, Gracie, Nina, they all want to know if John and I were actually talking on the phone during our conversations, because we've talked a lot about how usually if you're talking on the phone to someone, they're not really there, you're just pretending. Yes, it felt like you were, Jenna. We were. Were you? Yes, you were. We were. Oh my God. Okay, so you're reacting to each other in real time. You heard each other's voices in real time. This was really rare. We only did this a couple of times on our set, but here's what happened. Randall told me that he requested that we be able to hear one another, but not just that, he wanted to shoot both sides of the conversation at the same time. And this was really complicated because the Stanford set was in one building, and then there was a huge parking lot, and then the Scranton set was in another building. And he said he thinks that it was his inexperience as a director that led him to making this, what he realizes now was like a very bold, complicated request. Logistically, this was very hard to do, and he didn't realize that. No, he was like, hey, listen, when we do that scene with Jim and Pam, I'm gonna want to be able to like have a camera on each of them, and I want them to be able to hear each other on the phone. And he says now, looking back, he realizes what an insane request that was, because here's what had happened. Ken told me that NBC Universal IT came out, and they had to hook up the phone lines from these two buildings so that John and I could talk to one another. He said that they put Video Village, which is where the video feed goes, it's a little tent with video monitors, and each camera goes into a different monitor so that the director can sit and see what the cameras are seeing. They had to build that in the middle of the two stages in a parking lot. They had to run phone lines. They had to build a tent full of monitors and make sure they had enough cable that those monitors to be active and working. Yes, because the cable goes from the monitor through the parking lot, through the building, all the way to the camera. Oh my God. So the director could see what was happening. Then they recorded audio on 3 different lines. They had a boom operator in with me, they had a boom operator in with John, and then they were able to record the actual phone conversation through the phone line. Insane. Very technically difficult. But the result was beautiful. And it made all the difference for John and I to be able to hear one another and to be able to really talk. One of the things I love about your conversation, which made it feel so real, is that you guys, you're just jumping all around on all these different subjects to stretch this conversation, because you haven't talked to each other in so long. It's like all your thoughts are coming out. Yeah. And in the script, there were these little time jumps. So, and the way BJ wrote it out was so cool too, because he would write stage direction that were things like, Pam lingers, wondering if she should have a seat. Will this phone call go on much longer? So it's like he gave me these things to play out, and then it would time cut to a new subject. So it's like we start talking about typing, then when we time cut to the 28 days later conversation, it says Pam is now seated. and that, it gave us direction about our body language so that you see the passage of time that has happened in this conversation. You get the sense that I feel like this was like a 40-minute conversation, and then of course it ends so abruptly and weird. And it breaks your heart. It breaks your heart. That's perfect too. It's perfect too that they had this moment, then it got weird. So they're not out of the woods here. They just got to hear each other's voice, and it felt like home for a little bit. But it was everything. It was everything. I loved it. It just completely wrecked me. But you guys always wreck me. The Jim and Pam stuff always gets me. Oh man, I think more than any relationship on the show, it's the one that gets me every time. But I guess I'm not alone. That's everybody. All right, so I think we should take a break now. And when we come back, we are going to be talking with BJ Novak and Ray Wilson.
Oh my gosh, we're going to talk all things initiation. So, all that.
Jenna, you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays. What did you do? Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there's so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie. Yes. And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into.
Hey everybody, we're back, and guess who's with us? It's BJ Novak and Ray Wilson. Hey you guys.
Hey, office gentlemen, I'm Ray Wilson.
Welcome, office gentlemen.
Office humans.
Office people.
Oh boy. Well, this is already fun.
All right, BJ, let's get started. You wrote this episode. You performed in it, obviously, but you wrote it. Can you tell us a little bit about writing it?
Sure, as I'm sure has been established on the show and or elsewhere, the way that a writer's room works is it's very collective. And so I wrote the episode in the sense that I was the point person on the episode. I wrote the first draft, I cared the most about it. I likely did more writing than anyone else on this particular one. That's sort of the way that taking turns process works in the writing room. So there's plenty of things, ideas, lines and stuff that I didn't write. And there's a lot I don't remember, but my memory of this kind is very sporadic. Sometimes I remember things in incredible detail. And there are entire plot lines in episodes I wrote that I just barely recall at all. So this might be a very spotty recollection. But yes, I did write this one.
That was a fantastic little monologue, and the whole time I just kept thinking, is the Starship Enterprise trying to summon BJ up to the ship? Did you guys hear that background noise ringing?
Is your laundry done? That's the sound my washing machine makes.
Yeah. Should we do it again? No, I think we should do it. I think we should use all the. I think this is all gold. Because it's like, you know what? We're zooming and shit be great up in here with the things ringing in the background.
See, that's a great monologue too, right? We're both articulate today.
You guys, you showed up.
And did we ever?
There was some spaceship attempting to beam someone up in the background of that monologue. But surely there were shrinks to the micro. Even something like this, in this script, which you said, I would really like to write this. I connect with this. And so it was assigned to you because you had a feel for where you wanted the episode to go.
Yeah, in this case, I think it was a combination of Greg Daniels and Mike Schur came up with the spirit of the idea. Maybe I said Dwight should initiate Ryan, and they ran with it a bit. I remember being assigned to me because I was Ryan, as opposed to because I was obsessed with the story. But there can be very arbitrary reasons that you're assigned an episode of the writer's room. It can be, it's very often because you came up with the original idea. It's often just, it's your turn. You know, we're on episode 7, and you're the writer who hasn't done more than 5 episodes. And in this case, I think it was, oh, you're Ryan, it's around your turn. I did like it, and I thought that Dwight initiates Ryan, you know, just 3 words, it's just an amazing log line, just so rich. You know, sometimes we spend forever pitching stories. Now I'm just on a writer's room pitch, because it's my first time on Office Ladies. But we're about to think that we've all given these paragraph long pitches, and I guess this was really, you know, I imagine the other writers might be mad at this, but after all of this, we're about to leave. I said, Greg, I got a question for your pitch. And he said, we're doing it. So sometimes it's the shortest pitch that says the most. And by the way, that was my last contribution to Boost Breakers. White initiates Ryan. You know, there's just so much you can picture.
Well, I love how this storyline begins, and we actually asked Sam to pull the audio clip so we can all listen to it. This is, you guys are in the car. Ryan thinks he's driving to a sales meeting, but Dwight has driven him into the middle of a wheat field. Let's listen to the clip.
So those are the sales offers. You are ready to see the sales offers. Sales offers present your journey begins now.
I love it. Your journey begins now. And the look on your face, BJ, when BJ, yeah, you have a lot of really good looks.
This is why I think Rain and I were good pairing, because I am such a reactor, and Rain is such a generator. Do you think that's fair? Sort of our hip-hop style in the office?
I think so. The setup to this was fantastic too. Like, are you excited? Are you really excited? Are you super duper excited? Like, I'm a little excited. It's like I'm incredibly excited. Yeah, so to know that Dwight has a combination of Jedi Master and Kung Fu, the television show, the 70s with David Carradine, and any other movies, Karate Kid, Wax On, Wax Off, anything, any horror film about initiation, like all jumbled in his head, like a popcorn machine. And the excitement therefrom is a lot of fun.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Rain, because I do think that all of his experience with initiation is based on fictional things that he's watched. Because I have the script for this, and there are some deleted talking heads that you have, Rain, where you talk about how very often, like, guys from a fraternity rent out your farm for activities, and every year they get a goat, and you would love to know what they do with that goat. So it's like you have goats, like that got deleted. It's unfortunate, but you know that happens sometimes. But it's true. I think Dwight's only frame of reference are things he's watched. He's never actually participated in an initiation, unlike Ryan, who says he was in a fraternity in college and he's very familiar with it. Yeah. Let's go to the beet field. Dwight makes Ryan plant a seed in the ground, and then we have this line. Just as you have planted a seed in the ground, I'm going to plant my seed in you. Rain, I think that was an improvisation.
I think it was. I think I improvised that and was, you know, tentatively and excitedly went to BJ, like, can we keep that? And BJ was like, yes, we can keep that.
Oh, it was a killer improv. I remember it so vividly. And, you know, this is, and I did, you know, I said, I don't think you know what you're saying.
Which was perfect. It was perfect, BJ.
I don't think you need to say it was super. In this quality, all I need to say is that was a very good, late, generating comedy, and me being a very good backboard for it as a reaction. I had, you know, generating is a way more valuable improviser to have on the show, but it's a very good scene. But I very vividly remember Ray improvising
utilizing that line because with due respect, I considered it a dunk on me as a writer. And he just on the spot come up with a line that was probably better than any single line in the script that I worked so hard.
You're very kind.
That's how I remembered it.
I remember it. What I want to say about Greg Office and why it was such a magical time and place to work under the tutelage of Greg Daniels because we were allowed to do that and to bring our ideas. And at the end of the day, not all the writers were. Some of the writers were like, no, I want to just stick to the lines of the script in the editing room.
Yes.
But in the editing room, for the most part, especially Greg and Dave, who's our chief editor, were in there. They would just take what's funniest, and they would just say, I don't care what's on the page, I don't care what's supposed to be there. We're just going to take what's funniest and what's the best and what was captured on the camera and make the episode about that. So it was this really nice feeling, like, you can improvise all you wanted, you're probably going to get cut. But if you improvised and it added something and elevated it, it was probably going to make it. So everyone felt like they were down to a contributor. And believe me, I've been a lot of things that since then and before then, and that's just not the case.
I got totally spoiled working with Greg because Greg truly wanted my stories, wanted my ideas. He loved to pepper me with questions about what my life was like when I was really a receptionist. And those little things would find their way into the show. And it made me feel like, oh, this is what it is. This is my first TV show. I didn't know any different. So jobs that I've had since, I will go into the writers' offices and I'll give my bright ideas and my stories and my lore. And I realized quickly that most showrunners and writers are like, stop talking. Not interested. Please leave me off this. I'm trying to write dialogue for you. And I was like, I have to tell you guys, this is sort of an embarrassing moment. After the office ended, I did a multicam for TBS, Whether Your Family or Mine. And I'd never done a multicam before, really like that. And in between setups, I ran over to the writers, and they were really nice, but I ran over to them and I'm like, guys, I have a few pitches. And they were like, sorry, what? Like, yeah, we're not doing any pitches. Like, we'll come to you if we have an idea. We have an audience loaded in, just to kids get to come over here on the fly and be like, hey, I got a pitch. Like, no. DJ, as a writer and showrunner who has gone on to do more things after the office and, like you created your own show, what is it? How do you run your shows? Have you borrowed from Greg's way? Is it a mix?
I'm very early in showrunning a couple of shows that I'm just getting off the ground. So I don't actually have much experience as a showrunner, a little. But just to speak about Greg's accuracy again, which I very much sort of took from him or and connected to. There are a lot of reasons why I think he wanted me and Mindy and Holly Christine and Mike Sure to play Moe's, which we totally get into because there's a lot of fun psychology at play there as well as creativity. And the fact that in the early days of the pilot, Greg would talk about Angela and Oscar in particular as people who didn't even know yet what the characters were exactly. This is just a devil's advocate. I think that having people, either some ambassadors, go back and forth between the writers room and set, teaches you as writers to trust the actor's instincts, because I know this is a stand-up too. You performing it, you are the last line of defense. You are the soldier on the front line. And you know if there are bullets coming at you, or you're firing on all cylinders, or whatever, you know in your body. So if you know something isn't working, or after a little while, you just know it's not going to work. You're going to feel fake. It's not going to be your character. And I think that when you know that and you tell that to writers, if the writer has no experience with it, they think you're being a diva, they think you just want a better life, or you want to be important. They don't realize that you might know better than them, but you're actually their human. And often, the right of mine, the more experience I had on set of the show, the more I knew that. The more I knew to listen to the actors. I think Greg knew that.
That was so beautifully said.
I know he needs his own podcast thing, a podcast about TV writing, for TV writers.
Well, I was hoping that the spaceship sound came in, so if you could kind of see it. Where is he getting this?
I don't know. The whole time you were talking, I was kind of like, I thought it was so well said. Yeah, I think we were very fortunate that our show was a creative collaboration, and we definitely feel that moving forward is the case.
Ray would often say that the reason that he went to us so much was because he really trusted us, and that was part of the audition process for him, which was hiring actors that he felt he could go to in this way. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, to be fair, like not every actor has to be like I don't know. Like it doesn't matter.
Not every actor is aligned creatively with what we were doing on this show. Not every actor is looking for a line that resonates deeply with them, is personal, is the character. Sometimes they just want a line they think would be cool or something, right?
Yeah.
And that might not work for some of us.
I do have a pitch that I tried 4 or 5 times. It's small and great. It's called Interesting Episodes there as showrunner. And it never happened. And I just thought, oh my God, you're missing the opportunity of your lives. And it's perfect for even podcast when I look back on it now, but I was intentional, which is like early on, there's just some scenes that Michael and Dwight and Jim and Pam all and then it hands over to Creed. Creed is like looking at the camera and Creed goes, it's like, the camera's like looking at like, come on. And the camera crew follows Creed out, and they get into Creed's car. And the entire episode, Creed is taking them on a tour of the world of Creed. I mean, he was brave, and he's living in an abandoned, beer factory, and he's got that rooms, and then he goes into a rock liquor store, and he just said, come on, he's like almost dialogue free, you're just fucking Creed. Through this like insane thing. And I feel like you've heard that. If you're on episode 137, you've heard an episode where you can do something like that. But it didn't.
I found something similar with Rebel Midnight where I don't know if it was right or wrong, and I think we got a lot of good stuff from telling the frame story, but what I wanted was just drop Threat Level Midnight on the audience, and I think there was a traditional and very, very likely correct, but a traditional view of we don't do one-off experiments on this show. We tell the story.
And if they see the story, you've got to stick with that.
Yeah, it was an experiment, and it didn't work by and large, the show, so can't really argue. But yeah, I sort of experimental like you, Ray. I like that kind of thing.
I feel like Community did things like that.
Yes, every episode.
They could get away with that, really wild one-offs, and I definitely, I'm with you, Rain. I pitched a few times that we would follow characters home, and I was, told pretty quickly that it's The Office. It's called The Office. We're not going other places.
But in this episode, and here's steering us back, we go to beat one. So we do this. We do go home with a character, and what time is this? Was this the first time, second time we went to Dwight's farm? And was this the
gotta be the first time.
And was it the introduction of Mose? Was this the first time with Mose?
Yeah. Yes.
This episode was history.
Yeah, so, let's see.
Well, let me just say, as a writer obsessed about things like this that the audience didn't give a shit about at the end of the day, which was how would the documentarians be or not be allowed to follow certain things. We would always say, you never see Jim and Pam's big room.
because they would never invite the cameras there. Are you crazy? Whereas Dwight's Beef Farm, the camera crew would be very interested. It's very relevant to this new Chloe and Ryan's journey at Thunder Mifflin. It's very relevant to this major personality at Thunder Mifflin, Dwight. It's fundamental to his nature. We've heard about it a lot. He would be extremely eager to show this beef farm, especially as part of a work-related milestone for someone in his mind. So it makes total sense to go to the beef farm. This we spent forever talking about what it wouldn't happen and what camera angles would and wouldn't be possible, and I don't think the audience cared that well.
I did my research, and I spent 21 minutes and 40 seconds watching the episode last night. So, in preparation for this podcast, and it was just a joy to watch. But as I watched it, I was like, oh, this is Pam's episode. It's called The Initiation, and yes, the flashy part is, Dwight in the barn and the car and Ryan and the eggs and whatnot, but really, the heart and soul of this episode is Pam, being told by Jan, the spine uncle, and then the exquisitely beautiful scene with Pam and Jim at the end that is by far the longest scene. It must have been a 5-page scene, and so much art in it, and subtlety, and that's, so I'd love to hear the Pam perspective on this episode.
I had forgotten about that scene when I rewatched this episode. I forgot that happened at the end, and
I did too.
I held my breath, and I was on the edge of my seat, and I was like, what is happening? Don't get off the phone. Stay on the phone. Say Felix. Say you miss him.
I'm just remembering. It's so funny, right? We were talking about the experimental episode because that card was on the board for a long time. Jim and Pam's phone call. And it was going to take the whole episode. I fought so hard. I wanted it to be, because it just happens at the end for a long time, right? The way we shot it. I wanted it to keep coming back to it, and it's still going. And it goes the whole episode. They're on the whole episode.
DVD commentary, BJ, you mentioned that in your mind this conversation went on for like 3 hours.
Yeah, that sounds right. I wanted it to be threaded through the episode, and then I even wonder if I wanted it to be a whole episode at one point. Their phone call, which is again in line with me and Ray's sort of experimental one-off outlier episode. But yeah, I remember that phone call. And I remember writing the line, the one line I remember that I'm proud of is, what time zone are you in? Same time zone, it's all far. I was like, yes, of course.
Yeah, that got me.
In this episode, I was like, oh, this is why this show stood the test of time. Because you have scenes that are outrageously over the top. And then all of a sudden, it's two people in love that hardly know they're in love, having almost unedited 5-minute conversation that's almost like it's real time. And you have this moment of like real art underneath it that grounds that whole experience. And I always love that Greg talked about having that. A show can't support more than like 10 or 15% art. It's got to have 80-85% comedy to work, but you can't leave out that 10-15% reality, or else you'll have to close it.
Greg was good with percentages. He also had the 5% rule, which was that every character, you should try to move them forward 5%, surprise them 5%. And if a character is always exactly what you expect, it gets, boring and you fall into cliche ideas of what Angela would do or whatever. And if you change it by 50% or 100%, if all of a sudden Michael has read Pickles Shakespeare, it's funny, but you killed the character. So I always want to be like, oh, all right, I love to see that. So yeah, that's just Greg was 15. I didn't never give that percentage, but it sounds like Greg. It sounds right.
I just have a question, Rain. When Ryan comes up to the barn, you do this salute, and people online think it's like you sort of like sort of imitating the scene from a BBC show called it's called Red Dwarf. Is that from Red Dwarf, the BBC show from the 80s?
I don't remember how that came out, but my hunch is that in the script, and you can tell me, Dwight does a strange salute or something like that. So I had to kind of come up with what that was. Maybe that's not in the script. I don't know if I researched that, but I don't know what that was. But I like that it's kind of like World War I Germany, kind of like the Kaiser. Like that's how you would salute the Kaiser.
Can I point out, I'm realizing this is not our first writer-actor collaboration where I write a stage direction for Dwight that he makes iconic.
Yes, I can
In the fire. In the fire, I wrote the fire truck arrives and Dwight pumps his fist. And I think Dwight was like, huh? And I was like, no, he's like a little boy. He just sees a fire truck and he's like, yeah. And you did it in the screen. Now it's like a gif or something. It's like a meme. It's just it. It's exactly what I dreamed of.
I think on that, we had like 8 takes or something. So at first it was like standard fist pump, and then it got bigger and bigger, but finally it was yes.
Oh my God, DJ is so tickled.
I'm just laughing at how much Dwight loved. It's a toaster oven, like it's a little bit of smoke, and he sees a fire truck and he's like, yes. This is such an excessive solution. Although I suppose that's what happens when the alarm goes off and just come, but it's just like, it's appropriate as opposed to annoying. All right.
Like if he was making a journal like Dear Diary, best days ever, number 4, fire truck showed Thunder Myths. Another thing I improvised in this episode was in the barn, going back to the barn now. The things like Moe's squirrel animals.
Yes, I was gonna ask you that, Ray.
Yeah.
I love that line so much.
But we were laughing at BJ and I about it on the set, and just kind of like, we didn't quite know how to, I don't know that it ultimately landed as a joke, but the idea that it should have been filled with animals, but now it was empty of animals. So what did Moses do with all the animals? Where did he put them? He probably brought them and put them in the house. And that might have been a nice cutaway. That Moses, where's all the animals? And then just cut away to Dwight's actual house with a filled with cows, sheep, and pigs, and chickens and whatnot.
Speaking of this scene, can I play an audio clip from the scene? I asked Sam to pull this audio clip from when Dwight is rapid fire questioning Ryan. Can you play that clip, Sam?
What is the greatest danger facing Dunder Mifflin?
Outsourcing consolidation.
Wrong. Flash floods. What is the true cause of Robert Mifflin's suicide? Concussion. Wrong. He hated himself. What is the Dharma initiative? Final question. Young Ryan Howard. What is Michael Scott's greatest fear? Loneliness. Not afraid of anything.
Also, I would have accepted snakes. I believe Justin Spitzer wrote that pitch. Justin Spitzer, in the writer's room, you send writers off sometimes. Just like, all right, you write a bunch of questions. You write this scene. And I remember Justin coming back with some really good stuff. And I think he wrote Loneliness, which I loved.
But then you said, or maybe fear of women. Yeah, who put maybe women? Loneliness was your first take on Michael's greatest fear. And then you say, or maybe women, and then Dwight is like, false, but I would accept snakes.
He's not afraid of anything, but I would have accepted snakes.
What a loyalist.
But guys, this is the scene that introduces Mose. We were talking about Mose and Mike Schur. How did that come about? Everyone wants to know. Mike did an interview where he said that's his real beard and it took him 3 months to grow. Wait,
Yes,
that
that is hilarious.
That's his hair? Yeah, that's his hair.
Yes. Like, I thought I had it hard having to wear cheesy blonde highlights for 6 months, but Rose, Mike, had to wear a neck beard, and again, it's only a neck beard. He's like a classy dude, you know? He's married, he's, you know, a TV producer. People know him, he has social engagements. He's walking around with his neck beard. Shaved neck beard for months and months and months, and this nothing made Greg Daniels happier or more amused than what Mike had to go through as sort of, you know, supervising producer of The Office, and when he also had to wear this neck beard. He never asked to act. And the funniest part of it is that Mike kept asking, don't you think we could just use a fake beard in break scene? No, absolutely not. People will tell the difference. And then, I don't know what the reason was, but maybe it was like, we suddenly came back from, you know, a long hiatus, and Rewrite had to throw Mose in a scene, he didn't have the beard, and we just threw a $5 fake beard on. It was indistinguishable.
It was totally fine. Totally fine. Then how did they decide Mike Schur was going to play his Amish farmer cousin?
Yeah, I think it was a 60% confident. It was a room bit. I think Mike did the voice in sort of a never thinking it would lead to anything. There's a lot of room bits where you're just joking around for hours, cracking each other up as a way of warming up, and maybe it leads to something, who knows, just goofing off. And I think as a room bit, he did that voice, and maybe that's what cracked Greg up and made him think. So then we took the picture, but I think the idea was always someday we'll see Mose, nudge, nudge. But like, we didn't even know if we'd be picked up, you know? Yeah, I do think it was assumed that he would play Mose if it ever happened.
We have a fan question from Quinn Moldenhauer.
Finally.
Yes, he would like to know what would have happened if Ryan had actually gotten in the coffin. What were you going to do? Were you going to bury him next to your grandfather? What was going to happen?
Yeah, he was going to put a padlock. He was going to put a padlock on the coffin. They were going to nail it via the donkey cart out to the street cemetery, and they were going to bury him. And he's going to, Mose was going to dress up like a chaplain and do a eulogy so that Ryan had a taste of death and then the sweetness of life, and then they would bury him, Dwight would rescue him and bring the coffin up, throw the dirt off the coffin, undo the padlock, open it up, Ryan would be like, what the fuck, Dwight, I rescued you, Ryan, I rescued you, welcome, you're alive, you made it, you're alive, you're reborn,
as a Thunderman would.
and I saved you. That would be a experience.
That sounds right.
I like that. Quinn will be very happy to hear. On that note, I'm going to move us along to Axelrod Limited. We find out that they didn't like Ryan. They didn't make the sale. Rain, you have that great line where you're like, I mean, they didn't need to say it to your face. They didn't like you. It's a big, great line. It's really great. But so then you guys end up egging the building. We had a fan question from Chandra who wants to know, did you throw real eggs at the building? You guys remember?
Yes, so the Axelrod sign that's hanging up on the side of the building was a fabrication from our architect, and they hung it up there. That was our target. And, you know, we had worked out with the building itself, like, we had a pressure hose right there, and they, like, as soon as we wrapped it, they took that sign down, pressure washed it, cleaned up all the eggs everywhere. That was kind of part of the contract of the location. Yeah.
Yeah, Kat told me that that building was in the parking lot where your trailers were. So when you were shooting the beat field, this is where they had craft services, and this is where they had your trailers, and then there was this building. And he said he went in and asked the owner and property manager if they could do this scene, and he was like, no, I just want you to know this includes egging your building. And
he said at this point The Office was so popular that the guy was like, "That's fantastic. Yeah, definitely you can egg my building." Like, he was super on board. It didn't matter. Throw as many eggs at it as you want.
Ryan and Dwight go on to have drinks at a bar. They do car bombs together. Dwight calls the tip, who you actually call him Ryan. You guys have come together. You've had quite a day. People want to know, how many takes did it take for you guys to do all those beers? How many beers did you have?
People love asking that question, Jen. They ask all the time about the cheese puffs. How many takes? How many takes of food? It's just a fascinating thing.
Yeah, they
behind
love
the scenes
to.
for people. I don't remember.
This isn't a. I mean, I was watching that scene and I thought, how many times did BJ have to chug an entire beer? A fake
Well, it
beer.
wouldn't have been beer, yeah. It would have been a fake beer.
Near beer. But
But it's a lot of liquid.
probably 2 or 3. But I probably got it in the second take. You know, you moved on.
Yeah, I don't remember.
It was one setup. Yeah.
There you have it, guys.
Thank you so much for doing this podcast with us today.
It's so wonderful to see you again.
This was a lot of fun. Thanks.
Thank you. It's so nice to see your faces here on the Zoom with your. It's delightful. I miss you all, and I have such warm, fuzzy feelings. This was such a pleasure and a joy.
I don't buy it.
Oh, come on. So cynical.
Bye.
Bye, lady.
All right, guys, that was so great. Angela, how much fun was it to see them and hear from them? I mean, I loved hearing BJ's insights into the writer's room. I'm a nerd for that, though. I love any writer's room info.
I could have listened to BJ talk for like on and on and on, because I thought it was so fascinating just to hear the process. And I think you and I share that. I love hearing the process of it all. So BJ, you have to come back. And Rain, you were delightful too, Rain.
Yes, that was such a treat to have them both. Well, listen, before we wrap up this episode, I do want to add 2 more things, Angela. One is from Randall Einhorn. When I was talking to him, he put this thought in my head, and I just loved it. He said that for him, the theme of this episode that he really wanted to highlight as a director was this idea of making connections. He said Ryan and Dwight make a connection. Even after the craziness of the day, they connect, and Ryan really learns something. Stanley and Michael make a connection through the pretzels, and of course Jim and Pam. He just said that theme of making connections is an overriding one for him with The Office, and is something he loves, but he thought it was particularly highlighted in this episode, and I just thought that was a really cool observation.
Yeah, I think that's really beautiful. I find that Randall points out these themes to us all the time, whether it's about camera placement or whether you can see Pam's face after the kiss. Like, Randall is really great about hitting these deeper layers of the show and what they're talking about in each episode.
And then finally, this was some fan mail that we got from Amanda Vistek. She said, guys, Google Fruit Farms TripAdvisor. You will not be disappointed. And I did, Angela. There is a TripAdvisor page for Fruit Farms, and there are hundreds of comments of people who claim to have stayed there. It's a fake page, but the comments are really amazing if you're an Office fan, because they have all these details as if they had stayed there.
Oh my gosh, I wonder if people go on it and think it's an actual thing.
I don't know.
That is so funny. I love that. I'm going to have to check that out, Amanda. Thanks for...
Yeah, you have to check it out. So guys, there it is. That's initiation. And we will be back next week with Diwali and another special guest.
Yes, we have someone really special stopping by next week. You guys are going to be so excited. I'm so excited. So we'll see you next week. And thanks so much, BJ and Rain.
Yeah, guys, if you want to hear more of Rain's voice, you can listen to him discussing life's big questions on his podcast, Metaphysical Milkshake, which can be found on the Luminary app. We love you guys. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Buberko.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
Hello, everyone. Hi, you guys. Welcome to Diwali. I'm so excited for this episode, Jenna.
Me too. It's a great episode and we have a great special guest.
I just want to get to it.
All right, well, this is season 3, episode 6. It was directed by Miguel Arteta and written by our special guest, Mindy Kaling.
Woo!
Very, very exciting. Well, let's get to it. We are going to waste no time. I'm starting with a summary.
Do it.
In this episode, everyone from Dunder Mifflin attends a traditional Indian celebration of Diwali in honor of Kelly. Now, Ryan is going to meet Kelly's parents, who are really less than impressed with his commitment to their daughter.
Well, to be fair, he says with extra money he wants to travel and get like an Xbox or something. So, you know.
Yes, I think I would also be less than impressed. Meanwhile, Michael proposes to his girlfriend Carol.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Michael takes a big step.
In front of a lot of strangers.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a crash and burn.
So awkward.
Pam enjoys herself for the first time as a single person, and Angela guards the shoes while eating some dry naan. Very dry naan. And over at the Stanford office, Jim, Andy, and Karen work late into the night and booze it up.
Yeah, Jägermeister. I mean, what
So
the
gross.
heck? Andy is a maniac.
I'm going to give you fast fact number 1. This is a really special episode because The Office was the first American television comedy series to depict the Hindu festival of Diwali.
I love that.
Way to go, The Office! It aired November 2nd, 2006, and it was seen by 8.8 million people on the night that it first aired. And now it's been seen by how many people? I don't even know.
Did you know what Diwali was, Jenna, when we got the script?
Shelby B asked the same question, and I did not know about Diwali. Did you know about Diwali?
I did, but I grew up overseas, you know. I grew up in Indonesia. Bali has a very big Hindu population. So I had heard of Diwali, and I thought it was awesome that we were going to do an episode about it.
Had you ever celebrated Diwali?
I had never celebrated it by myself. I went to an international school. They did recognize, you know, many holidays, and there was like a Diwali day.
Yeah, well, they...
Good move, Libby. You're right here again, baby.
That we were going to do an episode about it.
Had you ever celebrated Diwali?
I had never celebrated it by myself. I went to an international school. They did recognize, you know, many holidays, and there was like a Diwali day.
Yeah, well, they do that at my kids' school now. They have a day where they celebrate Diwali, which I think is really cool, especially since I grew up not knowing about it.
It is so beautiful, and it was so fun. I remember we were all really giddy. Of course, this meant we got to leave the office.
That brings me to fast fact number 2, Angela. Fan question from Juliet G and Phoebe Tomac. Where did you shoot the scenes when you were celebrating Diwali? Well, guess who I went to for the answer?
Does it rhyme with Schmentish Media?
It does, and we have a statement for it.
You do?
Kenton.
Yes, Angela, that was sent in by Tyler Beckwith, and we love it, Tyler. Thank you for our Kentopedia state. It is really great. It sounds like something out of like a 1980s action kind of movie. Exactly. Well, Kentopedia told us that Diwali was shot at Grant High School. We shot most of the scenes in their gym, which is called Grant Hall. And we shot there at the end of August, and school was in session. They had just started up the school year. He said that we shot there for 3 full days, and we had to work around the school schedule because, like, school was happening in the hallways. I have such fond memory of our time shooting there because they parked our trailers facing sort of like a little field with some trees, and normally they were just in a asphalt parking lot. And so I would open my door and there'd be trees and grass, and Brian brought a football and we like tossed the football out in the grass, and I have such fond memories of this whole week. I remember it too for those exact same reasons. Well, this school is host to a lot of filmmaking, including Freaks and Geeks, Blackish, Malcolm in the Middle, and True Blood. And I've got a little bit of trivia for you. Yeah, Melora Hardin went to Grant High School. Get out of town. Yeah, we shot at her alma mater. Wow. I love that. She's like a true sort of like Hollywood kid, you know? Like she is things from her life, like right here. To me, it's still all sort of like, I still feel like a transplant in some ways in Los Angeles. Like still to this day, if I'm ever out and about and I see the Hollywood sign, I'm like, there's a Hollywood sign. Oh my God, it's a Hollywood sign. But if I drive by and I see like a film crew filming something on the street, I get as excited as if they pulled up in my neighborhood in St. Louis as a kid. I'm like, oh, what are they filming? Oh, look, I wonder what it is. I wonder if we can find out who's the star. Yeah, I look like I get that same reaction still. Yeah, me too. I drive by and I try to see, like, is there someone famous out there? Exactly. So true. Well, I'm going to move us along, Angela, because I know we want to get to our interview with Mindy. Fast fact number 3. I said earlier this was directed by Miguel Arteta. Angela, I was such a huge fan of Miguel. When I found out he was going to direct this episode, this is the only episode he directed, I completely geeked out. Okay, he had directed this little... Go up to him, were you dorky? What'd you do? Oh, Angela, I followed him around the entire week. We bonded. At the end of this week, I thought we were best friends and would work together forever on every future project. And I'm not going to lie, every time there was like a script that I was sent, or when I was trying to produce a movie myself, he was the first person I would go to, because I was like, I'm literally like, this guy is a genius. I love him. I love that. I didn't know you were like following him around everywhere. Oh yeah, I wanted everything about him to rub off on me. So he had directed this little indie movie called Chuck and Buck, written by and starring Mike White, who, by the way, you're also obsessed. Have stalked. Yeah, I know. Obsessed. I know that you stalked him. I got to work with him, and then that made me feel one step closer to Mike White, who I eventually managed to stalk and I became friends with Mike White, and then I eventually got to be in a Mike White movie starring Ben Stiller. And then after that happened, I was like, well, I can now retire because I have worked with my idol. I wrote in my journal about this week. Do you want to hear what I wrote, Lady? Of course. I always want to hear about your journal. Your journal delights me. It does. That's going to be your autobiography. The journal delights me. Jenna Fisher. I wrote that, and I wrote this. Me and the adorable Mindy Kaling are going to be doing really early morning interviews together on all the local NBC stations. We are going to talk to 16 cities, and we have to get up at 5 a.m. Oh my gosh, you guys did a little press junket. I think this is my very first one. Well, what's crazy about that, Angela, is you probably then, after you were done, had to come to work. Oh yeah, because we had to, I remember we had to be on stage. We actually did them on the set. The set was the background. And we got there, and we met this satellite media tour, is what they called it. We met their crew, and we had to be there at 4 a.m. to go through hair and makeup, and then we started doing interviews at 5 a.m. and we talked to a new city every 15 minutes for 3 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
And now you did it with Mindy.
Mindy was my first press junket.
Well, this is a wonderful segue into our upcoming segment. We'll take a break, but when we come back, we're going to play our interview with Mindy Kaling. She came and talked to us. It was amazing.
It was such a joy to have her here, and I'm so excited for you guys to listen to this. And then afterwards, we're going to fully break down the episode.
We'll get to that right after the break.
We'll see you with Mindy.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious.
Don't
I
say
made their
shepherd's
style
pie.
shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
Mindy Kaling, hi!
Hi, guys.
Hi.
I'm so happy to be here.
Welcome to Office Ladies.
I'm giving you a hug through the Zoomy Zoom.
Thank you. Congrats, you guys, on the massive success of this. This is awesome. Everyone in my life is obviously such a fan, and I'm so proud of you guys. This is so great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mindy.
Yeah, of course.
We love it. We're having a good time.
It's fun to hear the way that the show was through your guys' eyes, because it's so loving and fun and super accurate, and I'm really enjoying it. So this is great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. That was so nice. I feel like this is all just pure joy. I'm just so delighted to see you and to talk to you. And this
Yeah,
is
me
such
too.
a fun episode. So we just get to reminisce a little bit.
Love it.
Well, before we get into Diwali, we always like to ask all of our guests their office origin story. So, how did you come to be on the show?
Well, it was 2004, and I was off doing a play off Broadway in New York called Matt and Ben, which was a play that I wrote with my writing partner and friend at the time, Brenda Withers, where it's like an hour-long short play where I play Ben Affleck and she plays Matt Damon. It's so hard to tell this story without being like, okay, so just ignore that kind of interesting fact and move on. But so we did that. It won the Fringe Festival, got some attention, and sort of was our entree to LA. And when we were in LA, I had like an Arrested Development spec and then that play. And I had very few meetings. The climate for hiring writers, if you were like an untested Indian American woman, it was very different 16 years ago than it is now. And the only place that I got an interview at, I got 2 interviews. One was at Nevermind Nirvana, which was a pilot about an Indian family. And I was like, yes, I could write on that show. And the other one was The Office. And I remember Joey was like, do you guys remember how huge Joey was when we started shooting?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Friends spinoff.
It was like the NBC thing. They put all their money in that. And then Father of the Pride. Do you guys remember that one?
No.
Father of the Pride was a cartoon, a Jeffrey Katzenberg produced cartoon about, from the point of view of 2 tigers that worked with Siegfried and Roy.
Oh, yes.
What?
Yes, it's coming back to me.
And it was an animated show.
This sounds like a bit on Saturday Night Live. This
Yeah.
doesn't sound like a TV show.
Not only was it a real show, it was like the hottest show. Like you could not get an interview. So I didn't get an interview in Will and Grace. I didn't get an interview at Joey, and I didn't get an interview at Father of the Pride. And you can imagine, like, just to show how things have become so different from then. Like, can you imagine, like, now, like, a minority woman who won the Fringe Festival coming out to LA, not getting a meeting on, like, on all of 2 shows? So things have changed a lot. So that's great. But the 2 people who I got interviews with, Nevermind Nirvana, and I went into their offices in Burbank, and this had never happened to me before, but I sat in the office, and as I was there waiting to meet the showrunner, they got the call that the pilot hadn't been picked up to series. So I sat there, and then the assistant came out and was like, you should go home, like, there's no jobs. And so I just, like, got up and left. And then the second one was at the office with Greg Daniels. And so I met with him, and just so you know, my agent at the time, who I won't mention, was really like, yeah, this show doesn't have a lot of heat. Like, I don't think it's really going to do anything. Everyone likes the British one better. So it's just like, you know, it's good to meet Greg Daniels. He's like done a lot of good stuff, but like, it's just good to like have a general. So I went in there and there was not a lot of stakes. And I had a really fun interview with Greg that lasted 2 hours, but you guys know Greg, so it was actually probably like 15 minutes of talking in 2 hours. And then he hired me. And or he didn't hire me in the meeting, like they still had to do upfronts and everything, but we had a great meeting and I heard it went well. And then like a month and a half later, I was told I was coming back for 6 episodes, such a small first season. But I was so new, and I think you guys were, you know, new enough too, that it was just like, oh my gosh, any episodes? That's fantastic. Not knowing that was kind of an unusually small number of episodes. But that was how I got on The Office.
And how did you end up then playing a role on the show?
You know, Greg had put into the contract these writing contract, these acting clauses for, I think, a number of the